Chapter 1501. After the battle between Tongtian and Jianao, everyone in the world was talking about Jianao. When the three worlds descended, the heroes only knew about Lotus God and Zhongshan. Now they finally understood that there were other peerless experts in the three worlds. The battle between the experts of the four worlds had officially begun. Xianyang City. In Yinchuan's study, a golden-robed man was standing in the middle of two rows of ministers. "Yindi, please help us." The golden-robed man asked sincerely. "Oh, is this your idea?" Yinchuan looked at the golden-robed man indifferently. "Yes, our master, Golden Emperor, is in seclusion and can't manage the affairs of the Southeast continent. Lotus God sent a large number of experts to the Southeast continent, so we didn't dare to resist. However, they're getting more and more arrogant. They have already plundered 10 territories in the Southeast continent." The golden-robed man said bitterly. "Golden Emperor hasn't come out of seclusion. Yes, our master's seclusion seems to have reached a critical moment. We wanted to break in, but our master's golden bounded domain stopped us." The golden-robed man said, "I remember that Golden Emperor and Shadi are good friends. Why don't you ask Shadi for help?" Yinchuan said in a low voice. "Although the heroes of the divine realm are friends with our master, only our master knows where they are. We can't contact them at all." The golden-robed man said bitterly. Yinchuan stared at the golden-robed man. "Indeed, I acted on my own this time. However, I don't want the territories that our master fought for to be plundered by Lotus God again. Perhaps our master will punish me when he comes out of seclusion. However, I have no choice but to ask for your help. I can do whatever you want within my authority. Of course, this is just an extra. Our master will repay you in the future." The golden-robed man said, "There are so many heroes in the world. Why did you come to me?" Yinchuan said in a low voice. The golden-robed man was silent for a while and finally said, "Because I have collected information that you and Lotus God have a great feud. Secondly, Lotus God went to Xianyang in person but returned without success. Is that so?" Yinchuan stared at the golden-robed man. "Also, there are 3 people leading the attack on the Southeast continent: the Easter High Priest, Big Dipper, and King Bingfeng. If the Southeast continent falls, the situation in the Great Jun continent will become more and more unstable." The golden-robed man didn't hide anything. "King Bingfeng? What's so special about this person?" Yinchuan asked. "This person wields the Tao of reincarnation. At first, I thought that he only controlled 6 Taos, but that day, one of my colleagues fought with him, and I found that he controlled 7 Taos. The golden-robed man frowned. "All right, I will help the Golden Great Emperor." Yinchuan nodded. "Great Emperor." A few of the ministers cried out in surprise. This was facing the Lotus Goddess, facing the entire great evil world. "Thank you, Yindi. Thank you, Yindi." The golden-robed man was extremely excited. "You go down first," Yinchuan said indifferently. "Yes." The golden-robed man slowly left the study room. "Your Majesty, why are you helping them?" "Next, we will have to face the entire great evil world," a minister said worriedly. "We will have to face the great evil world sooner or later. The great Jun heaven realm has never been afraid of anyone," Yinchuan said in a deep voice. "But, moreover, I have been paying attention to that King Bingfeng for a long time. He has the Ice Phoenix Venerable and wields the 12 Tao of reincarnation. I need to use this opportunity to obtain him." Yinchuan said affirmatively. "Then His Majesty will definitely leave Xianyang. That is not Great Jun's home ground." Lu Buwei frowned. After all, in Great Jun's home ground, Yinchuan was stronger. If he went out, it would be bad if something happened. The Huanan continent and the Dongwai continent are adjacent to each other. Moreover, the Lotus Goddess can't leave. Yinchuan said with a smile. "Oh," everyone's expression changed. "Great Emperor, you mean to trigger a war in the Netherworld so that the Lotus Goddess can't take care of each other?" Lu Buwei's expression changed. "That's right." Yinchuan nodded affirmatively. "Moreover, help? I won't help the Golden Sovereign for no reason." Yinchuan narrowed his eyes. The Huanan continent. In a huge palace, Everything in the palace was made of ice sculptures. In the center of the palace was a huge phoenix throne, on which sat a majestic man in white. In front of him stood a group of subordinates. Sovereign, the Golden Sovereign's palace is there. Why don't we attack there first? One of the subordinates asked curiously. On the phoenix throne, the majestic man said in a deep voice, Tian Gang and the Easter High Priest haven't gone. Why should we go first? But King Bing Feng shook his head and said, You don't understand. This world is not that simple. Not long ago, Jin Ao and Tong Tian fought. You all know that. Is the Golden Sovereign really weak? He has the Great Emperor karmic rank. If I go now, at most, both sides will suffer. Tian Gang and the Eastern High Priest will reap the benefits. His Majesty sent the three of us here to test us. King Bing Feng said in a deep voice. Although the Golden Sovereign is the lord of the Huanan continent, his control over the Huanan continent is not strict. Even without the Golden Sovereign, it will still take the same effort to conquer these places. If you don't defeat a territory lord, this territory will be yours, and you still have to control it. King Bing Feng said in a deep voice. Okay, everyone was helpless. In the distance of the palace, Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi, on the other hand, arrived at another palace. King Bing Feng, 12 paths of reincarnation again. Mo Yushi said solemnly. How is your refining of Qing Yuan going? Yin Chuan looked at Mo Yushi. I have mastered it all. There are now 24 paths of reincarnation. Mo Yushi said. That's good. When do we start? Wait a little longer. Wait for news from the underworld. Yin Chuan explained. Underworld, South Outer Continent. Under the Lotus God's command, the West High Priest and the North High Priest each held a scepter and led countless demons of the great evil world to attack. The South Outer Continent of the underworld used to be the territory of the great Emperor Rosefinch. Unfortunately, after the death of the great Emperor Rosefinch, it became much more desolate. The subordinates of the great Emperor Rosefinch each occupied their own territory and fell apart. In front of the two high priests, such a state of disunity was naturally vulnerable. If it weren't for the fact that they wanted to completely control the territory, the two high priests would have already swept through it. Even so, the two high priests were unimpeded. In fact, the two of them even joined the army. Report. A three-eyed demon rushed into the main hall. The two high priests on the left and right looked at the demon. Reporting to the West High Priest and the North High Priest, the 6th Vanguard Army has been completely annihilated. What? The West High Priest's face sank. The front line reported that the 6th Vanguard Army was completely annihilated overnight. However, when they left, the 5th Vanguard Army's commander saw them and quietly followed them. The three-eyed demon reported. There are still people who dare to kill my people in the South Outer Continent of the underworld. They should be executed. The West High Priest shouted. No matter who it is, die. The North High Priest's eyes also turned cold. In the South Outer Continent of the underworld, a group of three-eyed demons stopped at the peak of a mountain. Where are they? One of the three-eyed demons was puzzled. I saw them coming here earlier. Escape? You want to escape after killing my brother? They actually crossed 3 territories? Who is it? Is there any force in the South Outer Continent that can resist my great evil world? Find them. They killed my 6th brother. I want to exterminate their 9 generations. Yes. A group of demons frantically searched around. After a while, Commander, look, there's someone over there. What a heavy energy. The demons looked into the distance together. Looking from afar, there was a huge abyss that connected to the depths of the earth. Billowing energy emerged from the huge abyss, incomparably eerie. Around this huge abyss, there were countless palaces and giants walked around. The giants were not a side race, but the monolith race. After being expelled by Yin Chuan, they came here. Monolith Peak, Monolith Hall, Panjia, Pan Yi, Panding, and the rest of the 10 had extremely ugly expressions. Bastard Yin Chuan. If we didn't show mercy back then, his great Jun would have been destroyed long ago. Pan Xan said angrily. Yeah, what was great, Jun? What was Yin Chuan? Pan Gue said coldly. Pan Gung revealed a bitter smile. No, Pan Gung did the right thing. Pan Jia said solemnly. Big brother? Everyone looked at Pan Jia. Yin Chuan's actions are understandable. From his point of view, it's already benevolent that he didn't kill all of us. Otherwise, before the true Lord came out, he would have destroyed our monolith race and cut off one of our wings. Pan Jia said solemnly. Ah, Pan Xin said in surprise. Pan Yi also nodded. That's right. From Yu Tian's attitude, we can see that Yin Chuan has no need to let you guys go when he has the strength. But Yin Chuan can forget about getting any benefits. Pan Xin said unwillingly. No, Pan Xin, you're wrong. Back then, the 5 of us entered the netherworld. Back then, Yin Chuan might not have the strength to kill all of you. In fact, there's a high chance that he could. Do you know how strong Greijin is now? Pan Jiao looked over. Pan Xin frowned. Moreover, attacking the monolith race back then is better than attacking you guys after the true Lord comes out, right? If we fight then, Greijin's losses will be even greater. Pan Jia said. Pan Xion's expression changed. In the end, he could only say helplessly, all right, the true Lord is about to awaken. We're here to welcome the true Lord. Pan Gung interrupted. Pan Jia and the others nodded. As long as the true Lord comes out, who can be his match? Pan Yi said confidently, while the leaders of the monolith race were talking. Boom! A loud sound came from outside the hall. Pan Jia's face darkened. Ha ha ha, so it's you bunch of rocks. What a tough body. You didn't die even when I hit you like that? A demon's voice came from outside. You dare to be our enemy? You're courting death. Boom! Pan Jia's face darkened. He led a group of experts out of the hall. West High Priest and North High Priest camp. Reporting, the culprit has been found. However, the 5th Vanguard Army was almost completely annihilated. Only 3 people escaped. Chapter 1502. Underworld, South Outer Continent. At the mouth of an abyss, countless demons appeared and surrounded the rock tribe. Pan Jia and his brothers stood at the entrance of a palace and looked coldly at the demons. 2 powerhouses with scepters in their hands were dressed in gray robes. Their eyes were filled with arrogance and indifference. The West High Priest and the North High Priest. People from the great evil world. Pan Jia asked, Ents, how dare you provoke the great evil world? The West High Priest's eyes were cold. He raised the scepter in his hand. Light of Doomsday, the West High Priest shouted. Buzz! A black beam of light emerged from the West High Priest's scepter and flew toward the other side. Pan Yi snorted and his body swayed. Boom! He broke through the black light and appeared in front of the West High Priest. The West High Priest's expression changed. How could this be? He could only wave his scepter to defend himself. Boom! Pan Yi's punch was extremely powerful. Even though the Western High Priest had already defended himself, it was too late. Pan Yi was sent flying with a loud bang, instantly flying 10 miles away. What? The North High Priest's face darkened. Looking for trouble? You come to the wrong place. Pan Yi said coldly. Kill them. The West High Priest held his stomach and shouted angrily. You're courting death. Pan Jia snorted. Boom! The powerhouses of the Rock Clan swarmed forward and charged at the crowd. Rumble! The battle began. Yang Realm, South Outer Continent. The Lotus Goddess sat and looked at the world. News from all directions gathered quickly. Suddenly, the Lotus Goddess seemed to sense something and looked toward the entrance of the Yellow Springs. The West High Priest rushed over in a panic. The Lotus Goddess's face darkened. She stretched out her hand and formed a lotus seal. She immediately pulled the West High Priest closer. The West High Priest felt his surroundings change and was suddenly in front of the Lotus Goddess. My lord, something has happened in the Underworld expedition. The North High Priest is seriously injured. We have stopped in our tracks. Please send reinforcements. The West High Priest said bitterly. Oh, I found out. It's the Rock Tribe. They have a level 16 powerhouse. The West High Priest said bitterly. The Boulder Clan? The lotus goddess frowned. The lord of the underworld spoke. My lord, the Ra tribe had been stationed in the eastern continent of the mortal realm. They were banished by Yin Chuan not long ago. I didn't expect them to come to the netherworld. 16 heavens? Is he the one who hunted down the people from the great benevolence world? Lotus goddess asked in a deep voice. My lord, please send reinforcements. The West High Priest pleaded. Underworld, monolith tribe. Looking at the countless corpses around him, Pangaea's face turned gloomy. Something bad is going to happen, Pangaea said in a deep voice. Big brother, we won. What happened? Pan-Xian was puzzled. We've been tricked. Pangaea's face darkened. What? Someone deliberately provoked the hatred between us and the Lotus Goddess. Their goal has been achieved. Although we defeated a group of Abyss Devils, there will be an endless stream of Abyss Devils coming. There will be more and more. Pangaea's face was gloomy. If it was in the past, it would be fine. However, this is the time when true Lord rank is recovering. Pangaea said with a frown. Then what do we do now? Everyone was anxious. Defend the abyss to the death and wait for the true master to awaken. Pangaea said in a low voice. Yes, sir. Everyone answered. The abyss guarded by the monolith tribe was a large, pitch-black hole. Inside the hole was an endless spring. In the depths of the endless, secluded spring, there was a black wooden coffin at the bottom. There were countless runes on the coffin. When the coffin's lid opened, there seemed to be a huge black hole inside. The black hole spun, swallowing and spitting out endless, secluded spring. Beside it stood an expert from the monolith tribe. It was Pan Sheng. Pan Sheng was the first monolith Yin Chuan had met. When he'd killed Jin Xiong, his father-in-law, in his previous life, he'd encountered an identical beast. Pan Sheng had planned to swindle the beast from Yin Chuan, but in the end, he'd failed. Later, the monolith tribe had sent him to the underworld to pay attention to Jiangchen's awakening. Looking at the pitch-black coffin, Pan Sheng felt slightly bitter. What a pity. If only I'd had an identical beast back then. Since I can't find one to replace me, then this can only be fate. Pan Sheng said bitterly. With a bitter smile, Pan Sheng bowed respectfully to the black coffin. True master, Pan Sheng was created by you. Offering my body is only natural and my greatest honor. I only hope that after you use my body to awaken, you'll take pity on the monolith tribe. The monolith tribe will be eternally loyal to you. I hope that you'll treat them as real people, not tools or treasures. Pan Sheng kowtows and begs you. Pan Sheng kowtowed to the black coffin. Hum. The black coffin hummed, as if urging Pan Sheng to move. Pan Sheng took a deep breath, walked to the coffin's lid, and slowly lay down. In an instant, the black hole swallowed Pan Sheng. Walala! Pan Sheng's face contorted in pain. His entire body seemed to be twisting. His previously bald head rapidly grew hair, and his body shrank. Pan Sheng cried out in pain. Clang! The lid of the coffin flew into the air and closed with a loud bang. The pitch-black coffin immediately began to absorb the nether spring energy from all directions. Surging Yin energy whizzed over as it absorbed it. Under the ferocious absorption, the entire territory trembled. Not only the monolith tribe's territory, but the surrounding seas and the entire outer south continent also trembled violently. Countless nether springs under the ground in various large territories seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Jiangchen will awaken and absorb the nether spring energy of an entire continent. Rumble! In the outer south continent of the netherworld, countless cultivators looked around in confusion. At this moment, a large number of great evil worlds experts charged toward the netherworld again, and toward the monolith tribe. More and more demons and great demons swarmed over. Rumble! Boundless killing intent brewed outside the monolith tribe. Rolling demons seemed to carry the fury of the great evil world as they poured down in torrents. The huge commotion quickly alerted countless experts in the netherworld. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan received the news and walked out of the central hall, looking at the monolith tribe in the distance. Outer West Continent, Great Kindness World. Great Venerable Ution held the heavenly peach sword in his hand and coldly looked at the Outer South Continent. Outer North Continent. Chu Jiang Hall. Ancestor Mingyi seemed to have sensed something and stepped out of the hall, looking towards the south. In the world of the living, Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi stood at the entrance of a hall. Yin Chuan's expression was slightly serious. What's wrong? The outer south continent of the netherworld is shaking. Jiangchun is about to awaken, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Chapter 1503. In the world of the living, Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi stood in front of a great hall. Yin Chuan's expression was grave. What's wrong? The underworld is shaking in the southern outer continent. Jiangchun is about to awaken, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Jiangchun is about to awaken? Mo Yushi looked worried. Don't worry. We'll have to face him sooner or later. Jiangchun? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Mo Yushi nodded, but she was still worried. The Lotus Goddess doesn't know about Jiangchun's connection to the Boulder clan. She's ordered a large number of experts from the Great Fiend world to attack the Boulder clan. The time has come, Yin Chuan said gravely. Can we begin? Mo Yushi's expression changed. That's right. Now that Jiangchun has awakened, the Lotus Goddess won't be able to divert her attention to the world of the living. It's time to deal with King Bing Feng, said Yin Chuan gravely. All right. Mo Yushi's eyes lit up. In the world of the dead, at the mouth of the abyss in the outer south continent, Panjia stood in front of a palace, guarding the mouth of the abyss. Almost all of the Boulder clan's experts had made their move. Waves of demons attacked, and countless experts swarmed in. Rumble. Battles broke out everywhere. Pan led a group of brothers to attack the ambitious and ruthless evil demons. That's them. Everyone, the Lotus Goddess has ordered us to kill them, roared the West High Priest. Roar. Countless demons roared and charged forward. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the Boulder clan was drowned in the endless sea of demons. There were too many demons, so many that it was shocking. Although the Boulder clan was talented and had incomparably strong bodies, they couldn't compare to the demons in terms of numbers. This was an entire world of demons. The Boulder clan, on the other hand, only had one clan. One clan versus one world. In the blink of an eye, their successors were running out. For true Lord, roared Pan. For true Lord, roared almost everyone in the Boulder clan. Amidst the fierce battle, countless experts also stared at the mouth of the abyss. Now the entire outer south continent was shaken. Something big must have happened. Here, the Rock Tribe would rather die in battle than give up on the abyss. What was there at the abyss? Suddenly, an evil demon took advantage of the gap in the battle and shot towards the mouth of the abyss. Boom! Pangea's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared in front of him, smashing him into pieces with a palm strike. The plate armor was the final hurdle. Although that demon was dead, it piqued the interest of the other demons. More and more demons shot over. Boom! 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 Pangea flew above the mouth of the abyss. Anyone who approached it would die. The battle grew fiercer and fiercer, and the Boulder tribe's casualties grew greater and greater. Roar! Pan roared in grief and indignation. With the strength of the 16 heavenly layers, he was fighting 1 against 10, showing his ferocious and overbearing side. On the other side, the demons were shocked by the tenacity of the Boulder tribe. 16 heavens? Also, that group of 15-layered heaven. What was the origin of the Boulder tribe? Why had he never received such news before? The Rock tribe had suffered many casualties, but they were still able to defend against the enemy outside the mouth of the abyss. Kaboom! The ground of the outer south continent shook more and more violently. For a moment, it was as if the yin qi in the outer south continent had decreased by half. The battle lasted for 3 days, but there was still no result. The demons were ferocious, but the Boulder tribe's physical bodies were invincible. The Boulder tribe had suffered many casualties, but the Boulder sect elders at the mouth of the abyss had suffered few injuries. The demons had suffered even more casualties. After all, their physical bodies couldn't compare to the Boulder tribes. The more they fought, the more frustrated they became. This time, they'd mobilized a large number of strong cultivators from the great evil world. It had been 3 days, but there was still no result. Moreover, the ground was covered in corpses. If not for the limited number of Boulder tribe members, the great evil world's cultivators would have been defeated long ago. They can't be killed, a demon said with an ugly expression. Can't be killed? If both sides suffered, they would only exhaust themselves to death. Instantly, all the demon's expressions turned ugly. Suddenly, a lotus bloomed on the battlefield. As soon as the first lotus blossomed, an endless number of lotus flowers blotted out the sky and covered the earth. A vast aura spread across the battlefield. Countless demons rejoiced and immediately stopped fighting. Welcome, Lotus Goddess! All the demons were overjoyed. However, Pangaea and the others' expressions changed. The Boulder tribe's cultivators quickly retreated to the mouth of the abyss. At the center, a huge white lotus bloomed. A white-robed man appeared on the white lotus. He had a purple lotus on his head and a green lotus mark between his brows. Wherever he looked, an unstoppable force pressed down on the Boulder tribe. Other than Pangaea and Pan-E, the other Boulder tribe's cultivators couldn't raise their heads. Pangaea and Pan-Ye's 16 levels of heaven barely blocked the Lotus Goddess's gaze. Boom! The two braced themselves and stepped forward. They blocked the ferocious aura. Boulder tribe, the Lotus Goddess said softly. When the Lotus Goddess opened her mouth, the sky was filled with multicolored light. Her divine might was unparalleled. Countless demons stood behind her respectfully. She was the master of a realm, showing her dominance over the world. Lotus Goddess, the Boulder tribe has no enmity with your great evil world, but you keep coming to kill our people. What is the meaning of this? Pangaea said with difficulty. The ground was still shaking. The Lotus Goddess could feel that endless Inchi was gathering fiercely at the entrance of the abyss. The Lotus Goddess narrowed her eyes. The South Outer Continent is my territory. I can do whatever I want. As she spoke, billions of lotuses appeared out of nowhere. The lotuses spread toward the Boulder tribe, drowning them all in the blink of an eye. Bastard, this is my ancestral land. No one is allowed to be presumptuous. Break! Pangaea shouted. Boom! Countless lotuses exploded, but there were too many of them. They couldn't all explode. In the blink of an eye, countless lotuses entered the abyss as if they wanted to investigate. Oh no! Everyone attacked the Lotus Goddess. Pangaea's expression changed. At this moment, he couldn't care less about being weaker than the Lotus Goddess. He charged at the Lotus Goddess. Countless members of the Boulder tribe charged forward. Boom! Waves of power surged. The Lotus Goddess glared. Bang! Almost all the Boulder tribe's cultivators were sent flying. Puffed, puffed. Sounds of blood being spat out could be heard. Only Pangaea and Pan-E flew closer. However, they were trapped by the two lotuses in the blink of an eye. Roar! The Boulder tribe roared in grief. Everyone tried their best to stop the Lotus Goddess, but they couldn't stop her. More and more lotuses entered the abyss. True Lord, no! Countless Boulder tribe members cried out in grief. They were sad for their own uselessness. They were sad that the Lotus Goddess was about to wake up. They were helpless. However, the demons were overjoyed. Ha ha! Some of the demons even laughed cruelly. The Lotus Goddess stared at the abyss. Her lotuses entered the abyss. Suddenly, the Lotus Goddess's expression changed. An explosive roar came from the bottom of the abyss. How dare you! Bang! Endless spring water surged into the sky. All the lotuses that entered the abyss exploded. A loud roar came out, and an ear-piercing tremor spread throughout the world. The netherworld was filled with this roar. Many lotuses in the air exploded. The demons were the first to bear the brunt of this roar. Their innards were injured by this roar. Puffed. Many demons spat out mouthfuls of blood. The sound waves soared into the sky, and surging spatial ripples rushed into the 9 heavens. Above the starry sky, countless stars shook violently. The lotus goddess's expression darkened. She quickly stabilized the surroundings and protected the demons. Pan Jia and Pan Yi, who were trapped by the lotuses, could suddenly move. "True Lord?" Pan Yi exclaimed. "Welcome back, True Lord." Pan Jia was overjoyed. "Welcome back, True Lord." Almost all the Boulder Tribe members cheered wildly. In the world, a group of giants stared at the abyss. They saw a black wooden coffin slowly float out of the abyss, surrounded by yin qi. A soul-sucking aura rushed into the minds of countless experts, even from a distance. There were countless mysterious runes on the coffin. The lotus goddess's expression darkened because she felt a divine flame from the coffin. This divine flame seemed to penetrate the coffin and destroy the force field she created. Crack, 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 crack. Countless cracks appeared on the coffin. Golden light shone from the cracks. "Greetings, True Lord." Almost all the Boulder Tribe members knelt down. Even Pan Jia and Pan Yi, the two 16th Heaven cultivators, knelt down respectfully. Boom! The black wooden coffin suddenly exploded. The instant it did, endless golden light shot out in all directions. The world covered by the secluded spring was instantly filled with a sea of golden light. A powerful aura pressed down on the lotus goddess. Countless demons were pushed back by the surging impact. The lotus goddess's expression darkened. She didn't give in at all. The golden light slowly faded, revealing a man in a luxurious golden robe. The man's long golden hair was draped over his back. On his back, there was a pair of huge golden dragon bone wings, similar to Yin Chuan's dragon bone wings. However, this man's dragon bone wings were even more ferocious and huge. The man had two golden fangs in his mouth. His eyes were like two black holes that absorbed everything in the world. He wasn't handsome, but he was extremely fierce. He clenched his fist, and a fierce aura shot out of his eyes. A ferocious, murderous aura rushed towards the lotus goddess. Just like that day at Mount Zhong, the murderous aura condensed into thousands of warriors and charged towards the lotus goddess with sabers in their hands. Boom! Wherever the murderous aura passed, it was like a surging river. Countless demons were terrified. The lotus goddess's expression changed, and a powerful murderous aura surged out. Boom! The two powerful experts' murderous auras collided in the void, and the surrounding void was instantly shattered into pieces. The huge impact paused for a moment after the first strike. The golden-robed man suddenly roared towards the sky. Roar! The roar shook the sky, and it was incomparably majestic. The entire netherworld was filled with this huge roar. Hearing the roar, zombie Yin Chuan, who was far away in the great Qin city, suddenly changed his expression. This roar made his blood seem to be boiling. Suppress! Zombie Yin Chuan roared, and his blood calmed down. Although he suppressed it, the blood in his body was still boiling because of the roar, and Yin Chuan was immediately alerted. How could sound affect him from billions of miles away? Roar! 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 In an instant, almost every corner of the netherworld, including the 6 continents, echoed the roar. Zombies, countless zombies. Aside from a few who could suppress the boiling of their blood, most of the zombies had their blood boiling as they roared at the sky. At the same time, countless zombies suddenly bowed in the direction of the outer southern continent. Corpse ancestor, Great Emperor Jiangshun, Lotus God's expression darkened. With a single roar, he could command almost all the zombies in the world. When a general appears, 10,000 corpses pay homage. Chapter 1504. After the roar, Jiangshun felt refreshed. It was as if he'd announced to the world that the mighty, great Emperor Jiangshun had returned. In the great Qin city, zombie Yin Chuan's gaze was cold. From the roar, he understood how terrifying his future opponent would be. In the great benevolence realm, Grand Venerable Yu Tian's gaze was also cold, but a trace of anxiety flashed through his eyes. No one understood Jiangshun better than Grand Venerable Yu Tian. In the outer north continent, Ancestor Nether River narrowed his eyes as he stared at Great Emperor Jiangshun. Beside him, Ice Goddess asked curiously. Master, did that roar come from Great Emperor Jiangshun? That's right, Ancestor Nether River said in a low voice. How strong is Jiangshun? Ice Goddess asked curiously. Haven't you read some historical records? Don't you know Jiangshun? Ancestor Nether River said indifferently. I did. It was during the early part of the Second Epoch. Great Emperor Jiangshun once ruled the world, then faded into obscurity. Ice Goddess said curiously. Don't you know what ruled the world means? Ancestor Nether River said indifferently. Huh. Majestic heaven and earth, the Nether River Patriarch explained. It was during that time that Jiangshun became number one under heaven. Number one in the world? That's right, at least on the surface. However, after Jiangshun disappeared, Great Emperor Zhui and the others rose to prominence. Ancestor Nether River explained. Wasn't 1.5 supposed to be the number one in the Second Epoch? Ice Goddess asked, puzzled. 1.5. This person is extremely elusive. He appeared at the beginning of the Second Epoch and suppressed the world, then disappeared. After 1.5 disappeared, Jiangshun appeared and swept through the world. After Jiangshun disappeared, 1.5 reappeared at the end of the Second Epoch. 1.5 never interacted with Jiangshun, Ancestor Nether River said. So, other than the 1.5 whose strength is unknown, Great Emperor Jiangshun is the undisputed number one in the Second Epoch? Ice Goddess' expression changed. That's right. Ancestor Nether River nodded. Master, have you seen Jiangshun before? Ice Goddess asked curiously. First time, Ancestor Nether River didn't hide anything. From the looks of it, apart from Master, the Second Era is much stronger than the Third Era. In the past, the number one expert of the Third Era, Kong Huangtian, was only at the 15th heavenly layer. Apart from the Lord, each epoch is worse than the last. The Ice God frowned. No, Nether River Patriarch shook his head. The world is developing. Peerless experts are born in every epoch. I was born in the beginning of the Third Epoch. Later, I just hit myself. And Hongjun, as for the Fourth Epoch, don't underestimate it. The great Kiliakazam Domain Lord, Zhongshan, was born in the Fourth Epoch. Not long ago, Jinao and Yinchuan of the Great Perfection Epoch had yet to reach the end of their cultivation path. They still have a lot of room for improvement. No one knows the final outcome of the disputes in the world. Patriarch Nether River said solemnly. Yes. Do you know why Jiangshun, Kong Huangtian, Ziwei, and the others chose to hide from the world? Patriarch Nether River asked solemnly. Why? The showdown of an epoch is ultimately too small. Jiangshun went into hibernation so that his descendants could rise. If Jiangshun ruled the world alone, it would be difficult for his descendants to carve out a new world. Those with the heart of an expert don't hope to stand at the peak and look down on the world. It's lonely at the top. Those with the heart of an expert hope to have opponents. Patriarch Nether River said solemnly. Opponents? That's right. They hope to have opponents of the same level or even stronger. After all, glory, splendor, wealth, and rank are too easy for experts. They will eventually grow tired of enjoying it for 10,000 years. Experts need to be even stronger. Only then can they obtain great spiritual satisfaction. On the one hand, they want to welcome the bloodbath of fate. On the other hand, they want to continuously climb to the peak and compete with fate. Patriarch Nether River said solemnly. Compete with fate? As long as an expert has the heart of an expert, they don't fear fate or death. What they fear is that they have no opponents. So what if it's fate? In the future, they will defy the heavens and sever fate. Patriarch Nether River said solemnly. Boom! A bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly fell from the sky above. It headed straight for Patriarch Nether River. Patriarch Nether River looked up, his eyes widening. Boom! The bolt of heavenly lightning dissipated with a bang. Beside him, the Ice Goddess was flabbergasted. In the future, they will defy the heavens and sever fate? Was that heavenly lightning just now a reaction from fate? That's why I say that this is a great era. The four realms are united, and heroes of the four realms will rise. Some will fall, but others will rise. The great era has arrived, and the struggle for supremacy begins. Patriarch Nether River said solemnly. Yes, sir, Ice Goddess said excitedly. With that, Patriarch Nether River turned his gaze to the outer South Continent. In the outer South Continent, Great Emperor Jiangshun was born. Tens of thousands of zombies prostrated themselves before him. Countless experts of the Boulder clan knelt behind him. In front of Great Emperor Jiangshun was the Lotus Goddess. Behind her, a group of demons frowned. Jiangshun unfurled his enormous skeletal wings, seeming extremely comfortable. He gently turned his head. A transcender? Jiangshun stared at the Lotus Goddess. The Lotus Goddess looked at him coldly, not afraid at all. Jiangshun turned his head to the west and saw the virtuous world. Then he looked up at the sky. For realms, for realms. Fate severed the three corpses, and now they're coming back together? This really is a great era. Ha ha. Jiangshun laughed heartily. After laughing, he looked at the Lotus Goddess. Pan Zhao, what's going on? Jiangshun asked coolly. Reporting to the true lord, they're from the great evil world. The realm lord of great evil, the Lotus Goddess, wanted to invade the outer South Continent. My Boulder clan was stationed here, so a conflict arose. In the end, this... Oh? Is that so? In other words, the outer South Continent is my territory? Great Emperor Jiangshun asked coolly. Huh? Pan Zhao didn't dare say no. So the great evil world is invading my territory. Great Emperor Jiangshun asked in a low voice. The Lotus Goddess didn't say a word. She looked coldly at Jiangshun. Jiangshun looked up at the sky. The realm lord of great evil? That's for the best. The outer South Continent is my territory. Get out of my territory and what? Asked the Lotus Goddess, her eyes cold. If you want to take one of my continents, you'll have to be prepared to lose one. The outer South Continent of the great evil world will merge with this place, right? Even if you give up your territory as compensation, it's still my territory. Great Emperor Jiangshun said domineeringly. How dare you? One of the Lotus Goddess' eight-armed subordinates shouted angrily. Jiangshun had just been born, yet he wanted to reach out to the great evil world? Wasn't that a bit too arrogant? Jiangshun's eyes widened. Boom! The subordinate's 8 arms exploded. If the Lotus Goddess hadn't noticed, she would have sent out a lotus to wrap around him. Otherwise, he would have exploded on the spot. Impudent, Jiangshun said coldly. Then he looked at the Lotus Goddess again, as if he hadn't injured her subordinates at all. Lotus Goddess, did you hear what I said? He asked coldly. What if I don't want to? She asked coldly. You don't want to? No one can say no in front of me, said Jiangshun coldly. Boom! Jiangshun and the Lotus Goddess simultaneously released a powerful wave of intent. The two waves of intent collided, causing the void to shatter. The surrounding experts were sent flying by the ferocious might. Boom! As the two peerless experts battled, they shot into the sky. Their speed was shocking. In the blink of an eye, they shot into the starry sky. Then, without slowing down, they disappeared from everyone's sight. Only the subordinates of both sides remained. At the entrance to the Great Qin City, Great Emperor Jiangshun and the Lotus Goddess have disappeared. The factory guards are searching everywhere for news. Liu Gang immediately reported the news from the outer South Continent. Yin Chuan didn't need to report it all. Yin Chuan had seen everything clearly. There's no need to search. They've gone to the infinite. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. The surrounding officials' expressions suddenly changed. The battle in the 17th heaven was too intense. The two of them moved the battlefield to the infinite, said Yin Chuan. The infinite? Isn't there no living creatures in the infinite? They're just fighting. Yin Chuan shook his head. For a moment, the surrounding officials were shocked. Fighting in the infinite? They'd already left the four realms? They'd already left the world? Wasn't this too exaggerated? In the past, this was something they wouldn't even dare to think about. But now it was happening. The Lotus Goddess versus Jiangshun. In the Netherworld, the Lotus Goddess and Jiangshun were fighting. In the world of the living around the southeast continent. Boom! King Bingfeng immediately sent the Golden Emperor's subordinates flying. Ha ha ha, you won't block my path, King Bingfeng said confidently. Even though the Golden Emperor's subordinates had reached the 12th heaven after being deprived of their astral power, the world was changing too fast. The 12th heaven was no longer enough to face the world's top experts. King Bingfeng fought alone, soaring into the sky. Screech. Suddenly, a long screech sounded behind King Bingfeng. It was a huge black phoenix with 12 paths of reincarnation dancing behind it. At this moment, it stared at King Bingfeng arrogantly. Dark Phoenix? King Bingfeng's expression changed. Suddenly, King Bingfeng seemed to have sensed something and turned his head. Half of the sky was already covered by emerald green peacock feathers. A huge green peacock phantom was staring at King Bingfeng. In front of the peacock phantom stood a man. It was the green-haired Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan only stepped on a great emperor's altar and stared at King Bingfeng with his peacock ability. A wave of fighting intent rushed straight to King Bingfeng. It's you, Yin Chuan? King Bingfeng suddenly glared. King Bingfeng, the late 15th heaven? I allow you to fight. Yin Chuan shouted. Screech. Not far away, Yushi let out a long screech. Yushi, block the surrounding thieves. I need to fight King Bingfeng alone. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with seriousness. Peacock fighting intent, climbing the peak in battle. Yin Chuan inherited Kong Huangtian's will and naturally had his own understanding of how to break through. Yin Chuan needed an opponent, a strong opponent. Just you. King Bingfeng showed a trace of disdain. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and took out the Jade Emperor Sword. With a swing of his sword, a black beam of light charged towards King Bingfeng. Chapter 1505. Yin Chuan's green hair fluttered in the wind. He waved the Jade Emperor Sword in his hand, and a sword light shot toward King Bingfeng. He didn't use the Blood Sea, the universe in the palm, or the hand of Tao. He only used the Jade Emperor Sword and the Peacock Plume. Under the effect of the Great Emperor Karma rank, Yin Chuan's strength reached the 15th firmament. It was extremely ferocious. King Bingfeng was at the peak of the 15th firmament. At King Bingfeng's level, there was naturally no mediocre person. A transparent sword slashed toward the Jade Emperor Sword. On one side, the Peacock Plume filled the void, while on the other side, snow filled the sky. Boom! The two swords collided. Under the tremendous force, Yin Chuan's body was pushed back slightly. After all, the 15th firmament pushed by the Great Emperor altar naturally couldn't compare to King Bingfeng in terms of strength. However, Yin Chuan was getting stronger and stronger. Boom! 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 The two powerhouses clashed quickly in the southeast continent. Fight, fight, fight! Kong Huangtian's will sharpen himself in battle and climb to the peak in battle. Every obstacle was a stepping stone to progress. The stronger the enemy, the stronger he was. Boom! Relying on Kong Huangtian's will, Yin Chuan attacked with all his strength. Boom! The world around the southeast continent rumbled. The huge sound alarmed countless powerhouses in the world, especially in the southeast continent. The Eastern High Priest and Tiangang looked from afar. King Bingfeng, Yin Chuan. Tiangang's eyes narrowed. Tiangang was silent for a moment and flew toward Yin Chuan. The Eastern High Priest looked into the distance, and his face sank. Although it seemed that King Bingfeng still had the upper hand, the Eastern High Priest didn't hesitate to fly over. Because everyone had seen Yin Chuan's information, they knew that Yin Chuan wasn't in his strongest state at this moment. He still had the Blood Sea and the universe in the palm. Yin Chuan didn't plan to use these two cultivation techniques this time, because Yin Chuan needed more than just victory. Yin Chuan, are you courting death? Leave Xianyang, and this will be your burial ground. King Bingfeng said confidently. Yin Chuan ignored him. His eyes glowed green. The battle intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. The Jade Emperor Sword quickly danced in the sky, triggering the endless green light of heaven and earth. In the beginning, Yin Chuan was at a slight disadvantage in the battle with King Bingfeng. Gradually, this disadvantage disappeared. Yin Chuan was already able to fight evenly with King Bingfeng. What? King Bingfeng's face sank? At this moment, Tian Gang and the Easter High Priest suddenly. Tian Gang's Tian Boom. Two's Chuan Tian's two peoples Chuan's Chuan two. S of Chuan Tian's Tian's Tian. Chuan Tian Tian. S Tian 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 Tian. There Tian Tian Tian's is Tian Heaven Emperor Tian. Tian of. High up in the sky, Yin Chuan and King Bingfeng's battle became more and more skillful. Even King Bingfeng revealed a trace of worry. Ah, Yin Chuan, you're actually not a coward anymore. You actually left Xianying. In that case, don't blame me. I'll make you pay the price for the humiliation of the past. Tian Gang laughed loudly. With a flash, Tian Gang was about to rush into the battlefield. Ming, Mo Yushi's figure flashed and blocked in front of Tian Gang. 12 paths of reincarnation suddenly revolved around Mo Yushi, wanting to block Tian Gang. With just you, Tian Gang sneered. In the distance, Yin Chuan suddenly said, Yushi, let him come over. Huh? Tian Gang was slightly stunned. Even King Bingfeng and the Easter High Priest were slightly stunned. Although Tian Gang was only 14th heavenly layer, he had the same special characteristic as Yin Chuan. Tian Gang was a transcendent. The strength he displayed was a genuine peak 15th heavenly layer. Be careful. Mo Yushi nodded and let Tian Gang go over. Tian Gang looked at Mo Yushi strangely. What was she doing? However, although he was puzzled, Tian Gang still did not pester Mo Yushi and rushed straight to Yin Chuan's battlefield. Boom! Tian Gang attacked. Two peak 15th heavenly layer experts attacked. In an instant, a heavy blow sent Yin Chuan flying 10 miles away. Yin Chuan fell into a disadvantage again in an instant. However, Yin Chuan seemed to be tireless. The more he fought, the braver he became. The more he lost, the more he fought. Boom! A huge tear appeared on Yin Chuan's robe, but Yin Chuan did not care. As his black hair swung fiercely, his eyes were suffused with a demonic light, and his long sword slashed out quickly. Boom! 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 Yin Chuan's face was ferocious. Even though he was heavily injured again and again, he still did not feel tired. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. Yin Chuan, is he crazy? Tian Gang exclaimed. Yin Chuan went up against the water again and again at an extremely ferocious speed. He waved his sword fiercely, and the sky was full of Yin Chuan's sword light. However, King Bingfeng and Tian Gang's strength were not weaker than Yin Chuan, and it was immediately one-sided. Roar! Yin Chuan waved his sword with a trace of anger. Humph! Want to use King Bingfeng and Tian Gang to sharpen your sword? What wishful thinking! Easter High Priest sneered. While speaking, Easter High Priest stepped towards the battlefield. Ming! Mo Yushi quickly blocked him. Yin Chuan was already retreating in defeat. If Eastern High Priest intervened, wouldn't Yin Chuan be in danger? Yushi, don't stop. Yin Chuan's voice came again. Mo Yushi felt a strong sense of worry. In the end, she nodded and opened a path for him. Eastern High Priest looked at Mo Yushi in surprise and said with a trace of sneer, If so, then don't blame us. Boom! Holding the scepter, Eastern High Priest rushed in. Yin Chuan, who was originally in danger, was immediately suppressed by 3 peerless powerhouses. Peacock Sword Art, Indomitable Will. Yin Chuan shouted ferociously. In a sorry state, Yin Chuan's long hair was scattered, but Yin Chuan did not mind being in a sorry state. His eyes became more and more fierce, and his eyes became more and more unyielding. An expression that broke through heaven and earth went straight for the 3 people. For a moment, Yin Chuan was injured all over. Tian Gang, King Bingfeng, and Easter High Priest were exceptionally happy. After all, not long ago, he had lost face in Xianying. Now, he could suppress Yin Chuan with all his strength. What could be better than this? Although they suppressed Yin Chuan, the 3 of them failed to notice that Yin Chuan's way of the sword was rising at an extremely terrifying speed. Boom! Boom, boom. The eastern and southern continents shook the heavens, and the entire world was filled with the sounds of battle. In the outer east continent, Dongfang Jingyi was worried. This, Yin Chuan is fighting. Why didn't you inform me? Dongfang Zhengpai frowned. Gui Guzi, who was standing at the side, shook his head gently and said, "The great emperor doesn't want anyone to interfere this time. But that's the strength of 3 peak 15th heavenly layers." Dongfang Zhengpai said worriedly. "The great emperor knows. Director of Foreign Affairs, you should just wait and see." Gui Guzi smiled. Outer North Continent, Great Thousand Realms. Zhongshan stood in front of the Undying Palace, watching Yin Chuan's battle. Jian Ao stood at the side. "Zhongshan, is that Yin Chuan? It seems like he hasn't changed much over the years," Jian Ao said. "Indeed, he hasn't changed much. He just woke up not long ago." Zhongshan nodded. "However, his way of the sword is rising rapidly, becoming stronger and stronger. What a strong comprehension ability," Jian Ao said in shock. "It should be a gift from Kong Huangtian," Zhongshan said. "Kong Huangtian?" Jian Ao frowned slightly. "However, this won't be a gift soon. Once he absorbs this strong will, it will become Yin Chuan's." Jian Ao, "Didn't you want to challenge Yin Chuan?" Zhongshan asked. "It's not time yet. I need to become stronger." Yin Chuan also needs to become stronger. Jian Ao shook his head. "Yes." Yin Chuan nodded. In the outer west continent, Tong Tian stared at the battlefield, watching Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan was suppressed. At first, he could only defend passively. Now, he could counterattack. Yin Chuan's counterattacks increased. Even Tian Gang, King Bing Feng, and the Eastern High Priest found themselves in danger. "It's still not enough. Hurry!" Yin Chuan shouted. The sword in Yin Chuan's hand moved faster and faster. Yin Chuan's counterattacks increased as well. Gradually, the 3 realized that something was wrong. Something's not right. Yin Chuan is getting stronger. He's getting stronger. The Eastern High Priest's face sank. At this moment, a green light enveloped Yin Chuan. Countless peacock feathers surrounded Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan seemed to have entered a selfless state. A sword in the hand and a sword in the heart. Boom! With the guidance of Kong Huangtian's will, Yin Chuan's improvement was much faster than others. This wasn't just a memory. It was a kind of will. It was the feeling of improvement every time. Others improved their cultivation by exploring the feeling. However, Yin Chuan was familiar with this feeling. With green light in his eyes, Yin Chuan only had 3 opponents in his eyes. Even though he was injured, Yin Chuan didn't care. "Break, break, break. Slash, slash, slash." Yin Chuan shouted unconsciously. Boom! Behind Yin Chuan, the peacock's shadow condensed again. Waves of peacock feathers shot out explosively. In an instant, the aura of the 3 opponents was suppressed. Buzz! Yin Chuan waved his sword, and 3 huge energy swords rushed towards the 3 experts. Boom! 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 Under the huge collision, the 3 of them stopped. For the first time, Yin Chuan was on par with the 3 of them. 1 against 3, on par? Moreover, Yin Chuan had only used the Great Emperor's altar. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that within the countless peacock feathers, Yin Chuan's cultivation increased tremendously. Following that, Yin Chuan's body let out a loud sound. Boom! Yin Chuan's aura had undergone an earth-shaking change. He broke through. The Eastern High Priest's face changed. He broke through. His cultivation level is at the 15th level, Tian Gang exclaimed. Isn't this breakthrough a little too sudden? So fast. Phew! Not far away. Imoyushi was overjoyed. In the outer North Continent, Zhongshan and Jian Ao narrowed their eyes. The 15th level? Yin Chuan, in his human form, had finally reached the 15th level. A sword from the west. All the peacocks under the heavens. Yin Chuan shouted and slashed out with the sword in his hand. Boom! Under the great force, the situation was reversed. The 3 experts were instantly suppressed. No, how could this be? The 3 of them exclaimed. Screech! King Bing Feng let out a long cry. and his figure suddenly turned into a huge white phoenix. Boom! The white phoenix swung its tail, and the 12 paths of reincarnation suddenly flashed out. Previously, he wanted to hold back, but now if he held back, it would be his death. Tian Gang and the Easter High Priest also quickly used their unique skills. Divine ability, deprive. Yin Chuan suddenly shouted, and the peacock phantom behind him seemed to throw out a ray of colorful light, instantly enveloping King Bing Feng. Boom! The 12 paths of reincarnation collapsed instantly. What? My supreme ice phoenix! King Bing Feng screamed in horror. 12 paths of reincarnation suddenly appeared around Yin Chuan. The supreme ice phoenix, who controlled the 12 paths of reincarnation, was deprived by Yin Chuan. Chapter 1506. In the air, 12 reincarnations revolved around Yin Chuan. His aura surged, and divine flames soared into the sky. King Bing Feng's expression changed drastically. Deprive? The fifth most powerful ability in the world? King Bing Feng exclaimed. King Bing Feng exclaimed. Tian Gang and the Easter High Priest were also shocked and became cautious. Give me back my Ice Phoenix Supreme! King Bing Feng roared. Boom! King Bing Feng swung his tail, and a sky full of ice and snow rushed towards Yin Chuan. Previously, Yin Chuan only used the Great Emperor Altar to fight against 3 people. But now, Yin Chuan's cultivation was at the 15th heavenly layer. With the Great Emperor Altar, his strength could reach the 16th heavenly layer. How could Yin Chuan be afraid of them? If you want it, then come and get it. Yin Chuan laughed. As he spoke, the Great Emperor Altar under his feet suddenly retracted. Yin Chuan didn't plan to use the Great Emperor Altar anymore. He just broke through to fight against 3 people. Yin Chuan didn't just want to win. More importantly, he wanted to break through. Putting aside all the convenience, Yin Chuan only used the Jade Emperor Sword to fight against 3 people. Yin Chuan didn't want to waste the will left behind by Kong Huang Tian. Fight! The will to fight. This was what Yin Chuan wanted the most. Moreover, only by fighting continuously could he comprehend more and become stronger. The Jade Emperor's sword collided with King Bing Feng's path of ice and snow. Boom! The void exploded, and a loud sound shook the heavens. In the outer east continent, Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes widened. Isn't this too fast? His cultivation rose after just one fight? This comprehension. 7 kills, said in disbelief. Kong Huangtian's will. Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes lit up. Of course, he was more excited. At least the person who kept getting stronger was his good friend. On the other side, she was watching the battle from a distance. But after seeing Yin Chuan remove the Great Emperor Altar, she was no longer worried and retreated far away. Transcending the Golden Dragon, number 19. Tian Gang suddenly shouted. Boom! Tian Gang transformed into a 19-clawed golden dragon and swung his tail towards Yin Chuan. The Easter High Priest sprinkled white light all over the sky, washing away Yin Chuan. Heaven-breaking sword. Yin Chuan swung the Jade Emperor's sword. Boom! The 3 experts retreated with a loud bang. Yin Chuan's expression was ferocious. It had been a long time since he had fought to his heart's content. He spun the Jade Emperor's sword in his hand and charged forward again. Boom! Boom! Again and again, Yin Chuan knocked back the 3 experts. Divine flames dyed the sky blue. Yin Chuan was like a god of war. Wherever his long sword pointed, he was unrivaled. Yin Chuan was invincible even though they both had the strength of the 15th layer of heaven. Yin Chuan once again entered that unconscious state. The will left behind by Kong Huang Tian was being crazily absorbed by Yin Chuan. Fight, fight, fight! Yin Chuan still needed stronger opponents. 3 people at the 15th layer of heaven were no longer enough for Yin Chuan. Boom! Once again, the 3 of them were sent flying. For a moment, the 3 of them had ugly expressions. How could this be? Yin Chuan is getting stronger and stronger. As long as he fights, he's getting stronger all the time? The Easter High Priest said with an ugly expression, If my sword of force was still here, Yin Chuan wouldn't be able to be so rampant. Tiangang was unwilling to accept this. The one who was the most unwilling was King Bingfeng. 12 Paths of Reincarnation, Supreme Ice Phoenix. It was actually snatched away by Yin Chuan. Although they were both suppressed, Tiangang and the Eastern High Priest didn't suffer any great losses. On the other hand, she lost her strongest treasure, Supreme Ice Phoenix. The more she thought about it, the more unwilling King Bingfeng was. Because according to the current situation, it was impossible to take back the Supreme Ice Phoenix. What to do? What to do? Admit defeat? No, the Supreme Ice Phoenix was hers, and it could only be hers. Suddenly, King Bingfeng saw Mo Yushi, who had already transformed into a human form not far away. Seeing Mo Yushi, King Bingfeng's eyes lit up. If she captured Mo Yushi, wouldn't she be able to force Yin Chuan to hand over the Supreme Ice Phoenix? Moreover, it seemed that Mo Yushi still had the Supreme Dark Phoenix. Thinking of this, the previously depressed King Bingfeng suddenly became excited. She, Tiangang, and the Eastern High Priest once again attacked Yin Chuan. Kill! The three of them attacked at the same time. The stronger the three of them were, the more Yin Chuan liked it. The sharpening of sword Dao required the strong to be the rough stone. Boom! Once again, a sword knocked the three of them back. Tiangang roared unwillingly. The Eastern High Priest's face was also extremely ugly. Only King Bingfeng, with his huge force, suddenly shot towards Mo Yushi. What? In the distance, Mo Yushi's expression changed. King Bingfeng had already arrived in front of her. Yin Chuan stole my Supreme Ice Phoenix. Mo Yushi, give me your Supreme Dark Phoenix. Bingfeng let out a long cry. The ice and snow great Dao suddenly rushed and immediately knocked Mo Yushi over. Reincarnation. Mo Yushi's expression changed, and the 12 paths of reincarnation immediately rushed out. But slightly hasty, King Bingfeng's heavy blow had already arrived in front of her. The ice and snow great Dao collided with the 12 paths of reincarnation. Boom! Mo Yushi immediately flew out, her blood and chi surging. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. In the blink of an eye, King Bingfeng thought that he had defeated Mo Yushi and was about to step forward. Reckless. Suddenly, Yin Chuan's angry rebuke came from behind. Boom! A black sword light rushed straight towards King Bingfeng. Ming! Mo Yushi also suddenly shouted, turning into 24 paths of reincarnation. 12 of them wrapped around her, and 12 of them rushed towards King Bingfeng. What? 24 paths? King Bingfeng's expression changed. Behind him, Yin Chuan's sword shot over, and it was an angry attack, abnormally fierce. Attacked from the front and back, King Bingfeng suddenly had goosebumps all over his body. Seeing that King Bingfeng was about to be beheaded by Yin Chuan, Tiangang and Eastern High Priest's expressions changed, and they quickly rushed towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan did not make a move. He suddenly turned his head, and in his eyes, a fierce, murderous intent burst out. Boom! The murderous intent burst out, as if forming a sword river, piercing straight into the depths of the two powerhouses' hearts. It was different from the previous fighting intent. Now, it was killing intent, the purest killing intent. Yin Chuan had already made up his mind to kill. Tiangang and Eastern High Priest suddenly quivered. In an instant, they understood the meaning of Yin Chuan's eyes. This was a warning to the two of them. Suddenly, the two of them realized how stupid they were before. Yin Chuan didn't want to fight to the death at all, but let them accompany him to practice the sword. Now that King Bingfeng attacked Mo Yushi, touching Yin Chuan's bottom line, Yin Chuan was no longer satisfied with practicing the sword. Whoever dares to come forward, kill. Yes, the meaning of this gaze was whoever dares to come forward, kill. Eastern High Priest quivered and his hand suddenly slowed down, as if frightened by Yin Chuan's gaze. Tiangang's face also stiffened, and his figure paused slightly. Boom! Yin Xuan's sword instantly pierced through King Bing Feng's body. Ming! King Bing Feng let out a long cry of pain. Boom! The long sword swept past, and King Bing Feng's body suddenly split into two halves, and his internal organs burst out in midair. Help me break through. I didn't want to kill you, but you asked for it, Yin Xuan said coldly. On the other side, Tian Gang and Easter High Priest's faces stiffened. Boom! Without hesitation, the two of them turned around and shot toward the southern continent. Yin Xuan's breakthrough had already explained everything. If they continued to fight, they would only be asking for humiliation. Rumble! The shattered void was slowly recovering. Only King Bing Feng's corpse was left in midair, slowly falling. The Jade Emperor Sword's performance was not only to kill, but also to devour blood essence, and even the soul. Being killed by the Jade Emperor Sword, there was no chance of survival. The Jade Emperor Sword trembled slightly, as if it was excited about devouring a 15th level powerhouse. Boom! The corpse fell to the ground and immediately froze the land for thousands of miles. King Bing Feng was dead. Yin Xuan put away the Jade Emperor Sword and flew to Mo Yushi's side. How is it? Yin Xuan asked worriedly. I'm fine, it was just an accident, Mo Yushi said softly. That's good. Yin Xuan nodded. Reaching out, Yin Xuan took out a white crystal. King Bing Feng. Mo Yushi's eyes lit up. Refine it well, Yin Xuan said with a smile. And Mo Yushi said happily. On the other side, a large number of Golden Great Emperor's subordinates flew over quickly. Thank you for your help, Yin Emperor. The Golden Great Emperor's subordinates were overjoyed. King Bing Feng was killed, and Tian Gang and Eastern High Priest were scared out of their wits, right? The Southeast continent was safe. Don't be happy too early. The great evil world has a strong foundation. King Bing Feng died, and a large number of powerhouses are about to come, even Lotus God. Yin Xuan said in a deep voice. What should we do? Indeed, please help me. Everyone was anxious. Let's go to the Golden Palace and wait for Golden Great Emperor to come out of seclusion, Yin Xuan said. Okay. Everyone immediately shouted. Outside the South Continent, most of the powerhouses had rushed into the underworld. Lotus God was fighting Jiangchen. King Bing Feng's death couldn't attract a large number of powerhouses. Everyone was waiting for the result. Tian Gang and Eastern High Priest no longer attacked the Southeast Continent because Yin Xuan's intervention meant that they couldn't move forward. They could only wait for Lotus God to return. Tian Gang and Eastern High Priest hurriedly rushed back to Lotus God's 10,000 Lotus Sea. At the 10,000 Lotus Sea, a man in white was waiting anxiously. King Bing Feng, aren't you dead? Tian Gang exclaimed. That's right. The man at the 10,000 Lotus Sea looked like King Bing Feng. The man in white said bitterly, I'm a life usurper derivative. My main body has been killed by Yin Xuan. So hateful, so hateful. My divine soul, blood essence, and soul essence are all destroyed. A life usurper derivative? Tian Gang and Eastern High Priest exclaimed. This life usurper derivative is far inferior to my main body. It's only at the 7th level of the ancestral immortal realm. Sigh, King Bing Feng said bitterly. On the other side, under a huge lotus platform, stood a black-robed man. It was the Nether King. The Nether King saw King Bing Feng, Tian Gang, and Eastern High Priest from afar. He stared at King Bing Feng, killing intent bursting out of his eyes. Regaining his composure, the Nether King walked forward with a regretful expression. King Bing Feng, I saw the battle of the Southeast Continent. You almost succeeded. What a pity. The Nether King said regretfully. King Bing Feng looked at the Nether King and didn't say anything. The most important thing now was to wait for Lotus God to return. Suddenly, Lotus God's voice resounded in the great evil world. The power of a world is for me to use. Absorb. Lotus God's loud voice rang out. Boom! Countless providence, merit, luck, and fortune suddenly evaporated in the great evil world and then disappeared. Clearly, Lotus God's battle had reached its peak, and she was mobilizing the power of a world. Chapter 1507, Netherworld, Outer South Continent. The Boulder Race and the great evil world's demons stood on opposite sides. At this moment, no one made a move. They were all waiting for the result of the battle between Jiangxun and the Lotus God. When the Lotus God mobilized the power of the great evil world, all the demons frowned. This was the first time the Lotus God had mobilized so much power. However, no one knew how the battle would go, so they could only wait patiently. Another day passed. Rumble. In the distant starry sky, a large number of stars were blown away by a huge impact. Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan's eyes focused. They're back. Beside him, Desolation Hua said in a low voice. Chu Jianghal. Ancestor Nether River's eyes focused slightly. In the great benevolence world, Grand Venerable Yu Tian narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, among the rippling stars, two figures of light rushed straight down. They were so fast that they reached the ground in the blink of an eye. Boom! Jiangxun and the Lotus God returned, and a huge impact swept out in all directions with them as the center. Whoosh! Violent gales blew the entire territory into disarray. The demons and the Boulder Race steadied themselves and looked over. True Master? Master? The two subordinates were about to greet him respectfully, but they were instantly suppressed by the atmosphere in front of them. Just like before, Jiangxun and the Lotus God faced each other. Their bodies were restored to their previous state without a trace of injury. Their clothes were also neat and tidy. The two looked at each other coldly. After a moment of silence, the Lotus God took a deep breath. Everyone in the great evil world, leave the netherworld. What? The demons immediately cried out in surprise. Leave? What was going on? Why did they have to leave? Let's go. The Lotus God turned and left with a few strong practitioners. The demons suddenly trembled and looked at Jiangxun, who was not far away, in fear. They turned and left with the Lotus God. Jiangxun watched the Lotus God and said again, Lotus God, the great evil world's outer south continent is mine. If you have any subordinates, move them all away within half a month. The great evil world's outer south continent? After the battle, the Lotus God not only gave up the outer south continent of the first world, but also a continent of the great evil world. The result was self-evident. True Lord is invincible, Pan Jia shouted excitedly. Almighty True Lord. The Boulder tribe cried out in excitement. But Jiangxun didn't say anything. He twisted his body, and the enormous golden wings on his back slowly retracted. He returned to his normal human form. His long golden hair gave off a domineering aura. Jiangxun didn't respond. Instead, he looked up at the sky. Rumble. The entire starry sky was shaking rapidly. This is... Countless experts in the surroundings revealed looks of astonishment. Within the great Qin City, Zombie Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. This is the great evil world? At the entrance of Chujiang Hall, the Nether River Patriarch narrowed his eyes as well. Master, why are the heavens and earth rumbling? The Ice God asked curiously. The outer south continent of the underworld of the great evil world is about to overlap with the outer south continent of the first world. The Nether River Patriarch's expression darkened. Boom! Sure enough, the underworld's outer south continent suddenly shook, and a huge suction force sucked the countless dead spirits into the sky. The sky was filled with chaos, and it was like the scene when the three worlds collided with the first world. In an instant, the cultivators outside could no longer see anything in the outer south continent with their naked eyes. At that moment, if one was in Wuji, one would realize that there was a tremor at the border between the great evil world and the first world. Another continent from the great evil world slowly merged into the first world. The two realms of the underworld continued to fuse together. Boom, boom, boom. The world changed, and the world was shocked. However, everything seemed to be just the beginning. Meanwhile, the starry sky in the mortal realm also began to tremble. Almost at the exact same time, the earth around the northwestern continent in the mortal realm suddenly began to tremor violently. In an instant, countless powerhouses in the mortal realm turned their heads to look. At the entrance of the Golden Palace, Yin Chuan in human form also suddenly felt the changes in the world. He quickly flew to the peak of a mountain and looked towards the northwest continent. The northwest continent is in chaos. What's going on? She asked in surprise. The greater thousand worlds, Zhongshan, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. In such a short time, the Lotus God's army attacked the three lands, but Zhongshan took down the northwest continent with lightning speed? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. How is that possible? The factory guards send news back to Xianying every day. Why didn't we receive any news? She said in surprise. Zhongshan is as immovable as a mountain, but once he moves, he will be as fast as lightning. Maybe it will only take a day to take down the northwest continent. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. A day? How is that possible? She exclaimed. One had to know that was a continent, that was 36 territories, and he could take it all in a day? Was this a joke? Didn't you see that the Lotus God took a lot of time to open up new territories? A day? No, it's possible because Zhongshan knows more about war than the Lotus God. The Lotus God scattered his forces, while Zhongshan concentrated his forces to take down a continent. Obviously, Zhongshan did a thorough investigation of the northwest continent some time ago, and there are no powerful people in the northwest continent. Zhongshan mobilized the forces of the greater thousand worlds, and after arranging his troops, he swallowed the northwest continent in one fell swoop at the fastest speed. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. She frowned. Even now, she could not accept the speed of the greater thousand worlds. A day, just a day? Don't worry too much. Zhongshan's battle is very different from the Lotus God's. The Lotus God thinks that he is the only one in the world, so he is steadily expanding his territory. Zhongshan, on the other hand, is different. Zhongshan is winning by surprise. This move can only be used once. The Lotus God only used a portion of his experts to conquer the world. Zhongshan, on the other hand, used the experts of the entire greater thousand world to conquer the northwest continent. Although he only took action for a day, he definitely planned for more than a day. Yin Chuan said, but in the end, it's still too fast. She sighed. As she sighed, the northwest continent of the Yang realm was still rapidly merging with the greater thousand worlds. Boom! The Great Vile World and the Greater Thousand Worlds were rapidly merging with the First World. The Lotus God returned to the 10,000 Lotuses Sea. Although the Lotus God's robes hadn't been damaged in the battle with Jiangshun, the result of giving up the Great Vile World was self-evident. As for Jiangshun and the Lotus God's injuries, no one knew. After returning to the 10,000 Lotuses Sea, the demon's expressions were unsightly. The Lotus God's mood was naturally even worse. But at that moment, someone else came to make things difficult for the Lotus God. It was Tiangang, the High Priest of the East, and King Bingfeng's spawn. The three of them reprimanded Yin Chuan in front of the Lotus God. What? You lost the southeast continent? The Lotus God said in a low voice. Master, please make a decision. It's all Yin Chuan's fault. Yin Chuan took advantage of your absence to ambush me and kill my true body, King Bingfeng's derivative said bitterly. The Lotus God's expression darkened. Obviously, King Bingfeng's derivative wasn't telling the truth. Tiangang didn't dare hide anything. He immediately recounted everything in detail. Bastard, the Lotus God scolded. The three of them immediately looked ashamed. But the Lotus God didn't scold them again. After all, she just lost a continent. Her mistake was even worse than King Bingfeng's. After all, Jiangxin had obtained a continent in the Great Vile World. Correspondingly, he could roam the Great Vile World unhindered. The Lotus God was in a very bad mood. He looked up and saw that one of the continents in the Great Thousand World was merging with the Northwest continent. She'd lost, but the Greater Thousand Realm Lord, Zhongshan, had won. Master, Yin Chuan is still in the Southeast continent. He's at the entrance of the Golden Palace. King Bingfeng's derivative said again. The lotus god turned her gaze to the entrance of the golden palace. "My lord, please avenge me, my lord," King Bing Feng's derivative said again. "The golden palace?" The lotus god's expression darkened. At this moment, Yin Chuan was alone outside. "Master, if you take down Yin Chuan, you can obtain a continent. If you kill the golden emperor, you can also obtain a continent." "Master," King Bing Feng's derivative said bewitchingly. The lotus god, who was in a bad mood, looked at Yin Chuan in the distance. Her expression changed slightly. She was about to get up, but just as she took a step, she sat down again. In her sleeve, the lotus god's right hand, which no one could see, trembled slightly. There were a lot of claw marks on it. It was obviously injured by Jiangqin. However, the lotus god naturally didn't want to give up the opportunity now. Buzz! The green lotus seal between her eyebrows suddenly flew out. The lotus god's consciousness attached. Boom! The lotus god's projection went out again. At a speed invisible to the naked eye, it instantly appeared in the southeast continent. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the entrance of the golden palace. Boom! Billowing storms and huge waves crashed. Countless experts at the entrance of the golden palace were immediately knocked down. The lotus god's projection looked down coldly at the countless experts below. Under the suppression of a huge aura, countless cultivators couldn't even raise their heads. Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi arrived at the entrance of the golden palace. At this moment, the golden palace was covered in a golden shield. Obviously, this was a barrier set up by the golden emperor. Yin Chuan stood in front of the barrier and looked coldly at the lotus god in the sky. The lotus god descended with divine might. In the blink of an eye, countless lotus flowers covered the golden territory. Lotus god, the expressions of the golden emperor's subordinates changed drastically. The lotus god was the realm lord of the great evil world. What should they do? Yin Chuan's gaze was cold. He took a step forward and a great emperor altar suddenly appeared. Standing on the altar, Yin Chuan looked coldly at the sky. However, the lotus god's aura was too strong. Even with a great emperor altar, the lotus god suppressed the surrounding void until it trembled. Boom! Another great emperor altar suddenly appeared under Yin Chuan's feet. Two great emperor altars. The lotus god's projections face darkened. "Lotus god, we meet again," Yin Chuan said coldly. Yin Chuan held the great heavenly seal in his hand. Although his tone was casual, he was still extremely careful. "Yin Chuan, I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but you kept making things difficult for me. You're courting death. Don't blame me," the lotus god said coldly. Chapter 1508. Yin Chuan, I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but you kept making things difficult for me. You're courting death, so don't blame me for it. Lotus deity said coldly. As soon as Lotus deity finished speaking, her terrifying aura intensified. Under the immense pressure, layers of giant waves appeared in the surrounding void. Many of Golden Thearka's subordinates were knocked down by the impact. The impact of the aura pressured the shield outside the Golden Palace, causing ripples to appear on the shield. Of course, the one bearing the brunt of the aura was Yin Chuan, who was standing on the two great emperor altars. Boom! Yin Chuan's long hair suddenly turned blood red. When he used the Blood Sea superpower, the surroundings turned into a vast ocean. He stood on the Blood Sea with a towering cypress tree behind him. Connected to the stars in the sky, rolling power surged toward Yin Chuan. Facing Lotus deity, even if it was just a projection, Yin Chuan no longer underestimated her. Her power climbed to the highest level. Behind him, Imoyushi looked nervous, but Yin Chuan looked proud. Make things difficult? Today, I'll make things difficult for you. What are you going to do about it? Yin Chuan said coldly. I don't care how great your karma is. You're courting death by blocking my path. Lotus deity shouted coldly. As she spoke, Lotus deity's projection struck toward Yin Chuan with a palm strike. With a strike of her palm, a giant lotus seal came down from above and pressed toward Yin Chuan. Under the immense force, it tore the void apart with an unstoppable force. The power of great Emperor Ziwei? Huh, you're just a projection after all. Yin Chuan smiled coldly. He stretched out his right hand, and in his palm was the great Emperor Heavenly Seal. Ordained by the heavens, I shall live forever. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! 3 giant heavenly meridians suddenly appeared around Yin Chuan. The forward heavenly meridian, Xing heavenly meridian, and fighting heavenly meridian each led hundreds of heavenly laws. Boom! Several hundred strands of heavenly Tao power surged toward Yin Chuan's grand heavenly seal. The power of the heavenly Tao, the power of the blood sea, the power of the stars, and the power of the great emperor's altar poured in. The great heavenly seal instantly swelled to over 10,000 times its original size, and a golden aura surged around it like a thick fog. With an unstoppable force, it collided with the Lotus God's giant lotus seal. Lotus Goddess was slightly taken aback. Boom! The great stabilizing heavenly seal and the giant lotus seal collided. Strong winds swept out in all directions from the point of collision. Even though the void had been shattered, there was still a violent storm that tore through all directions. Boom! His robes violently fluttered. Yin Chuan's face was ferocious. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and the veins on his face bulged. Yin Chuan used all of his strength to bombard the giant seal. The surrounding subordinates of the Golden Great Emperor were blown away in all directions by the storm. Rumble! A loud sound rushed into the 9 heavens. The sea of blood surged, and the starry sky flickered. The lotus deity's face darkened. Yin Chuan's face was ferocious. A ferocious aura rushed out. Roar! Yin Chuan roared. The sea of blood exploded, and the starry sky flickered. Boom! Under the tremendous force, the great heavenly seal suddenly exploded. Yin Chuan retreated slightly, and so did the lotus deity in midair. The giant lotus seal exploded, leaving only the great heavenly seal floating steadily in midair. Eventually, it shrunk and fell back into Yin Chuan's palm. They were actually evenly matched after one collision. Neither of them gained any advantage. The surrounding subordinates of the Golden Great Emperor opened their mouths wide. That was the lotus deity. Even if it was just a projection, it was still the lotus deity. Yin Chuan was actually able to contend with it. Outside North Continent, Zhongshan had left to fuse with the Northwest Continent, while Jian'eo had been staring at the south. The loud sound alarmed Jian'eo, who had been staring. This is the Ying I have been waiting for. No, the Yin Chuan of this world. Jian'eo's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Outside West Continent, Wu Jiong and Skirich also looked in the direction of the loud sound. Wu Jiong and Skirich's eyes narrowed, revealing a trace of surprise. Yin Chuan broke through so quickly. Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. Skirich, however, laughed heartily. Outside South Continent, almost all the demons revealed a look of surprise. How is that possible? How can Yin Chuan block the Lord? Tian Gang said in shock. The Easter High Priest and King Bing Feng's derivative also revealed a look of shock. As for the Nether King, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the north. Golden Territory. Yin Chuan blocked the Lotus Deity's attack with all his strength. The Lotus Deity focused and stared at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, I really underestimated your growth speed. The Lotus Deity's eyes were cold. It could be said that the Lotus Deity had watched Yin Chuan grow step by step. At that time, Yin Chuan was just a mortal. How long had it been? He had grown to the point where he could contend with her. Even if it was just a projection, Yin Chuan shouldn't be able to contend with it. Yin Chuan grabbed the great heavenly seal and clenched his fists. His eyes flashed with determination. That attack, just now, was already his full strength. The Lotus Deity was indeed fierce. Stepping forward to block Mo Yushi, Yin Chuan looked at the Lotus Deity again. Grow? You will see it again. Yin Chuan said coldly. Oomph. The Lotus Deity snorted. She waved her hand. Boom! In the void, hundreds of identical lotus flower seals suddenly appeared. As soon as the seals appeared, A huge pressure that was dozens of times stronger than before pressed down again. Smack! Not far away, a subordinate of the Golden Great Emperor couldn't withstand the pressure and was instantly crushed into meat paste. As the 100 seals pressed down, the boundary outside the Golden Palace stirred wildly as if it would break at any time. Yin Chuan glared and once again activated the great heavenly seal with all his strength, preparing to collide with the seals with a fierce expression. At this moment, the boundary outside the Golden Palace finally couldn't withstand the pressure. Boom! The enchantment outside the Golden Palace exploded with a loud bang. The huge pressure rushed straight to the Golden Palace. Under the pressure, the Golden Palace didn't shatter. Instead, a vigorous golden light suddenly burst out from the Golden Palace. Endless golden light, carrying countless merits, rushed into the sky like 100 rivers and rushed straight toward the 100 lotus seals. Boom! The loud sound shook the world. Almost all the powerhouses in the Yang realm suddenly felt their hearts beat wildly. Boom! The giant seal of 100 lotuses exploded into pieces. The lotus deity's expression changed. However, he saw the giant lotus seal explode, and the countless merits that were surging like hundreds of rivers converged at one spot. Buzz! In midair, the endless merits gathered and formed a huge golden seal. The seal of virtue. Mo Yushi's expression changed. She instantly recognized it. The strongest Dharma treasure of Ziwei the Great, the seal of virtue? Quang. The gate of the Golden Palace suddenly opened. The Golden Great Emperor walked out in a golden robe. How dare you? The Golden Great Emperor shouted. The seal of virtue fell from the sky, covering the sky and the sun, and pressed down on the lotus deity's projection. Under the huge pressure, 18 colored lights bloomed on the seal of virtue, dazzling heaven and earth. The lotus deity's expression changed. In a hurry, the lotus deity hit the sky with her palm. It was like a 17-colored rainbow that rushed straight toward the seal of virtue. Boom! The seal of virtue was invincible. In the blink of an eye, the lotus deity's rainbow attack was instantly shattered. The seal of virtue sealed the void and instantly closed in. The lotus deity's projection versus the seal of virtue. It was several times more powerful than Yin Chuan's great heavenly seal. It crashed down. With a loud sound, countless powerhouses around were suddenly sent flying. The seal of virtue was too fierce. Even though the lotus deity was fierce, she was powerless in front of the seal of virtue. Boom! The lotus deity's projection suddenly exploded like a glass man, instantly shattering and shooting in all directions. The lotus deity's projection was completely defeated. In an instant, the faces of countless heroes in the world suddenly changed. Previously, Yin Chuan blocked the lotus deity's attack, which was enough to shock countless people. At this moment, the Golden Great Emperor's seal of virtue instantly shattered the lotus deity's projection. Outer North Continent. The seal of virtue is shattered? The lotus deity has suffered a great loss this time. A voice suddenly sounded beside Jianao. It was Zhongshan who had returned. Outer South Continent. Countless demons were in disbelief. How is this possible? The Lord's projection was destroyed? What kind of seal is that? Why is it so fierce? The seal of lotus deity was shattered, but the lotus deity's body in the million lotus sea suddenly woke up. She raised her head and looked at the entrance of the Golden Palace from afar across a large territory. In the distance, after shattering the lotus deity's projection, the Golden Great Emperor reached out and grabbed the shrunken seal of virtue. He stared at the lotus deity from afar across a large territory. The first world is no longer the weakest world in the past. The powerhouses of all eras have awakened. Lotus deity, do you really think you're invincible? The Golden Great Emperor looked into the distance and shouted coldly. In the distance, the lotus deity's expression was gloomy. She had just fought Jiangshun and was seriously injured. She couldn't go with her body, and now the Golden Great Emperor had destroyed one of her divine seals. Furious, The lotus deity was furious, but there was nothing she could do at this moment. Looking from afar, she could only give up for now and wait for another day to wash away her previous humiliation. At this moment, the Nether King beside the lotus deity made his move. The Nether King flicked his sleeve, and a vine shot toward King Bing Feng's derivative. Boom! King Bing Feng was instantly wrapped up and entangled by the vine. Nether King, what are you doing? King Bing Feng's derivative cried out in shock. How dare you be so impudent in front of the lotus deity? Tian Gang scolded. The Nether King glared at Tian Gang, then turned to look at King Bing Feng, who was entangled by the vine. Humph, you can't do anything right, the Nether King said coldly. The Lord just fought with Jiangshun and hasn't reached the peak yet. You've been bewitching the Lord to seek revenge on the Golden Great Emperor. Your stupidity caused today's disaster and caused the Lord to lose one of her divine seals. You should be killed. As soon as the Nether King spoke, the surrounding demons who were glaring angrily lost their anger. Yes, it was all King Bing Feng's fault. If it weren't for him, how could the lotus deity make such a low-level mistake? No, I don't know, Lord. I'm loyal to the Lord. King Bing Feng's derivative cried out in shock. It's useless to quibble. King Bing Feng, you should have died that day. The Nether King shouted coldly. Boom! The vine instantly submerged King Bing Feng's derivative. A large number of poisonous vines emerged and stabbed toward King Bing Feng's derivative. No! Boom! The poisonous vines entered King Bing Feng's body and frantically extracted his essence and blood. In the blink of an eye, King Bing Feng's derivative turned into a dried corpse. He died on the spot. Tian Gang and the Eastern High Priest didn't dare to say another word. The lotus deity was furious at this moment. She acquiesced to the Nether King and also gave the demons a majestic warning. Chapter 1509. At the entrance of the Golden Palace, Golden Sovereign held the seal of virtue in his hand and looked coldly into the distance. Yin Chuan put away the great sky stabilizing seal. A group of Golden Sovereign's subordinates rushed over excitedly. My lord is invincible. Congratulations, my lord. Everyone congratulated him. At this time, Golden Sovereign nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Yin Chuan. Yindi, why are you here? Golden Sovereign looked at Yin Chuan's feet. The two great emperor altars had disappeared, but Golden Sovereign was still a little surprised. After all, there were only 9 great emperor altars in the world. Yin Chuan alone had 2? Golden Sovereign didn't know that Yin Chuan already had 3 great emperor altars at this moment. Before Yin Chuan spoke, one of his subordinates immediately came forward to report. My lord, it was I who took the initiative to invite Yindi. The subordinate immediately apologized. Oh, Golden Sovereign was slightly puzzled. That subordinate immediately explained in detail how Lotus God attacked the world after the 4 realms came into contact, how Tian Gang, Easter High Priest, and King Bing Feng pressured the border, how he asked Yin Chuan for help, how Yin Chuan agreed, how he faced King Bing Feng, and even how he risked his life to stay and wait for Golden Sovereign to go into seclusion after offending the great evil world. At this point, Golden Great Sovereign had completely understood. He turned his head and looked at Yin Chuan again. This time, the Golden Celestial Realm owes Yindi a favor. In the future, if Yindi has any requests, I will do my best to help. Golden Sovereign is too polite. Then I won't be polite. I'll remember it. Yin Chuan smiled. The 2 territories were adjacent. Although there had never been a war, the situation was destined to not be friendly for generations. It would be too fake to say that they were of the same breath and branch. Exchange of interests, this was the most practical thing. Good. Yindi came from hundreds of millions of miles away. Men, prepare a banquet. Golden Sovereign laughed. Yes. A month later, the underworld, the outer South Continent, and the outer South Continent of the great evil world had officially merged into one. With the addition of countless demons, the southern outer continent became slightly crowded. Further south of the southern outer continent was the 5 continents of the great evil world. Jiangxin's territory was renamed the corpse progenitor's territory. At the center, an endless number of palaces were quickly erected. Great Emperor Jianchen had established the Jianchen celestial realm. His aura was magnificent, and his voice shook heaven and earth. The central hall, Corpse Ancestor Hall. This was Great Emperor Jianchen's main palace. However, it was different from the other great emperor's palaces. At the very least, the layout was different. The main palaces of other great emperors were majestic and austere. Emperor Jianchen's palace, on the other hand, was extremely comfortable. Chairs were placed all around. Sit. Jianchen smiled at Pan Jia, Pan Yi, and the others. In front of the true lord, we do not dare to be impudent. Pan Jia immediately said respectfully. I want you to sit, said Jianchen with a slight smile. Yes. The 10 of them slowly sat down in a daze. At this moment, Jianchen was walking around the edge of the hall, choosing fine wine. That's right. The east and west walls of Corpse Ancestor Hall were lined with countless wine partitions, each containing a bottle of fine wine. On the northern wall, a golden dragon floated, roaring savagely. Jianchen picked a bottle of fine wine from one of the walls, then walked over to his chair. His chair wasn't the dragon throne. Instead, it was extremely smooth, like the sofas Yin Chuan had seen back on Earth. It was extremely comfortable to sit on. Jianchen sat down on a glass table in front of him. He took out a wine cup and poured himself a cup. Then he took a sip. What fine wine! After so many eras, it's become even sweeter. Jianchen smiled. Would you like some as well? Jianchen offered a bottle. No, we wouldn't dare. Pan Jia immediately said. Everyone shook their heads. In that case, forget it. Jianchen said regretfully. None of his subordinates dared say anything. Only Pan Jia said, True Lord, congratulations on defeating the Lotus Goddess. Jianchen smiled, then said, Tell me about all the major events that have happened in the past few years. Yes, sir. Pan Jia immediately replied. Next, the group carefully recounted all the major events that had happened in the world. Some things were difficult to describe in a short amount of time, so they prepared a few jade slips. Jianchen skimmed through them and instantly understood everything. A few days passed. By now, Jianchen had a rough idea of what had happened in the world. As he drank fine wine, he tapped his fingers lightly on the sofa. His subordinates waited quietly. Yinchuan? Imperial sky? Refining my body? That's fine too. We'll be neighbors. Jianchen smiled. True Lord, should we make a move now? Pan Jia immediately asked. Pan Jia was confident that, given Jianchen's strength, he could easily capture anyone. There's no rush, said Jianchen. The heroes of the realm have awoken, and this is the realm I want the most. Pan Jia, Pani, Panbing, you three go and subdue the various territory lords. Stabilize the outer southlands. Yes, sir, the three answered. Pan Ding, Pan Wu, Pan Ji, you three gather all information about the virtuous realm, as well as that brat imperial sky. Yes, sir, Pan Geng, the four of you, continue to pay attention to Yin Chuan. Jianchen ordered. Yes, sir, I still have to go see someone. When I return, I hope to see new information. Jianchen smiled. Yes, sir, everyone answered. In a territory of the virtuous realm, there was a palace of immortals. Inside, Grand Venerable Yutian and Dark Gui Guzi stood together. Jianchen? Grand Venerable Yutian's expression was extremely ugly. Jianchen defeated Lotus God in his first battle. His strength is monstrous. Dark Gui Guzi said. Grand Venerable Yutian clenched his fists, his expression ugly. But it doesn't matter. Grand Venerable Yutian, you have the Heavenly Peach Sword, which counters Jianchen. You'll definitely win. Dark Gui Guzi laughed. No. I've followed Jianchen for so many years, but I've never seen him fight with his full strength. I don't know how strong he is, and I can't see through him. I thought he was on par with Lotus God, but he still defeated her. Grand Venerable Yutian grew increasingly anxious. Then what should we do? Dark Gui Guzi frowned. Sooner or later, Jianchen will come and find me. He will. Imperial Tion said anxiously. Then let's strike first. Imperial Tion shook his head. His former confidence seemed to have disappeared, and he was extremely worried. It's not enough. I'm already 16 heavens. It's not enough. 16 heavens? You're already an extremely strong practitioner in this world. Dark Gue Guzi advised. It's not enough unless. Grand Venerable Yu Tion narrowed his eyes. Unless what? Don't tell me you wanna. Dark A Guzi's eyes widened. That's right, Yin Chuan. If I can swallow him, I'll be stronger. I'll be stronger. Grand Venerable Yu Tion's eyes flashed with a green light. But Great Accomplishment Realm, Virtuous Realm, and Jiangshan Realm are neighbors. The three realms are in a tripartite balance, and Jiangshan is the strongest. Shouldn't you cooperate with Yin Chuan? Dark Gue Guzi said solemnly. Cooperation? If I eat him, it's cooperation. Grand Venerable Yu Tion said solemnly. As he spoke, Grand Venerable Yu Tion's eyes became brighter and brighter, as if this was the best outcome. Dark Gue Guzi's expression flickered, but he didn't stop him. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Upper Study. A group of important officials stood in front of Yin Chuan. Grand Venerable Yu Tion has a strong desire to attack Great Emperor. Perhaps he'll do it soon, Gue Guzi said solemnly. Imperial Tion? He'll find me. Heavenly Peach Sword? Let Dark Gue Guzi find some zombies to test the Heavenly Peach Sword's various abilities. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Gue Guzi replied. Great Emperor. Jiangshan left Corpse Ancestral Hall and went to the world of the living. Lu Gang said. Oh, everyone looked at Lu Gang. Jiangshan had just taken over the Netherworld's south outer continent. Was he going to reach into the world of the living? Where did he go? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. According to the factory guard's report, someone saw Jiangshan in the northeast continent. Jiangshan stopped at the entrance of the eastern territory. Lu Gang said. Oh, Dongfang Booby? Yin Chuan's expression changed. Yes, it's very likely that Jiangshan went to see Dongfang Booby. Lu Gang nodded. Pay attention to all news from the eastern sect. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Yang Realm, Middle Heaven Continent, Central Territory. Due to the battle between Great Emperors Away and Kong Huangtian, Central Territory had been torn apart. Perhaps because of the intervention of an expert, Central Territory, which had originally been torn apart, was once again mended. Moreover, it gathered dragon chi, and dragon veins once again roamed the world. On this day, at the very center of Central Territory, there were no clouds for thousands of miles. Boom! Suddenly, heaven and earth exploded. As the sound of the explosion reverberated, the void trembled. Then, endless divine light shot into the nine heavens. In the void, it seemed both real and illusory. Suddenly, countless experts appeared out of thin air. Boom! Tall mountains suddenly appeared out of thin air. Large numbers of experts roamed the surroundings. Under the heavens, scouts from various factions quickly spread the news. In Xianyang, Yin Chuan quickly led his officials to the entrance of Skyward Palace and gazed at Central Territory. He looked at the experts who'd appeared out of thin air. The Heavenly Realm? Mo Yushi's expression changed. Sha Di, Ming, Sansheng, and the others? They're finally here? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Boom! A loud rumble came from inside Xianyang. Yin Chuan looked over and saw Empress Zizi approaching. Husband, my cultivation inexplicably broke through again. It seems that another layer of my bloodline shackles has been unlocked, Zizi said with a trace of surprise. Yin Chuan looked at Zizi, then at the experts of the Heavenly Realm in Central Territory. At this moment, countless experts of the Heavenly Realm were respectfully bowing to a giant mountain. The mountain was emerald green, but in the blink of an eye, it turned pitch black, then red. The color of the mountain changed for a while, then suddenly condensed into a seven-colored divine mountain. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, and purple. As soon as the seven-colored divine mountain appeared, Dazzling seven-colored rays of light shot into the sky, illuminating the Yang realm. Boom! The sky was filled with auspicious signs, and the Yang realm was filled with infinite brilliance. The heavenly realm has appeared, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 15:10. Middle Sky Continent, Central Territory. The rainbow, divine mountain, illuminated the world. Auspicious signs filled the sky. It attracted the world's attention. Around the northeast continent, Eastern Territory, inside a pavilion, Dongfang Bubi was dressed in white. His expression was cold, and his long hair was tied up with a white rope. He sat proudly on one side of the stone table. On the other side sat the golden-haired Jiangchen, who seemed incomparably noble. There was a wine bottle and a teapot on the table. In front of Dongfang Bubi was a cup of tea that emitted golden mist. Within the tea, a faint golden lotus could be seen. Myriad golden lotus tea? Unfortunately, I prefer wine. Jiangchen raised his wine cup. Jiangchen, since you've recovered, why did you come see me? Dongfang Bubi asked in a low voice. Jiangchen smiled. We haven't seen each other in many years. What's wrong with meeting an old friend? Old friend? We're not old friends. Dongfang Bubi took a sip of tea. At that moment, the Middle Sky Continent's celestial phenomena swept over them. The two of them looked at the continent at almost the same time. This is the God realm? Jiangchen narrowed his eyes as he sipped his wine. Rumor has it that this is a faction born at the end of the First Era. You know it too, Dongfang Bubi said in a low voice. That's for the best. With all the eras restored, the world will be more interesting. Jiangchen nodded. When the four realms merge, the world will fall into chaos. Destiny will appear soon, Dongfang Bubi said in a low voice. Jiangchen's expression hardened. He downed his cup of wine. So what if it appears? With so many heroes united, he might not be able to destroy the world. Shaking his head, Dongfang Bubi said in a low voice. No, perhaps destiny has already appeared. Oh, already? Dongfang Bubi said no more. He fell silent. Jiangchen fell silent as well. That person is one of your people, isn't he? Jiangchen asked. Dongfang Bubi smiled. You're finally willing to tell me why you're here. Jiangchen chuckled. Yang Realm, North Outer Continent, Cloud Soaring Court, Hall of the Immortality. Zhongshan led his ministers and gazed at the northwest continent. Not long ago, Zhongshan had dispatched his troops. In a short period of time, he'd conquered an entire continent, shocking the world. They practically took down all of the cities in the same day, stirring up heaven and earth. Their might was unmatched. Ian, how is the northwest continent? Asked Zhongshan. An official stepped forward. Sector Lord, the northwest rim continent has been conquered by brute force. The Great Thousand World has accumulated countless talents, and we can use them to our advantage. In less than a year, we will be able to stabilize the northwest rim continent. Minister Ian said. That would be for the best. Zhongshan nodded. Realm Lord, although we need to calm the people down in the northwest continent, it is already our territory. There are two continents in the boundless world and the first world that have overlapped. Do we need to send more troops? Ian asked again. Yes. Zhongshan nodded. There are 6 continents bordering our Great Thousand World. Realm Lord, which continent should we target next? Ian asked. What do you think? Zhongshan asked. The Outer East continent is in the Great Zhun Celestial Realm, so it's not suitable for now. After all, there's still some people in the Great Thousand World who used to be Great Qin's subordinates. I don't recommend sending troops. In the Northeast continent, there is Dongfang Bubi. This person is too strange. I just received news that Jiangchen has also gone to the Eastern Training Ground. Dongfang Bubi is not strong enough to attack, but he is strong enough to defend. I don't recommend sending troops. In the Netherworld's North Outer Continent, there's the Nether River Patriarch. Although this person has appeared once in the Great Thousand World, he's mysterious and unpredictable, and no one knows his background. Moreover, according to the countless information we've received, this Nether River Patriarch is also a peerless powerhouse. I don't recommend sending troops. In the southwest continent, the Lotus God is attacking. I don't recommend sending troops. In the west continent, the Great Zhou celestial realm is strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. We can send troops. In the middle heaven continent, we can send troops. Ian analyzed respectfully. Zhongshan looked towards the south and shook his head. Middle heaven continent, we will not send troops. Divine world? According to what we know, they're experts from the first era. We will wait and see. Zhongshan said solemnly. Yes, in the west continent, we will not send troops. Zhongshan said again. Oh. Ian was slightly stunned. The Great Zhou celestial realm is not a threat. However, Wu Jiong and Tong Tian have an invincible master. We will put them aside for now, Zhongshan said. Hong Jun? Ian asked. Zhongshan nodded. Then, inform Xiao Wang, Lin Xiao, and Zhao Suoxiang to reorganize their armies and attack the southwest continent. Zhongshan said. Southwest continent? Now that the great evil world is also sending troops there, are they fighting with the Lotus God? Yin was slightly stunned. Give the order, Zhongshan said. Yes. Outside the south continent, great evil world, 10,000 Lotus Sea. After a period of recuperation, the Lotus God's injuries were much better. At this moment, she looked at the world again. The netherworld was under the control of generals and ministers. The Lotus God did not plan to attack the netherworld again. That was only the Yang world. In the southeast continent, the Lotus God had just suffered a loss at the hands of the Golden Emperor. The Lotus God did not plan to send troops there before figuring out the situation. Of course, none of the demons dared to provoke the Lotus God. Master, we can send more troops to the East Continent and West Continent, Tian Gang said. East Continent? West Continent? The Lotus God frowned slightly. Master, I feel that the East Continent should not be considered. The Nether King suddenly said. What? Nether King? Are you still thinking about your father? Tian Gang said coldly. The demons around also looked at the Nether King. After all, the Nether King's real name was Yin Dongan. Everyone knew that. Why was he stopping the Nether King from sending troops to the East Continent? The Nether King stared at Tian Gang coldly. Idiot. Everyone looked over. Do you think it's so easy to send troops to the East Continent? Do you think it's easy for you to lead troops to attack? The Nether King said coldly. Led troops himself? Tian Gang's face stiffened. After all, he had been beaten up by Yin Chuan. He was not in the mood to be beaten up again. Moreover, this was Yin Chuan's home ground. The Golden Sovereign owes Yin Chuan a favor. If Yin Chuan summons him, the Golden Sovereign will be happy to help. Secondly, Yin Chuan and Zhongshan are close friends. When the time comes, it will be easy to summon Zhongshan. Secondly, Yin Chuan is the descendant of the Nether River Patriarch. I don't know the details, but can you guarantee that the Nether River Patriarch won't come to help? The Nether King explained. Tian Gang's face stiffened. In that case, the Great Jin Empire was indeed a tough nut to crack. They might win the war, but it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Tian Gang, East High Priest and West High Priest, the three of you will lead the demons to attack the Great Zhou celestial world. The Lotus God said solemnly. Yes, the three of them answered. North High Priest, you will lead the demons to reinforce the South High Priest and attack the Southwest Continent. The Lotus God said solemnly. Yes, the North High Priest answered. 10 days later, reporting, a demon rushed over. The Lotus God looked over. Reporting to my lord, the Great Thousand World has attacked the Southwest Continent. The demon said respectfully. Zhongshan, you want to fight with me? Oomph. The Lotus God snorted coldly. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Upper Study, Great Emperor. The factory guards have sent news. Liu Gang said respectfully. How is it? The structure of the Great Thousand Worlds is the same as the First World. The four worlds collided and many territories overlapped. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in the overlapped territories is several times denser, and the Heavenly Tao has merged. Wherever the two worlds merge, The heavenly Tao's power is several times stronger than the outside world. There is also a kind of primordial qi that is occasionally emitted. Lu Gang said, overlapped territories? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yes, the cultivators in the overlapped territories cultivate faster. It is as if they comprehend the heaven and earth faster than the outside world. Lu Gang said, I understand. Yin Chuan nodded. After he finished speaking, Yin Chuan fell silent for a while. After a while, Yin Chuan looked at Gue Guzi. Sir, what's the news from there? Great Venerable Yu Tian is refining the heavenly peach sword with all his might. He is preparing to use it against you, Great Emperor. Gue Guzi said solemnly. Refining? That's good too. Let him refine it. Yifeng. Yin Chuan looked at Yifeng. Yes, Great Emperor. I want to attack the Great Kindness world, take over its territory, and merge with Great Jun. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, I will draw up a battle plan as soon as possible. Yifeng replied. I want to lead the troops personally. Yin Chuan said solemnly. What? The expressions of the officials changed. Great Emperor, now that I have come into being, I will definitely harm you. Great Emperor, please prioritize the world and guard the Great Qin city. The official shouted. No, I want to conquer the Great Kindness world. More importantly, I want to deal with Great Venerable Yu Tian. As long as I devour him, I will truly have the power to resist you. Yin Chuan refused. But, Great Emperor, this will be very dangerous. I have made up my mind. There is no need to persuade me. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, sir. Ask him to send over the layout of all the territories in the Great Kindness world. I want to take over the territories in the Great Kindness world as soon as possible. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Netherworld, South Outer Continent, Corpse Ancestor Hall. Jiang Chun returned with Pan Jia and the others standing in front of him. True Master, according to the news from various places, Yu Tian is guarding the South Outer Continent of the Great Kindness world. He is currently in seclusion in the Imperial Heaven Palace, refining the Heavenly Peach Sword. Pan Ding said respectfully, Heavenly Peach Sword? Huh. Jiangqun revealed a mocking smile. Please punish us, Master. We failed to protect him well, and allowed Yu Tian to cheat us of the Heavenly Peach Sword. Pan Ding immediately pleaded guilty. Jiangqun waved his hand. No matter, it doesn't matter. The Heavenly Peach Sword? Ha! Yu Tian is still as cute as ever. The experts of the Boulder tribe all looked confused. What about the Great Jun? Jiangqun asked again. I'm not sure how Yin Chuan is doing, but the Great Jun has once again started the examination of the world. They are recruiting talents and gathering troops. I don't know where they are going to attack. Pan Gung said respectfully. Oh, Yin Chuan is going to attack too? The world is in chaos. Jiangqun's expression changed. Chapter 15:11. Nether Realm, Inner North Continent. Undying Sect. Undying Hall. The hall was wide open, and a group of experts with long sabers on their backs stood on both sides. All of them looked ferocious and battle-ready. In the north of the hall was a huge throne. On the throne, the Emperor's cold eyes seemed to see through the vicissitudes of life. He looked at a Great Jun official below. Undying Sect Master, this is the invitation that the Emperor asked me to send. The official respectfully handed over an invitation. Although he did not know much about the grudge between the Emperor and Yin Chuan, the Emperor's appearance was exactly the same as that of Great Jun's Empress, Lur. It was clear that this person had an extraordinary relationship with the Emperor. Hence, he did not dare to be rash. The Emperor reached out, and the invitation landed in his hand. He opened it and read it. Invade Great Kindness world? He wants to ally with me? The Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes. Why should I ally with him? The Emperor said indifferently. The Emperor said that he has written everything that needs to be written. Everything is up to you. Great Jun is about to invade Great Kindness world. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. The official said. The Emperor narrowed his eyes. Umph. The Emperor snorted. Nether Realm, Outer North Continent, Chujiang Hall. Nether River Patriarch looked at the Great Jun official with surprise in his eyes. Beside him, Ice Goddess also looked confused. This is the Emperor's invitation. Please take a look, Nether River Patriarch. The Great Jun official said respectfully. Although the Great Jun Celestial Realm and Nether River Patriarch did not interact much, everyone knew that Yin Chuan's Bloodseed Divine power was inherited from Nether River Patriarch. In other words, Nether River Patriarch was Yin Chuan's ancestor in this life. Nether River Patriarch looked surprised when he saw the invitation. Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. Yin Chuan actually invited me to join him in invading Great Kindness World. Nether River Patriarch laughed in surprise. The Emperor said that it's up to Nether River Patriarch to decide whether you want to go or not. Everyone is just taking what they need. No one owes anyone anything. The official said. Ha 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 ha. No one owes anyone anything? The Nether River Patriarch shook his head, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Underworld, South Outer Continent, Corpse Ancestor Hall. Allah, the movement of the Jun's troops might be coming from the Great Kindness World. Panding said solemnly. Of course I understand. Apart from the Benevolent Realm, Yin Chuan's forces really have nowhere else to go, said Jiangchen confidently, reporting. Great Jun's envoy requests an audience. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the hall. Come in. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes and looked outside. It was a Great Jun official walking into the main hall. Envoy from Great Jun greets Great Emperor Jiangchen. The official said solemnly. Oh, Great Jun's emissary? Asked Jiangchen puzzled. I am here to deliver an invitation to Great Emperor Jiangchen on the orders of the Great Emperor. Please take a look, the official said. When the Great Jun official finished speaking, the surrounding Boulder tribe members all looked bewildered. Did I hear wrongly? Invitation card? The Boulders were all dumbfounded. Was this a joke? Didn't Yin Chuan cultivate the Jiangchen body? He should have an irreconcilable conflict with Allah. Why was he here to deliver an invitation card? A trace of confusion flashed through Jiangchen's eyes, but he immediately accepted the card. When he saw it, a strange expression appeared on his face. The other Boulders also looked puzzled. Jiangchen handed the invitation card to them. They passed it around, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Allah, am I seeing things? Yin Chuan is actually inviting Allah to attack the Great Kindness World together? How is that possible? Panding cried out in shock. This was too inconceivable. It was like a mouse sending an invitation to a cat, inviting the cat to deal with other mice. The Boulders couldn't wrap their heads around it. Jiangchen was the one with the greatest tolerance. Yin Chuan? He wants to invite all of the Netherworld's leaders to attack the Great Kindness World? Asked Jiangchen in a low voice. That's right. The Great Emperor once said that the conflict between the Great Jin Realm and the Jiangshan Realm won't affect the conflict between us and the Great Kindness World, said the official. Ha ha, interesting. Very interesting indeed, laughed Jiangchen. The Netherworld, Outer East Continent, Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan looked west, followed by Gue Guzi, Li Si, and the others. Great Emperor, the invitations have been sent out. As you expected, they've all agreed, said Li Si in a low voice. Yin Chuan smiled coldly as he looked west. Although the Great Kindness World has many 16-layered heavens, none of them can rule the world. What a pity, said Yin Chuan in a low voice. Most importantly, Jiangchen and the Nether River Patriarch have both agreed. The Great Kindness World's counterattack is now useless, said Li Si with a smile. Yin Chuan nodded. Great Emperor, why did you invite Jiangchen and the Nether River Patriarch? Asked Meng Tian, frowning. Protect Great Jun, said Yin Chuan. Oh, Li Si said. Great Jun is attacking the Great Kindness World with lightning speed. They'll definitely pour in endless power, leaving the rear slightly empty. The Netherworld's heroes will enter together and restrict each other. Oh, Meng Tian nodded. The heroes of the Netherworld seem to have formed an alliance to destroy the Great Kindness World. Yang Realm, Western Outer Continent, Great Zhou World. Wu Jiong and Skirich stood in the square of Taiji Palace. The Great Evil World is attacking, and the front lines are tight. Senior brother, we need you, said Wu Jiong in a low voice. The Lotus Goddess is sending troops? Skirich frowned slightly. The Great Zhou world doesn't have enough resources. Only you and I can resist those demons. Although the others are strong, they're still lacking against the demon leaders, said Wu Jiong in a low voice. Skirich looked at Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong, I don't want to criticize you, but what's the point of holding on for the Great Zhou world? The world is in conflict, and you need to know your place. Wu Jiong frowned. Although you're strong and your cultivation is increasing quickly, you're still lacking compared to Yin Chuan in the way of the Emperor. The world is in chaos, and heroes are rising. The pressure will be too great if you continue to hold on, Skirich advised. Wu Jiong bit his lip and shook his head. You can't let go of this power? Asked Skirich. Wu Jiong smiled bitterly and fell silent. After a while, Wu Jiong spoke again. What the Great Zhou dynasty is today is not only my hard work, but also teacher's hard work. Teacher sent you here to ask you to help the Great Zhou dynasty. Senior brother, please continue to help me on behalf of teacher. Skirich stared at Wu Jiong for a while and finally said helplessly, All right, since it's teacher's decision, I'll help you. I'll go to the front lines and defeat all the demon leaders for you. Thank you, senior brother, said Wu Jiong solemnly. Yang realm and incontinent. As the Great Thousand World and Great Evil World sent out their troops, an incontinent was defenseless. The armies of the two worlds charged ferociously at an incontinent. After the Longevity Emperor's baptism, there were no more powerful heroes in an incontinent. Not long after the war, the armies of the Great Evil World and Great Thousand World officially faced each other. Boom! Neither side gave in. The war between the Great Thousand World and Great Evil World officially began. Chapter 15:12 World of the Living, West Continent. The demons of Great Evil World were attacking West Continent. The soldiers of West Continent were retreating in defeat. Although they resisted, they could only escape when faced with Tian Gang, East High Priest, and West High Priest. On a territory, boom, wherever Tian Gang went, a city was destroyed. Behind him, the sky was filled with demons with black wings. They were yelling as they rushed into the city. The soldiers of Great Zhou tried to resist, but they were no match for the demons. Ah, help! Father! The city was filled with screams, but the demons were too fierce. Tian Gang looked at everything coldly, as if he did not care about the lives of the people in the city. Boom! Suddenly, a purple sword ray shot from the northwest. Boom! The sword ray got bigger and bigger as it got closer. Gradually, it turned into a vast sword river and rushed towards the demons. Boom! Suddenly, a large number of demons were slashed in half by the sword ray. How dare you! Tian Gang's face changed as he swung his sword to counter the attack. Boom! Under the ferocious collision, Tian Gang's long sword shattered with a loud bang. Ah! The huge impact instantly sent Tian Gang flying backwards. Boom! 10 miles away, Tian Gang stabilized his body. All the demons were shocked as they looked over. Whoosh! It was the sky above the city. Tong Tian's black robe fluttered in the wind. He held the Immortal slaying sword and looked at Tian Gang and the demons calmly. It's Tong Tian. Great! The prime of Tong Tian is here to save us. Greetings, Tong Tian. The city was filled with cheers. Tong Tian was unmoved as he looked at Tian Gang opposite him. Tong Tian? Tian Gang's face darkened. Tian Gang understood how powerful Tong Tian was from the sword just now. He was at the 16th level of sword cultivation. Tong Tian, chaos is inevitable. The great evil world lord, Lotus God, admires you very much. I wonder if Tong Tian is willing to join my great evil world. My lord is willing to give you a continent. What do you think? Tian Gang said immediately. Oh, Tong Tian sneered. Tian Gang actually persuaded him to surrender. The world is in chaos. The great heavenly domain won't be able to hold on for long. With your abilities, why are you trapped in the shallows? Tian Gang asked again. Scram! Skirich said coolly. Tian Gang's expression changed. As long as I'm here, you can forget about invading the western outer continent. Tong Tian said coldly. Tong Tian, you are just someone who was defeated by GNAO. Master thinks highly of you. That's why he asked me to recruit you. Don't fail to appreciate his kindness. Tian Gang berated. I lost to GNAO, not you. Why are you so agitated? With your ability, however many come, I'll kill all. Skirich said solemnly. Humph. Tian Gang snorted coldly. Don't blame me for being stubborn. Skirich said coldly. Turning the immortal extermination sword in his hand, he suddenly stabbed out. A purple sword light that tore through the void once again shot towards Tian Gang. Boom! In the distance, East High Priest and West High Priest also heard the loud noise and turned their heads to look. Did Skirich attack? The two High Priests' faces darkened as they rushed over. In the western outer continent, at the entrance of Luoyang City's Taiji Palace, Wu Jiong looked at the battle in the southeast direction and frowned. Husband, when Hong Jun changed my fate and asked me to take over your Li Tang Empire and establish Great Zhou, not only did you not blame me, you even gave me the ancestral Taiji diagram. Husband, I will definitely do what I promised you. I will protect Great Zhou. No one can destroy it, no matter how big the price is. Wu Jiong clenched her fists, her eyes slightly red. Southern Outer Continent, Thousand Lotus Sea. The Lotus God did not pay much attention to the battle in the Western Outer Continent. At this moment, her gaze was focused on the Anan continent. The Great Evil World and the Great Thousand World each occupied half of the Anan continent. The two armies were fighting. This was a war between two worlds. Lotus God could not afford to be careless. Lotus God looked at the distant battlefield and then at the entrance of the Immortal Palace in the northern outer continent. At the entrance of the Immortal Palace, Zhongshan was also looking at the battlefield. Then, Zhongshan turned to look in Lotus God's direction. The two transcendents, two realm lords, looked at each other from a distance. Their eyes were cold and solemn. Zhongshan, you have already taken the Anan continent, and now you want to fight with me for it. You are too greedy, Lotus God said coldly. Although her voice was not loud, as a transcendent, she could instantly transmit her voice to the entrance of the Immortal Palace. Zhongshan stared at Lotus God and smiled. In this world, there is no rule about who can get it. Let's rely on our own abilities. Rely on our own abilities? There are 6 continents adjacent to you. Why did you choose the one that my great evil world values? Are you trying to start a war between the two worlds? Lotus God said coldly. It doesn't matter. Zhongshan said with a smile. It doesn't matter? Lotus God narrowed her eyes. Why? Lotus God asked in a low voice. In the current situation in the Yang realm, she and Zhongshan were the two realm lords. They should be the strongest. If they wanted to conquer the world, shouldn't they first take over the smaller factions and then fight at the top? Otherwise, if they fought at the beginning, wouldn't the smaller factions take advantage of them? Lotus God was puzzled and stared at Zhongshan. Zhongshan chuckled and shook his head. Can't you see? What? Among the 6 factions adjacent to the Great Thousand World, you are the easiest to bully. Zhongshan said lightly. She was the easiest to bully among the 6 factions adjacent to her. His words angered Lotus God. How dare you? Lotus God shouted angrily. Zhongshan smiled and shook his head confidently. You and I are both level 15 transcendents. Am I easy to bully? You and I are the same. Lotus God said angrily. It's not the same. No matter what, I can tell you that I want the Anan continent. Withdraw your troops. I'm doing this for your own good. Zhongshan said in a low voice. Lotus God was furious. You don't believe me? I can prove it to you. Zhongshan smiled. Then come. Lotus God's fighting spirit sword. Let's go, Zhongshan said. Zhongshan stepped into the sky. The Lotus Goddess didn't hesitate to follow him. Boom! The two transcendents broke through the starry sky and went straight into Wuji. The battle between the two transcendents began. Netherworld, Great Benevolence World. Yin Chuan brought Mo Yushi and the 12 supreme beasts to the peak of a mountain. Behind them, a large number of Great Jun soldiers were hiding in the forest not far away. In front of them was a bustling city. Lightning flashed around the city, and a large number of phoenixes flew past. Husband, is this the inner south continent of Great Benevolence World? Mo Yushi asked solemnly. That's right, Yin Chuan said. The ruler of the inner south continent is the Lightning Emperor, who has the Lightning Phoenix. The Great Accomplishment Empire has mobilized almost all of its forces, including all of the powerful experts who robbed the stars of their star power. With the information we have on Dargos Valley, we'll be able to wipe him out in one fell swoop. If we succeed in dealing with the Thunder Monarch, we will take the inner south continent. But what about the outer east continent of Great Benevolence World? Mo Yushi asked. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Mournful Transformation, and Dongfang Zhengpai have all gone to the outer east continent. Yin Chuan said. But the master of the outer east continent isn't that easy to deal with, is he? Mo Yushi said worriedly. The master of the outer east continent is the Poison Dragon King. Don't worry, he'll be here soon, Yin Chuan said confidently. It's all thanks to Dark Ghost Guzi that we can gather such detailed information, Mo Yushi said. At this time, ninth rat walked up. Emperor, news has come from all directions. Jiangxin and the boulders have arrived at the outer south continent of Great Benevolence World. The Nether River Patriarch has led his subordinates to the outer north continent of Great Benevolence World. Emperor has arrived at the inner north continent. Ninth, Rat said. They're all here? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Ninth, Rat nodded. Yin Chuan stood on a mountain peak and looked around. Are they going to devour the entire netherworld of Great Benevolence World? Mo Yushi looked at Yin Chuan. That's right. It's easier to invite a god than to send him away. We have to take down Lightning Emperor as soon as possible. Soon, we might have to face Jiangxun and the others, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Mo Yushi nodded, a trace of seriousness flashing through her eyes. This time, it involved a huge matter that would shake the entire netherworld of Great Benevolence World. Not far away, in the largest palace in the center of the city that was flickering with lightning, Thunder Phoenix Hall. Inside the Thunder Phoenix Hall, Dark Ghost Guzi sat at one side, carefully sipping a cup of tea. Beside him sat a purple-haired man. He had phoenix eyes, a tall and sturdy figure, and was incomparably dignified. There were traces of lightning revolving around his hair. Are you representing Great Venerable Yution? Are you here to talk about the Heavenly Peach Sword with me? The purple-haired man said in a low voice. Lightning Emperor, don't be impatient. Let's talk when Poison Dragon King comes. Dark Ghost Guzi laughed. In the past, when Imperial Yution obtained the Heavenly Peach Sword from the First World, I went to see him. The Heavenly Peach Sword can withstand all lightning in the world, and it suits my attribute. I was willing to exchange precious treasures and several territories for it, but he wasn't willing. Lightning Emperor said in a low voice. It suits your attribute, but it counters zombies and Great Venerable Yution. Tell me, if it were you, would you be willing to exchange? Dark Ghost Guzi laughed. Lightning Emperor's expression darkened. Since you aren't willing to exchange, what are you here for? Lightning Emperor said in a low voice. As for the specific reason, let's wait for Poison Dragon King to come. How about it? Moreover, this is your home ground. What are you worried about? Dark Ghost Guzi laughed. Lightning Emperor naturally wasn't worried, but he didn't understand why Great Venerable Yution wanted Dark Ghost Guzi. Roar! Suddenly, a long roar came from outside the hall. The two looked over and saw a huge five-color dragon flying over from afar. Its aura was grand, and its roar shook the surroundings. The guards around the Thunder Phoenix Hall instantly rushed out. Don't stop him. Let him come over. Lightning Emperor shouted. Yes. The guards all retreated. In the hall, Dark Ghost Guzi's eyes lit up. He took a deep breath. Boom! The huge five-color dragon landed at the entrance of the hall and transformed into a human-shaped man with colorful hair. Lightning Emperor, why did you call me here? Poison Dragon King walked into the hall with large strides. He seemed to have a very good relationship with Lightning Emperor. On the other side, at the peak of a mountain, Yin Chuan saw Poison Dragon King coming over from afar. Dark Ghost Guzi has already tricked Lightning Emperor and lured Poison Dragon King over. Prepare to attack. Yin Chuan's eyes darkened. Yes, the 12 Supremes replied. Chapter 15-13. In the Thunder Phoenix Hall. Kwang. The door of the hall slammed shut. Lightning Emperor, why did you call me here? Poison Dragon King entered the hall and sat down boldly. Lightning Emperor looked at Dark Gui Guzi. Poison Dragon King also looked over curiously. It's you? Dark Gui Guzi smiled. All right, I've said it before. When the four worlds merge into one, Great Kindness World will definitely merge into the first world. Are the two of you going to face Yin Chuan at Zhen? Oh, it's rumored that Dark Gui Guzi has enmity with Yin Chuan and Gui Guzi. Are you here to bring us together to destroy Zhen? Poison Dragon King's expression changed. What do the two of you think? Dark Gui Guzi smiled. We definitely have to make a move. Grand Venerable Yu Tian is in the West Outer Continent. Is he willing to make a trip with us? Lightning Emperor said indifferently. That will depend on the two of you. Dark Gui Guzi smiled. Attitude? What attitude can we have? We each occupy a border, and after merging, we will definitely compete with Yin Chuan. Poison Dragon King said solemnly. What about Lightning Emperor? Dark Gui Guzi asked. In the first world, only Great Emperor Jianshun of the Netherworld is considered powerful. The others are nothing. If Yin Chuan came, I would definitely be able to destroy him. Unfortunately, he's on his home ground. Lightning Emperor shook his head. While speaking, Poison Dragon King's and Lightning Emperor's expressions sank as they looked towards the door. Boom! A huge force came from the door, and the huge door of the Thunder Phoenix Hall exploded. Fragments shot towards everyone. How dare you? Lightning Emperor's expression changed, and he blocked the countless fragments. Lightning Emperor and Poison Dragon King quickly rushed out of the hall. In the surroundings, countless strong practitioners flew, and countless weapons were pointed at the 14 figures in the sky. Lightning Emperor's and Poison Dragon King's expressions suddenly changed. Yin Chuan? Poison Dragon King cried out in shock. Why was Yin Chuan here? Yin Chuan, what are you doing here? Lightning Emperor narrowed his eyes. In midair, Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi, and the 12 Supremes coldly stared at the entrance of the Thunder Phoenix Palace. Mo Yushi took out a picture scroll. Then, he began to identify the two people in the distance. That's right, it's them. Lightning Emperor, Poison Dragon King. Mo Yushi said solemnly. That's good. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Xiao Chun did not bother speaking nonsense with the Poison Dragon King and the Thunder Emperor. Suddenly, a martial emperor sacrificial altar appeared under his feet. Buzz! A huge force was emitted. Yin Chuan's hands shone brightly as countless spell symbols emerged from his palms and the back of his hands. Boom! He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the Poison Dragon King. A huge energy palm shot out. How dare you? How dare you? The Thunder Emperor and the Poison Dragon King both angrily rebuked. Suddenly, the two of them attacked Yin Chuan with their palms. Boom! The energy palms destroyed each other. Countless fragments exploded in midair. However, the entire Thunder Phoenix Palace instantly exploded. Bastard! How dare you? The Poison Dragon King instantly turned into a huge poison dragon and soared into the sky. The Thunder Emperor also quickly turned into a huge purple phoenix. Screech! The huge phoenix soared into the sky and absorbed the heavenly merit. Rolling lightning shot out from the huge purple phoenix, instantly making the huge purple phoenix look like the lightning of heaven and earth, erupting with billions of lightning bolts. Boom! The 12 paths of reincarnation revolved around the Thunder Emperor, emitting a ferocious aura. The previous exchange of palms allowed the lightning to know Yin Chuan's ferociousness. At this moment, It naturally did not dare to underestimate him and instantly used its full strength. Screech! MOU, she turned into a dark phoenix, and the 36 paths of reincarnation revolved around her. Great 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. The 12 Supremes attacked at the same time, and a ferocious aura instantly erupted. The surging waves immediately caused the Poison Dragon King, who was in midair, to change his expression. Previously, he was full of confidence. However, after facing Yin Chuan's palm, he knew how ferocious Yin Chuan was. Now, the Great 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation and M.O. Yushi's 36 Paths of Reincarnation immediately caused the Poison Dragon King to shudder. The Poison Dragon King was at 15th heaven, and this was not his home ground. He instantly knew that he was in trouble and had been schemed against. Screech! The dragon swung its tail, and a 7-colored poison light pounced toward Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stretched out his right palm, and silver light shot out in all directions. Boom! The poison light was instantly repelled. The huge force even hit the Poison Dragon King's tail. Boom! The dragon tail suddenly twisted, as if it could not withstand the heavy blow. Screech! The Poison Dragon King's expression changed, and he turned around to leave. Yin Chuan used this attack to display his ferocious side. The Poison Dragon King needed to return to his home ground as soon as possible. Boom! Surging poison fog filled the air. The Poison Dragon King quickly flew back to his territory amid the poison fog. Since you are here, there is no need to leave. My dragon carriage is still missing a dragon. Stay behind. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! Then Xiao Chan stretched out both palms, and 2 huge manifested palms shot out. The Dao Hand was a treasure of the first epoch. It was extremely mighty, ferocious, and unrivaled. Coupled with Yin Chuan's current strength, it erupted with unprecedented force. Boom! Xiao Chun grabbed the dragon tail with his right palm and struck the Poison Dragon King's head with his left palm. Boom! The Poison Dragon King's head tilted to the side, unable to fly. What? No, that's impossible. The Poison Dragon King, who could not escape, exclaimed. Then, Xiao Chun swung his right palm. Boom! The Poison Dragon King immediately struck the ground like a whip. Mountains and rivers immediately shattered. Everywhere the poison fog went, countless life forms died instantly. The left manifested palm grabbed the Poison Dragon King's neck again. Then, Xiao Chun pulled with both hands. Ark! The Poison Dragon King let out a pained cry. His body tore apart from the pull. There were even tears in some places. Buzz! The Poison Dragon King went limp in the blink of an eye, defeated by Yin Chuan. However, Yin Chuan did not let his guard down. He quickly laid down many restrictions to restrain the Poison Dragon King. In the blink of an eye, the master of a continent was easily subdued. All around, the experts who couldn't get close had already widened their eyes in disbelief. At the same time, battles broke out in the cities of the great benevolent realms, inner southern continent and outer eastern continent. Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, Wang Jian, Ming Tan, Desolate Hua, and the other war gods of the great benevolent realm fought against countless experts. Nothing was more shocking than this. When the Poison Dragon King was subdued, the Thunder Emperor broke out of the Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. Boom! When the Thunder Emperor broke out of the 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation, he happened to see Yin Chuan subduing the Poison Dragon King. Yin Chuan? Yin Chuan! The Thunder Emperor exclaimed, his scalp going numb. The Thunder Emperor was stronger than the Poison Dragon King, but there was a limit to his strength. The Thunder Emperor was a peak 15th heaven. However, in his home ground, his strength could reach 16th heaven. Even so, the Thunder Emperor was not confident that he could subdue the Poison Dragon King so easily. How could Yin Chuan be so strong? Yin Chuan tossed the Poison Dragon King, and a great benevolent realm expert came forward to catch it. Boom! Yin Chuan instantly arrived before the Thunder Emperor. Thunder Emperor, we will give you a choice. Hand over the Thunder Phoenix and submit to us. Otherwise die. Yin Chuan glared, revealing a ferocious aura. A strong might and pressure charged at the Thunder Emperor. The Lightning Emperor's 12 paths of reincarnation was much weaker than Mo Yushi's 36 paths of reincarnation. There was the capital heaven divine wraith formation that could trap the Thunder Emperor in Yin Chuan. The Thunder Emperor's heart suddenly quivered. Imperial sky? He lied to me? The Thunder Emperor suddenly said hatefully. Submit or die. Yin Chuan shouted again. Boom! A palm smashed towards the Thunder Emperor again. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Why? The Thunder Emperor struggled and spat out a huge lightning ball at the manifested palm. The huge palm crushed the lightning ball and continued to smash towards the Thunder Emperor. Boom! Under Yin Chuan's ferocious attack, the Thunder Emperor was immediately suppressed. However, the Thunder Emperor was unwilling to accept this. Just earlier, the Thunder Emperor was still thinking about going to the Great Qin City and suppressing Yin Chuan. Now, Yin Chuan suppressed him on his home ground. The difference was too great. It was so great that the Thunder Emperor was unwilling to accept it. No, how stubborn. Boom! Yin Chuan did not show any pity. The Thunder Emperor's struggle was a waste of his time. He deserved to be taught a lesson. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out in the great benevolent world's southern continent, shaking the underworld. However, this was not the only battlefield. In the northern continent, the Emperor also arrived outside a city. Ha! The Emperor roared. As he glared, he swung his saber at a city. Boom! The vast city was instantly cleaved in half from the center, leaving behind a bottomless black ditch. Impudent! Do you know that this is Heavenly King Zhu's teaching ground? A bird-headed man shouted. Xing! The Emperor's expression was cold as he swung his saber across the sky. A white light flashed, and the bird-headed man was instantly cleaved in half. A large number of birdmen flew around, all of them horrified. The third sect master was killed. The third sect master was killed. A birdman exclaimed in horror. Immediately, 2 more white-robed men flew out from a nearby mountain. The 2 gave off a vast white light. Everywhere the white light passed, white waves appeared in the air. Sect master, second sect master. Greetings, sect master. Greetings, second sect master. The countless birdmen in the surroundings greeted respectfully. Submit to me or die. The Emperor looked at one of the white-clad men. Impudent! One of the men shouted angrily. Xing! The Emperor's eyes flashed with viciousness as he slashed with his saber. A heavenly sword that separated heaven and earth instantly appeared in the void. What? Boom! The man who had shouted earlier was instantly cleaved in half. The second sect master was killed. The surrounding birdmen exclaimed in horror. The Emperor looked at the last person again. The last person's eyes were filled with hatred and fear. Submit to me or die. The Emperor said coldly again. Me? Who are you? The white-clad man asked in a deep voice. Move. The Emperor snorted coldly. Without wasting any time, he slashed with his saber again. Xing! The saber lit up heaven and earth, and a huge saber energy slashed toward the white-clad man with unstoppable force. The white-clad man was terrified. He was only asking a question. Didn't they have time to say anything? The white-clad man immediately raised his sword to meet the saber. Boom! The long sword instantly shattered. No! The last white-clad man exclaimed. Boom! The white-clad man was cleaved in half. He could not believe this scene. The sect master is dead. Heavenly King Zhu is dead. Countless people were dumbfounded. After the Emperor killed the leader, he looked around coldly. Everyone in the inner North Continent, listen up. From now on, the inner North Continent is the territory of the Undying Sect. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Boom! With the Emperor as the center, a violent saber energy shot out in all directions in the inner North Continent. Chapter 1514. The Great Benevolent Realm. In the inner South Continent, Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi, and the 12 primes made their moves. Although the Thunder Emperor was ferocious, he was suppressed in all aspects. After fighting for a short while, he could no longer hold on. Boom! Yin Chuan's manifested palm suddenly grabbed the Thunder Emperor's phoenix neck. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor no longer showed his earlier tyrannical air. Panic filled his face. That's impossible. How could the weakest realm? How could it? The Thunder Emperor said in a fluster. Yin Chuan had crushed the Thunder Emperor's earlier confidence. Kill Yin Chuan? Right now, it was more likely that Yin Chuan would kill the Thunder Emperor. Submit or die? Yin Chuan's gaze turned cold as he increased the force of his Dao hand. It seemed like he could break the Thunder Emperor's neck in the next instant. Two choices? With Mo Yushi here, the Thunder Emperor believed that if Yin Chuan killed him, he would not have a chance to reincarnate, even if he wanted to. Crack! 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 Yin Chuan increased the force of his palm. Submit! Submit! The Thunder Emperor cried out with a sorrowful expression. Boom! Yin Chuan quickly placed a large number of restrictions into the Thunder Emperor's body. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor did not dare to resist, allowing himself to be restrained. Whoosh! Only then did Yin Chuan let go of the Thunder Emperor's neck. After regaining his freedom and having a large portion of his cultivation sealed, the Thunder Emperor could only bow respectfully to Yin Chuan. Greetings, Master. Call me Emperor, then? Yin Chuan said seriously. Yes, greetings, Emperor. The Thunder Emperor said bitterly. Yin Chuan stared at the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor could only wave his hand helplessly. Slowly, countless arcs of electricity in his body gathered in his palm, and a purple sphere appeared in his palm. The power of cycles circled the sphere. Supreme Thunder Phoenix. The Thunder Emperor held it out, and Mo Yushi immediately received it. Boom! The 36 paths of cycles appeared, immediately wrapping around the Supreme Thunder Phoenix. Using the power of cycles to refine the power of cycles, Xiao Chun quickly refined the Supreme Thunder Phoenix into his body. Boom! Not long after, another cycle of reincarnation appeared around Mo Yushi. Boom! The 48 paths of reincarnation revolved around him, causing the void to tremble and waves of energy to rise in all directions. As the Thunder Emperor looked at his surroundings, he felt somewhat depressed. However, he felt even more astonished. 48 streaks, that was 48 streaks. In the past, before the four realms merged into one, the Thunder Monarch already possessed the 6 paths of reincarnation. Now that the four realms had merged into one, with the Thunder Phoenix's venerable, he had once again grasped the 6 paths of reincarnation and the 12 paths of reincarnation. This filled the Thunder Monarch with endless confidence. But now, looking at the 48 paths of reincarnation, Lei Dian's face was filled with bitterness. He had been too naive back then. Great Jun used his contributions to establish his position and quickly cooperated with Yi Feng to take control of the inner South continent. He also convinced the Poison Dragon King to cooperate with Great Jun in subduing the major cities. This is your chance to make a name for yourself, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, the Thunder Emperor said helplessly. Yi Feng, Yin Chuan shouted. Not far away, Yi Feng slowly flew over from the crowd. Congratulations, Your Majesty, Yi Feng said with a smile. Yes, the Thunder Emperor will cooperate with you and quickly subdue the cities of the 2 continents. Those who are willing to be subdued will be treated well. Those who are not, kill, Yin Chuan said with a cold look in his eyes. Yes, we need to be fast. As soon as possible, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Yin Chuan turned his head and looked in the direction of the outer west continent. Yushi, stay here. Be careful. Yin Chuan looked at Mo Yushi. I'll go and help you, Mo Yushi said worriedly. No, you stay here to guard this place in case anything happens. Yin Chuan shook his head. Seeing Yin Chuan insist, Mo Yushi could only helplessly nod. Boom! Yin Chuan quickly shot towards the outer west continent. When the Thunder Emperor saw Yin Chuan leave, he relaxed slightly and let out a long breath. He wanted to resist again, but when he looked around, he smiled bitterly. He could not resist at all. Boom! A loud sound came from all directions. The Thunder Emperor was a peak 15th heaven cultivator. Naturally, he could see into the distance. However, the first thing he saw was the inner North Continent. He happened to see the ruler of the inner North Continent, Heavenly King Zu, split in half with one saber strike. "Ah, Heavenly King Zu?" the Thunder Emperor exclaimed. This was because the inner North Continent's Heavenly King Zu was as strong as the Thunder Emperor. Such a strong person got chopped down with one saber strike? One saber strike? As the Thunder Emperor looked into the distance, his scalp suddenly went numb. He celebrated his treatment and also felt fear for his ignorance. Not long ago, the Thunder Emperor thought that Jiangxin was the only expert in the First World's netherworld, and that the others were nothing to worry about. However, it now looked like how laughable the Thunder Emperor was back then. The Thunder Emperor understood that Yin Chuan did not use his full strength. Under such circumstances, he was captured alive. Why did he have to compete with Yin Chuan? He looked at the woman in the First World's North Continent. She should be the ruler of the Undying Sect, right? She killed Heavenly King Zu, who was on par with him, with one saber strike. The Thunder Emperor's scalp went numb. Boom! A loud sound came from the outer North Continent again, attracting the Thunder Emperor's attention. The Thunder Emperor looked over. The Northern Master God? The Thunder Emperor looked at the ruler of the outer North Continent. The ruler of the outer North Continent was a man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was 30 meters tall and extremely majestic. He held a trident in his hand. When his body shook, divine flames soared into the sky. In front of him was a thin and handsome man. The man looked extremely weak and could not withstand a single blow. Compared to the Northern Master God, he was on a completely different level. The Northern Master God also seemed to be mocking the thin and handsome man. The thin and handsome man did not waste any time. He stretched out his right palm and threw it at the Northern Master God. Smack! The loud slap shattered the void. The Northern Master God's face was deformed, and he was sent flying. The Thunder Emperor's face stiffened. That was the Northern Master God, who was not weaker than him. Yet, he was sent flying by the thin and handsome man's slap. The Northern Master God flew for 10,000 miles before he could stabilize himself. He looked at the thin and handsome man in horror. Kill! With a loud roar, the trident in his hand suddenly pierced toward the thin and handsome man. Whoosh! The thin and handsome man grabbed the trident and snatched it. The Northern Master God's face changed. Boom! The trident landed heavily on his face. The thin and handsome man seemed to be having fun as he sent the Northern Master God flying. 8 of his front teeth fell out in midair, and his face was extremely deformed. As he flew, he looked at the deformed face. The Thunder Emperor shuddered. It was extremely painful to look at. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor suddenly felt grateful to Yin Chuan. After all, when Yin Chuan hit him, he was still very gentle. In the distance, the thin and handsome man suddenly exerted force and broke the trident. That is... The Thunder Emperor did not know what to say. The Thunder Emperor had personally experienced the power of the trident. However, it was so weak in front of the thin and handsome man. The thin and handsome man arrived in front of the Northern Master God and stepped on his face. Boom! With the Northern Master God being trampled beneath his feet, he could not move at all. The Thunder Emperor's face stiffened. What kind of monsters were the underworld of the First World? Who told me that the First World was the weakest world? Weakest your sister, Nether River Patriarch? She looked at the thin and handsome man and said in a low voice, "Is the Nether River Patriarch? Didn't they say that he only occupies 10 territories? He doesn't even have one continent. How can he be so powerful?" The Thunder Emperor asked in confusion. She rolled her eyes. "What do you know?" Ninth Rat looked at him in disdain. The Supremes of the National Beasts also rolled their eyes. Was strength judged by territories? When the Thunder Emperor saw their expressions, he realized how stupid of a question he'd asked. He turned to look at the outer South Continent. In the outer South Continent, Jiangxun arrived at a city. He hovered in midair, not saying a word. His powerful aura pressed down on the city. Rumble! The powerful aura pressed down on the city's common people, causing them to kneel and kowtow. Countless living beings and dead spirits knelt and kowtowed. In fact, countless trees bent under the pressure. The immense pressure was unparalleled. At the entrance of a great hall stood an armored man wielding a halberd. Everyone else knelt. Only the man gripped his halberd and stared at the pressure. The ruler of the outer South Continent, the unparalleled war god. The Thunder Emperor looked over. The unparalleled war god faced Jiangchen. However, Jiangchen's aura was too ferocious. Wave after wave of pressure washed over him. The unparalleled war god's expression was extremely unsightly. Clang! The halberd stabbed into the ground, supporting him from kneeling. Crack! 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 More and more cracks appeared in the ground. One after another, trenches appeared 10,000 kilometers away. Jiangchen's gaze was cold and filled with boundless ferocity. The unparalleled war god struggled bitterly. His knees trembled, and he refused to kneel. Boom! The great emperor's altar appeared beneath Jiangchen's feet. An even more ferocious pressure descended on the unparalleled war god. Boom! Heavenly might covered the sky, boundless and domineering. Crack! The unparalleled war god's knees bent, and he knelt before great Emperor Jiangchen. The Thunder Emperor felt his scalp go numb. That was the unparalleled war god. Even he hadn't been able to defeat him. He'd thought great Emperor Jiangshan was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. The first world? Was this the first world or the savage world? The Thunder Emperor shuddered. That's enough, Thunder Emperor. Hurry up. There's still many things to do. Yifeng said in a low voice. Yes. The Thunder Emperor immediately said obediently. The Thunder Emperor had no choice but to act presumptuously. Before the four realms had merged, he'd been filled with confidence. Peak 15th Heaven. In the past million years, the great benevolence world had undergone earth-shattering changes. Many people's cultivation had increased, and even he had reached unimaginable heights in the past. He'd been full of confidence, but now he suddenly realized how laughable his confidence had been. The experts of the great benevolence world had been constantly climbing the peak. Did the other three realms remain stagnant? The first world and the great benevolence world had fought in the netherworld. It could be said that the great benevolence world had been completely defeated. This was the savage world. Faced with Yifeng's urging, the Thunder Emperor quickly cooperated. Great benevolence world, West Outer Continent. This was also the place where the first world had merged. Yanchuan quickly arrived at the West Outer Continent alone and rushed straight for a huge palace. The Heaven Fighting Palace. Countless zombies walked around outside the Heaven Fighting Palace. Boom! Yanchuan arrived in an instant. Waves of energy surged in all directions. He struck out with his palm, heading straight for the Heaven Fighting Palace. Boom! Outside the Heaven Fighting Palace, the barrier automatically protected it. It collided with Yanchuan's palm, causing ripples to spread out. Quang! The doors of the Heaven Fighting Palace suddenly opened. Dressed in a green robe, great venerable Yu Tian slowly walked out of the palace. He had been in seclusion for a while and was at a critical juncture. He hadn't expected to be disturbed by a sudden attack. Who was courting death? Yanchuan. Great venerable Yu Tian stared at Yanchuan, who was in midair. Chapter 15:15. The Benevolent Realm, the Netherworld. As the leaders of the First World conquered their respective territories, they also observed the battles of the other leaders. Jiangshan suppressed the peerless war god with his aura. His gaze, however, fell on the Nether River Patriarch of the Outer North Continent. When the Nether River Old Master fought against the Northern Master God, he was completely suppressing him. In fact, there was even a tinge of toying with him during the fight. However, there was no doubt about his powerful combat strength. Even so, the Nether River Patriarch didn't use his full strength. Jiangshan narrowed his eyes. Nether River Patriarch of the Third Era. Rumor has it that Kong Huangtian was the #1 expert of the Third Era, reaching the 17th layer of heaven after ascension. But now, it seemed to the true number one expert of the third era, Jiangchen stared at the distant Nether River Patriarch. When he saw how powerful the Nether River Patriarch was, Jiangchen didn't feel the slightest bit of jealousy. Instead, he felt excited. An expert. As expected, a new expert had emerged. His feigned death all those years ago hadn't been in vain. Jiangchen turned to look at the Emperor. The Emperor's blade was invincible. No matter who his opponent was, he finished them off with one strike. Just one strike. 15th layer of heaven, slaughtering those of the same level as if they were pigs or dogs. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes. The Emperor's cultivation wasn't enough for Jiangchen's attention, but his blade made his eyes light up. It was unstoppable, an invincible blade technique. Wherever the blade went, it was unstoppable. It was as if there was nothing in the world he couldn't cut through with a single strike. Excellent blade technique, Jiangchen praised. On the other side, he saw Yin Chuan fighting against the Lightning Emperor. Jiangchen looked at Yin Chuan in the distance, his expression changing slightly. Jiangchen observed the four battles, as did the other experts. The Emperor glanced at the Nether River Patriarch, then ignored him. He glanced at Jiangchen, then finally looked at Yin Chuan. As he looked at Yin Chuan, the Emperor's eyes were cold and complicated. Master, the Emperor's 12th disciple flew over. Pass down my orders. Anyone who disobeys will be killed, said the Emperor in a low voice. Understood, shouted the 12th disciple. The Nether River Patriarch toyed with the Northern God, then stepped on his head. Ha! The Nether River Patriarch spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Someone like you dares to call yourself an overgod? The Nether River Patriarch laughed mockingly. The Northern Master God was indescribably horrified and sorrowful at the same time. How did he provoke this malefic star? Patriarch Nether River looked up at the southern battlefields and saw Jiangchen. Jiangchen and Mingi stared at each other. The Nether River Patriarch smiled evilly. Off in the distance, Jiangchen's expression froze. Then, while suppressing their opponents, the eyes of all the leaders followed Yin Chuan to the front of the Immortal Palace in the western outer continent. Yin Chuan confronting Great Venerable Yution? The First World, the Mortal Realm. Around the southwest region, the soldiers of the Great Wide World and the Great Evil World were waiting. The battle between Lotus Deity and Zhongshan had reached peerless. Everyone was waiting for the result of the battle between the two supreme transcendents. One day later, boom! Above the starry sky, the stars suddenly shook, and a black figure descended from the sky. Instantly, they fell into the Annan continent. Boom! The surrounding seas instantly surged with towering tsunamis that surged violently towards the surrounding territories. A huge crater was smashed into the sea, and it even poured into the depths of the ground. Magma rushed out. Magma and seawater collided, and steam rose into the sky. Boom! Another golden light landed on the surface of the sea. It was Zhongshan. He was dressed in a golden robe and stepped on an illusory golden dragon. He looked coldly at the sea below. Ha! A loud shout came from the sea, and the magma was instantly sealed. The raging sea was instantly as calm as a mirror. It was Lotus Deity. Her hair was disheveled, and she stood on the surface of the sea in an extremely sorry state. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth as she looked up at the sky, her eyes filled with unwillingness. In the sky, Zhongshan stood with his hands behind his back. Now you know that I'm right. Why? Why? Lotus Deity roared with a ferocious expression. Zhongshan looked at her coldly. You and I are both at the 15th heaven. We are both supreme transcendents of the 15th heaven. We can mobilize the power of a world and reach the strength of the 17th heaven. Why are you stronger than me? Lotus Deity roared with extreme unwillingness. The strong practitioners of the Great Wide World and the Great Evil World immediately understood the outcome. Zhongshan won. I said, I'm different from you. Zhongshan said solemnly. How are we different? I don't understand. Lotus Deity said anxiously. Transcendence is another form of immortal ascension. You transcended by borrowing the treasure of a strong practitioner of the first epoch. You are different from me, Zhongshan said solemnly. Impossible. If you want to transcend, you need the treasure of a strong practitioner of the first epoch to succeed. Lotus deity shouted. Zhongshan said solemnly. It's not necessary, but possible. You borrowed the treasure of the great air supremacy to transcend, but your growth will never surpass the great air supremacy. The great air supremacy of the first epoch was already so strong, so why didn't you transcend? Why did you choose immortal ascension? The path of transcendence is not a shortcut. Instead, it is a difficult path. A difficult path? Lotus deity said solemnly. You and Tiangang both borrowed the treasures of the great air supremacy and the great force supremacy to transcend. Therefore, after you transcend, it will be difficult for you to grow stronger. Zhongshan said solemnly. What about you? Are you useless? Lotus deity said in disbelief. Me? Of course, I didn't use any treasure. Although I had Yin Chuan's help when I transcended with my own strength. My path is the correct path of transcendence. My path is already different from yours. If you want to break through, you're still far away. However, I'm only a step away. I just need an opportunity. Zhongshan said confidently. You can still break through? You are about to break through? Lotus deity's face was ferocious, and her eyes were filled with unwillingness. Zhongshan stopped talking and stared coldly at Lotus deity. Lotus deity's face was ferocious, and endless unwillingness accumulated in her heart. She originally thought that she was invincible, and that even Zhongshan might not be her match. However, when the four realms merged into one, she ran into a wall with Jiangxin. Now, she was defeated by Zhongshan. Endless unwillingness accumulated a monstrous resentment. You've already transcended. You're immortal. No one can kill you, but it's not impossible to suppress you. Tell your people to get the hell out of the Anan continent. Otherwise, I'll suppress you for eternity. Zhongshan glared at him and said ferociously. Lotus deity's expression was extremely ugly. Everyone in the Anan continent and great evil world, retreat. Roar. Lotus deity roared in grief and indignation. They had lost. They had lost so completely. The demons of the Anan continent, the southern high priest, and the northern high priest all had bitter expressions. They had just taken 16 territories, and they were going to give it up just like that? Although they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Lotus deity's anger accumulated even more. Zhongshan glanced at Lotus deity and ignored her. He flew back to the immortal palace of the outer North Continent. Lotus deity led a group of demons and retreated unwillingly. The demons returned. Lotus deity was still angry. Rumble. The outer West Continent rumbled. It was sect leader Tong Tian, who fought a group of demons with the immortal slaying sword. The high priest of the East, the high priest of the West, and the heavenly dipper were all suppressed by the prime of Tong Tian. Countless demons rushed forward. Once a mortal slaying sword was used, who could fight against it? With a sword in hand, he was invincible. Heavenspan alone blocked the great evil world's magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. He was ferocious and invincible. Lotus deity looked at Tong Tian in the distance. Her face was gloomy, and the anger she had accumulated before became even more furious. Netherworld's outer south continent, meeting a wall around the southeast continent, meeting a wall against the Golden Emperor, around the Anan continent, meeting a wall against Zhongshan. Now, the little sect leader Tong Tian also made her army meet a wall. Lotus deity flung her sleeves in anger and flew toward the outer west continent. Boom! Lotus deity rushed toward Tong Tian's main battlefield. On the battlefield, Tong Tian fought a group of heroes with unparalleled ferocity. The heavenly dipper had been killed several times, but because he had transcended, he could quickly recover each time. But even so, he was still bitterly disappointed by the slaughter. Sect leader Tong Tian was too powerful. Get out of the outer west continent. Tong Tian shouted coldly. Boom! A powerful aura rushed toward the demons. Behind him, the people of Great Zhou cheered. They cheered for Tong Tian, who blocked all the demons. In the distance, Wu Jiong's eyes flashed with joy. But at this moment, boom! A violent aura rushed toward Tong Tian's battlefield. Bam! A large number of demons were instantly sent flying by this powerful aura. The battle between the Heavenly Dipper, the High Priest of the East, and the High Priest of the West suddenly stopped. Tong Tian's expression changed as he looked over. Half of the sky was already covered by black lotuses. The lotus deity descended with monstrous anger and boundless ferocity, rushing toward Tong Tian. Bam! Sect leader Tong Tian was forced to step back. Lotus deity? In the distant Luoyang city, Wu Jiong's expression changed. On the Tong Tian battlefield, it was even more shocking. The lotus deity came personally? The lotus deity stared at Tong Tian. Tong Tian, submit to me or die. Boom! A fierce aura rushed toward Tong Tian. This was not a projection, but the lotus deity's true body. She had just fought with Zhongshan and was furious. She glared at Tong Tian with boundless ferocity. Submit? Ha! I will not submit to anyone other than teacher. Tong Tian said in a deep voice. Lotus deity said coldly. If you want to fight, let's fight. Tong Tian shouted coldly. Tong Tian was proud and unyielding. Other than his teacher, he was never controlled by anyone else. Even when he assisted Wu Jiong, it was under Hongjuan's request to repay his kindness. Now, the lotus deity wanted him to submit? That was obviously impossible. Courting death. The lotus deity snorted and attacked Tong Tian. Boom! The void collapsed as the lotus deity attacked heavily. Great Kindness World, west outer continent of the Netherworld. Yin Chuan arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Heaven Palace alone. Great Venerable Yu Tian was first shocked by Yin Chuan's arrival, then attracted by the shock of the world. Poison Dragon King, Lightning Emperor, Master God of the North, Heavenly King Zhu, Peerless War God. Great Venerable Yu Tian's expression changed. Great Venerable Yu Tian was 16 heavens. Although he didn't care about these 5 people, the entire netherworld of the Great Kindness World being wiped out still shocked him. Most importantly, Great Venerable Yu Tian saw Jiangshan from South Outer Continent. Jiangshan was also here. Great Venerable Yu Tian suddenly quivered. He was originally planning how to swallow Yin Chuan, but before he could do so, Jiangshan was already at the door. No, he had to become stronger first and have more capital to fight Jiangshan. Turning his head to look at Yin Chuan in midair, Great Venerable Yu Tian's eyes turned cold. You came at the right time. Yin Chuan, if you didn't come, I would have gone to find you. Sword of Heavenly Peach. Great Venerable Yu Tian shouted. Boom! He quickly took out the Sword of Heavenly Peach, preparing to defeat Yin Chuan and swallow Yin Chuan to make himself perfect before fighting Jiangshan. Seeing Great Venerable Yu Tian's reaction, Yin Chuan sneered. Chapter 15:16. The Heavenly Peach Sword appeared. Roar! Roar! 5 lightning dragons roared as they charged towards Yin Chuan, bringing with them countless bolts of lightning. Boom! Under the endless lightning, it was like a vast sea of lightning that surged over. Wherever the aftershock passed, a large number of zombies in all directions screamed. Roar! Amidst the screams, countless zombies were struck by lightning and burned to death. The Heavenly Peach Sword was the nemesis of zombies, and its power was boundless. Yin Chuan's face darkened. He stretched out his right hand, and silver light surrounded it. The Hand of Tao appeared, and a huge silver screen appeared in the void, blocking the endless lightning dragons. Boom! The lightning and the palm collided, and the void around the Imperial Heaven Palace exploded. Imperial Heaven was 16 heavens after all, and his power was incomparably fierce. Yin Chuan was 15 heavens and stepped on the great emperor's sacrificial altar, reaching the power of 16 heavens, but it was still a little weak. Roar! Yin Chuan's head spat out blood. and a vast sea of blood suddenly appeared. The cypress tree soared into the sky, and in an instant, it connected the stars in the sky. The stars in the great kindness world suddenly lit up, and the rolling star power was quickly extracted by Yin Chuan. Behind him, hundreds of heavenly Tao revolved, and a terrifying power gathered in Yin Chuan's body. The hand of Tao was activated by an even greater power. Boom! His right palm pushed out, and instantly, thousands of lightning bolts were crushed into powder and scattered everywhere. The huge power rushed straight towards Imperial Heaven. Boom! Under Imperial Heaven's feet, the mountains all around exploded. Under the huge power, even great venerable Yu Tian's body retreated. As Yin Chuan's power increased, the sea of blood's ability to suppress those of a higher level gradually weakened. It didn't weaken, but it gradually couldn't keep up with Yin Chuan's power. Even so, with all the power gathered, Yin Chuan's power was pushed to the peak of 16 heavens. Imperial Heaven retreated and stabilized himself, looking at Yin Chuan in shock. The heavenly peach sword is useless? You're not the zombie Yin Chuan? Imperial Heaven exclaimed. Yin Chuan in human form? Yu Tian's face darkened as if he knew that he had been tricked. After all, the First World had sent so many experts, including Jiangshun, but Yin Chuan had come in human form. Wasn't that the same as provoking a war between him and Jiangshun? The zombie Yin Chuan didn't come, and the human Yin Chuan wanted to take advantage of the situation? I don't care which body you are. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Great Venerable Yu Tian said coldly. The heavenly peach sword in his hand slashed out again. Boom! Tens of gigantic purple lightning dragons roared and tore apart the void, rushing towards Yin Chuan once again. Universe in the palm. Boom! The endless lightning was instantly sucked into Yin Chuan's palm. It circled around his palm. Stellar transposition. Yin Chuan gave a loud shout, and the lightning dragons rushed out again. However, this time, they were rushing towards great venerable Yu Tian. What? Yu Tian's expression changed, and he swung the heavenly peach sword in his hand again. Endless lightning bolts from both sides collided with each other. Boom! The void was torn apart. The two forces canceled each other out. However, great venerable Yu Tian's expression was extremely ugly. Was the heavenly peach sword completely ineffective against Yin Chuan? Boom! Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew. The hair on Yu Tian's back stood on end, and he turned his head to look. A golden-robed figure suddenly appeared to the south of Yu Tian. Jiangshun had suddenly arrived? Yu Tian couldn't help but take 3 steps back. The human Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Jiangshun. Jiangshun had a mocking expression as he looked at Yu Tian, then at Yin Chuan. The 3 great experts looked at each other, each with different thoughts. Yu Tian, long time no see. Why do you have such an expression when you see me? Jiangshun said indifferently. Yu Tian's face twitched violently. In the past, Jiangshun's might had caused him too much fear. Even though he was much stronger now, he still trembled in fear. Yu Tian quickly calmed himself. Jiangshun. Yu Tian did his best to make himself look fierce. Jiangshun's body? I once told you not to cultivate this technique, but you didn't listen. You can't go against the will of heaven. Jiangshun shook his head. Heaven's will? What bullshit heaven's will? Jiangshun, you don't believe in heaven's will either, do you? I've refined Jiangshun's body. Don't even think about it. I've already obtained the heavenly peach sword, which counters you. Yu Tian said hatefully. Is that so? Jiangshun smiled slightly. Heavenly peach sword, 10,000 thunderbolts annihilate zombie. Yu Tian shouted. Boom! The heavenly peach sword instantly shot out a vast purple sword energy. It transformed into the shape of a dragon, surging with 10,000 bolts of lightning, and pounced on Jiangshun. Jiangshun's lips curled into a cold smile, and he suddenly stretched out his right hand. Boom! The dragon head crashed into Jiangshun's palm. The dragon head was violent, but it couldn't resist Jiangshun's palm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Endless bolts of lightning exploded. Jiangchun gradually suppressed the dragon and squeezed it into a small sphere. Finally, it transformed into millions of rays of light that illuminated the entire netherworld. It dissipated. Impossible. Why? Isn't the heavenly peach sword supposed to counter you? Why are you unharmed? Yution cried out in shock. Who told you it was supposed to counter me? Jiangchun laughed. No, no one. Yution suddenly froze. That's right. It seemed this was all wishful thinking on his part. Not far away, Yinchuan was also speechless. After all this time, Yution still hadn't figured out what was going on? No, that's not right. If the heavenly peach sword didn't counter you, why did you go through so much trouble to obtain it? Why did you allow the boulders to seal it in Boulder Peak? Yution cried out. Because I liked the sword, so I kept it as a treasure, Jiangchun said coolly. As he spoke, he waved his hand and swung it at the heavenly peach sword. Boom! The heavenly peach sword seemed about to break free from Yution's control. Yution's expression was extremely unsightly. No, it shouldn't be like this. The heavenly peach sword counters all zombies. You're a zombie too, so of course it counters you. Yution said angrily. Counters? Didn't you cultivate the Jiangchun body? The body of a Jiangchun was flawless. Even a heavenly peach sword can't. Jiangchun said coolly. Boom! The heavenly peach sword finally flew out of Yution's hand and into Jiangchun's. Yution's fear of Jiangchun increased even further. He glared hatefully at Yinchuan. Why? Why is it a human? Yution said unwillingly. If only Jiangchun Yinchuan were here. If he could devour Jiangchun Yinchuan, his Jiangchun body would be perfect. Then he'd be able to fight Jiangchun. Why Yinchuan in his human form? Yinchuan looked at Yution and shook his head. Even if you ate my Jiangchun body, you wouldn't be able to defeat Jiangchun. Impossible, Yution cried. Oh, Jiangchun looked over. Yinchuan in his human form said in a low voice, You don't even have the courage to fight Jiangchun. So what if you're strong? Without the will to fight, you're nothing but a paper tiger. Oomph. Yution snorted coldly. Jiangchun, on the other hand, smiled. What? Do you have the courage to fight? Yinchuan smiled faintly. Great Emperor Jiangchun, I invited you here to conspire against the greater benevolence underworld. Naturally, I'm prepared to fight. Oh? Just with your current strength? Jiangchun looked at him curiously. Let's wait and see. Yinchuan smiled. Not far away, Yution looked at Yinchuan's calm expression and thought back to his own panic. He instantly understood Yinchuan's intentions and tried his best to suppress his excitement. Jiangchun, you want to steal my body? I'll make you pay the price. Yution roared. Have you grown a bit more ambitious? Jiangchun praised. However, you're still not strong enough. Since you've come, you can't leave empty-handed. Come back with me. Yution merit points. Yution roared. High up in the sky, countless amounts of merit points poured into Yution's body. Rumble. Yution unfurled a pair of emerald-green dragon wings and bared his fangs. He looked ferocious. Jiangchun, Yution said coldly, This is the inferior, 10-directional fist you said was unsightly. Now I've perfected it. Have a taste of it. Boom! Yution spread his wings and blurred into 10 Yutions. They charged at Jiangchun from 10 different directions. 10 enormous fists flew toward Jiangchun with heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. Jiangchun had no time to defend himself. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Jiangchun. Jiangchun smiled coldly. If I say it's inferior, then it's inferior. 10-directional fist? Laughable. You think you can win by dividing your strength into 10 and attacking from 10 different directions? Fists are domineering attacks. You don't need too many, but they must be strong. One punch is all it takes to decide victory or defeat. As he spoke, Jiangchun punched. A golden energy fist instantly reached one of the Yutions. Boom! 9 of the 10 Imperial Sky Shadow clones vanished, leaving only the one that Jiangchun had hit. Under the tremendous force, Yution was sent flying backward. Boom! Yu Tian smashed through a large number of boulders and stabilized himself. Puffed. Yu Tian spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Jiangchen in shock. Jiangchen said indifferently, "How many times have I taught you? Why are you still so obsessed with these flashy techniques? In battle, all you need to do is find your target and deal the most powerful blow. That's enough. Any fancy movements are superfluous." Yu Tian's face contorted with shock and hatred. Jiangchen? He couldn't even take a single blow from Jiangchen? Was he defeated just like that? Yu Tian's heart was filled with sorrow. Not far away, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Jiangchen's punch was too powerful. Even he couldn't match it. Whoosh! Suddenly, another figure shot over. It was the black-robed ancestor, Nether River. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of them. Whoosh! The emperor also stepped forward and appeared in front of them in an instant. Jiangchen's gaze shifted from Yu Tian to ancestor Nether River. "Ha, good punch." Ancestor Nether River laughed. The emperor looked at Yin Chuan with a hint of coldness and inexplicable meaning. "Ancestor Nether River? Emperor?" Jiangchen asked. "On the other side, at Grand Venerable Yu Tian's place." Crack, 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 crack. The ground around Grand Venerable Yu Tian suddenly liquefied. As it liquefied, a black-robed figure appeared. It was Dark Gue Guzi. "Grand Venerable Yu Tian, quick, follow me into the world of the living. We can't stay here for long." Dark Gue Guzi shouted. Grand Venerable Yu Tian's eyes lit up when he saw Dark Gue Guzi. "All right." Grand Venerable Yu Tian instantly grabbed Dark Gue Guzi's hand. Boundless chi of heaven and earth suddenly appeared in the surroundings. With the power of a feng shui master, Dark Gue Guzi instantly disappeared on the spot with Grand Venerable Yu Tian and entered the world of the living. Jiangchen looked over, but didn't stop them. Boom! Grand Venerable Yu Tian and Dark Gue Guzi's figures swayed and arrived in the world of the living of the Great Kindness world, above a vast desert. Dark Gue Guzi, thank you very much this time, Grand Venerable Yu Tian said gratefully. However, just as he finished speaking, Grand Venerable Yu Tian's expression suddenly changed. Not far away, there was a zombie standing in midair. It had 3 pairs of dragon bone wings, fangs in its mouth, and a ferocious face. Zombie Yin Chuan? Grand Venerable Yu Tian's expression changed. "Yu Tian, I've been waiting for you here for a long time." Zombie Yin Chuan said indifferently. Yu Tian wanted to swallow Zombie Yin Chuan. But how could Zombie Yin Chuan not want to swallow Yu Tian? Now, the netherworld of the Great Kindness world was in chaos. Zombie Yin Chuan was guarding the world of the living of the Great Kindness world, waiting for this moment. Chapter 15-17. Yu Tian, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Zombie Yin Chuan said indifferently. Zombie Yin Chuan flapped his 3 pairs of dragon skeletal wings and soared into the sky. His terrifying aura caused a sandstorm in the desert. His ferocious aura rushed towards Yu Tian. Yu Tian's expression changed. He turned to look at Dark Gue Guzi. "Dark Gue Guzi, you lied to me?" Yu Tian suddenly shouted angrily. "Lied? Great Venerable Yu Tian, what are you talking about? Didn't you always want to fight Yin Chuan? I'm providing you with the best battlefield. No one will disturb you, so it's fair and just. How is that a lie?" Dark Gue Guzi laughed. Don't try to deny it. I misjudged you. What a vicious plan. Driving the wolf to devour the tiger, forcing me with a general and a minister, then working with Yin Chuan to ambush me. Yu Tian said coldly. "Ambush? I respect you for cultivating the body of a general and a minister. Come, stop talking nonsense." Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yu Tian's expression darkened. Bang! He flapped his dragon's skeletal wings and soared into the sky. He looked coldly at Zombie Yin Chuan. Zombie Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. He was ready to fight Yu Tian. Suddenly, the zombie was stunned. He seemed to have sensed something and looked up at the sky. Yu Tian looked up at the sky in confusion. However, There was nothing in the sky other than yellow sand. Dark Gui Guzi stood to the side, also looking confused. Emperor, what's wrong? Dark Gui Guzi asked. Yin Chuan frowned and shook his head. I don't know, but I have an ominous feeling. Ominous feeling? Dark Gui Guzi asked. Ha ha, ominous feeling? You feel like you're dead. Yu Tian laughed. Boom. Yu Tian charged towards zombie Yin Chuan. So long as he devoured Yin Chuan, he'd be able to challenge Jiangchen. He had to win. Yin Chuan quickly collected his thoughts and looked coldly at great venerable Yu Tian. Great benevolence world, underworld. At the entrance of the Immortal Palace, Yin Chuan, Jiangchen, the Nether River Patriarch, and the Emperor were all gathered in one place. They looked at each other coldly. However, most of them turned their attention to Yin Chuan. Thanks to the Blood Sea, Yin Chuan's strength had skyrocketed, but he was still far from Jiangchen's level. Patriarch Nether River, said Jiangchen in a low voice, do you intend to interfere in my feud with Yin Chuan? The Nether River Patriarch smiled faintly as he looked at Yin Chuan with his blood-red hair. Blood Sea Mystic Art. This was the Blood Sea Mystic Art that he had inherited. Third form, Blood Sea. Not bad. There's some improvement. The Nether River Patriarch praised. The Nether River Patriarch turned to Jiangchen. Interfere? No. I just want to see how well Yin Chuan has mastered the Blood Sea Mystic Art. You guys go ahead. I won't interfere. Won't interfere? Jiangchen looked at the Nether River Patriarch strangely. Although he believed the Nether River Patriarch's words, he still felt uneasy. Jiangchen was strong. In the past, he'd dominated the world, but that depended on his opponent. He couldn't see through the Nether River Patriarch, so he didn't say anything. Emperor, Jiangchen looked at the Emperor. I have a grudge with Yin Chuan. You guys go ahead. I'll just watch from the sidelines, said the Emperor indifferently. A grudge with Yin Chuan? Jiangchen knew the Emperor well and was puzzled by the complicated relationship between him and Yin Chuan. Grudge? He didn't know if it was a grudge or a friendship. The Emperor's tone was firm, but he looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated gaze. This wasn't something Jiangchen could consider. Two great experts watching from the sidelines? Jiangchen looked at Yin Chuan. Jiangchen naturally didn't have stage fright. Instead, he looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Great Emperor Yin Chuan, you've seen it for yourself. The Nether River Patriarch won't help you. Jiangchen smiled. Great Emperor Jiangchen, aside from the missing half of the Second Era, you're the most powerful person in the world. Ha! Unfortunately, we're no longer in the Second Era. Yin Chuan smiled. As he spoke, Yin Chuan waved his hand. In the distance, another beam of golden light shot toward them. Everyone looked over. It was the golden-robed Emperor Huang. Boom! He steadied himself, causing a storm to sweep up around him. Emperor Huang? Jiangchen was confused. Great Emperor Jiangchen, please don't take offense. I owe Yin Chuan a favor. I had no choice but to face you. Emperor Huang said politely. Although he was polite, he was obviously on Yin Chuan's side. If they really fought, Emperor Huang would definitely help Yin Chuan with all his strength. Oh, Jiangchen narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Yin Chuan's expression suddenly changed. He looked up at the sky. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan, wondering why Yin Chuan suddenly had such an expression. Yindi, what's wrong? Emperor Huang asked, puzzled. I don't know. I suddenly have an ominous premonition. I don't know what happened. Yin Chuan didn't hide the truth. An ominous premonition? An ominous premonition. It was from the First World. Yin Chuan's best friend, Skirich, had encountered a huge problem. West Outer Continent. Boom. Lotus Goddess suddenly thrust her palm into Skirich's chest. Skirich's face revealed a ruthless glint as he stabbed his sword into Lotus Goddess' chest. The surrounding territory was a mess. The sky darkened, sand and stones flew, and countless creatures were annihilated. Lotus Goddess versus Skirich. It was incomparably tragic. Skirich's hair was disheveled, and his face was ferocious. It was a move that hurt both sides. Boom! Under the tremendous force, Skirich flew backward, blood spurting from his chest. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. It was extremely tragic. A sword wound was left on Lotus Goddess' chest. But Lotus Goddess still stood steadily in the air. Skirich? How dare you? Lotus Goddess said with hatred. Not long ago, she had been defeated by Zhongshan. Now, she was dealing with Skirich, and she was injured. Ha ha ha. Lotus Goddess, I don't worship anyone other than Master. Since you want my life, I'll bite off a piece of your flesh. Skirich clutched his chest and said hatefully, Oomph, I have an immortal body. How can you compare to me? Die. Lotus Goddess charged forward again. Boom. The battle between the two powerhouses was like a collision between heaven and earth. Huge black holes swept wildly in all directions. Taiji Palace's entrance. Wu Jiong's expression was extremely ugly. He held a jade talisman in his hand and looked into the distance, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Emperor, Shangguanwana said anxiously, but Wu Jiong was unmoved and stared into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Skirich and Lotus Goddess was extremely tragic. Lotus Goddess suppressed Skirich one-sidedly, but Skirich would rather die than live in dishonor. He would rather die than surrender. Every time, he would injure the Lotus deity when both sides were injured. Blood splattered everywhere. Die! Lotus Goddess shouted, and a lotus flower exploded at Skirich's neck. All her power was channeled to Skirich's neck. Roar! Skirich seemed to know that he was about to die. His face was ferocious, and he spat out a purple sword light. Boom! The sword light pierced Lotus Goddess' right eye. Boom! Tong Tian's head exploded, and the Lotus Goddess's right eye exploded as well. Ah! Lotus Goddess screamed in pain. She covered her eye and retreated a distance. On the other side, Skirich's head was gone. Only his body was left. It was extremely tragic. Even so, the headless body slashed with a sword. Boom! The sword pierced Lotus Goddess' chest. Die! Lotus Goddess shouted. Boom! Terrifying power poured into the banishing Immortal sword, and countless cracks appeared on it. The headless body flew backward with a loud bang. Its entire body exploded, and its skin and flesh were rotten, revealing the white bones of the headless body. He's not dead, Lotus Goddess said in surprise. It was almost as if Skirich had been destroyed, but this headless skeleton stained with flesh and blood had once again stood up. It was as if a surging will poured into the cracked, banishing Immortal sword. Whoosh! With a violent swing, the banishing Immortal sword shot northwest. Lotus Goddess was shocked by Skirich's ruthlessness. Lotus Goddess was sure that she had destroyed Skirich's fate and soul, but he could still support the skeleton for so long with his tyrannical will. Whoosh! Skirich's headless skeleton rushed toward Lotus Goddess. Again, Lotus Goddess said in surprise. She reached out with her palm and grabbed the skeleton. But just when Lotus Goddess thought that she had completely suppressed Skirich, what? Boom! The sky-reaching skeleton exploded with a loud bang. The huge explosion was deafening to the ears of everyone in the mortal realm. Lotus Goddess was in an extremely sorry state where the skeleton exploded. Many parts of her body were deformed, and her hair was disheveled. She was badly mutilated. Roar, bastard Skirich, you can't rest in peace even in death. Lotus Goddess said hatefully. Lotus Goddess was immortal. Her right eye was blinded, and her body was in a sorry state, but she was quickly recovering. Not long after, Lotus Goddess gradually recovered. Tian Gang and the others flew over. Lord, Tian Gang said anxiously, destroy the great Zhou celestial realm for me, kill. Lotus Goddess roared angrily. Skirich fell. The cracked banishing Immortal sword shot toward Taiji Palace. Whoosh! The banishing Immortal sword landed in Wu Jiong's palm. Wu Jiong, I've already done all I can. I've already perished. Master asked me to do my best, and I've already done my best. This is my last will of the 16 levels of heaven, and I'll leave it to you. In my entire life, I've only respected the heavens and the earth, and only respected Master. I've already repaid Master's kindness. Now that Master has perished, I still have doubts in my heart. Skirich's voice sounded. Wu Jiong stared blankly at the shattered, banishing, immortal sword in her hand. Sigh. I miss the days when eldest senior brother and second senior brother were still around. Hee, for the sake of Master's dream, eldest senior brother went, and so did second senior brother. Now I'm going too. This is good too. At least I won't be so tired. Skirich's voice sounded. A ball of light flowed into Wu Jiong's body from the banishing immortal sword. Skirich's will. Crack, 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 crack. The banishing immortal sword shattered more and more, turning into powder and dissipating in the air. It was as if it was following its master. Whoosh! Suddenly, heavy rain fell from the sky. It was as if it was sending Skirich off. Send Skirich off, Shangwan Wan, or said mournfully. Send Skirich off. All the civil and military officials bowed respectfully to the powder of the banishing immortal sword. Wu Jiong bit her lips, and her eyes were slightly moist. However, in the blink of an eye, her will became firm again. A fierce light flashed in her eyes, and she suppressed her emotions. Boom! In the distance, demons rolled over. Lotus Goddess led countless experts toward Luo Yang. Pan! Wu Jiong crushed the jade talisman in her hand. Boom! Beside Wu Jiong, a crack suddenly appeared, and billowing heavenly devils surged out. Chapter 1518. In the distance, billowing demons swept over. The Lotus Goddess led countless experts toward Luoyang. Pan! Wu Jiong crushed the jade talisman in his hand. Boom! A crack suddenly appeared beside Wu Jiong, and billowing demons surged out. The billowing demons instantly filled the entire Luoyang city. Rumble! The crack grew bigger and bigger. Gradually, countless demons in the Taiji Palace's square bowed toward the crack. A huge throne slowly appeared in front of everyone. On the throne sat a 1,000-foot-tall giant in a luxurious robe. The giant held the armrests with both hands, and he was calm and composed. He exuded an aura of supremacy. Behind him was a golden connate 8 trigrams diagram. In front of him stood some people with human heads and snake bodies, as well as Meng Rongrong. Rumble! A violent aura spread out, and all the demons in Luoyang City immediately bowed. Snake Spirit and Fushi? Wu Jiong looked at them and said in a deep voice. In front of the giant Fushi, Snake Spirit smiled strangely and said, My king has already divined the great Zhou's calamity, so he naturally came personally. He has been waiting in the heavenly demon world for a few days, but I didn't expect Emperor Wu Jiong to only use the jade talisman now. You've already divined it? Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. Yes, I didn't expect that you would watch Tong Tian fall. Speaking of which, I admire Tong Tian. Unfortunately, he was too sentimental and was bullied by you in the end. If you want to break through to the 16th heavenly layer, you're really unscrupulous. Snake Spirit said in a deep voice. Snake Spirit did not have a good impression of Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong looked coldly at Snake Spirit before finally looking at the giant Fushi. Fushi, do you still honor your promise? Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. The giant looked at Wu Jiong and said indifferently, I'll honor my words. That's good. The Lotus Goddess is attacking. Fushi, please help me resolve this crisis. Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. As you wish. Fushi said indifferently. Boom. In the distance, the Lotus Goddess's army arrived outside Luoyang City in the blink of an eye. Boom. Billowing storms swept toward Luoyang City. The Lotus Goddess stood at the front. When she saw the 1,000-foot-tall giant in Luoyang, she suddenly narrowed her eyes. Who are you? Lotus Goddess shouted. The Lotus Goddess could sense a great threat from Fushi's expression. Just by looking at the innate 8 trigrams behind Fushi, the Lotus God felt pressured. So powerful. Go back to where you came from. Fushi said indifferently. What if I don't go back? Lotus Goddess snorted. The Lotus Goddess felt as if nothing was going her way after the unification of the 4 realms. First, it was Jiangchun, then Golden Emperor, then Zhongshan, then Skirich, and now a peerless expert. Where did so many powerhouses come from? Wu Jiong sneered at Lotus God. With Fuxi here, Wu Jiong believed that the Lotus God's crisis would be resolved. In a corner of Luoyang City, a black-robed figure stood there. It was Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his eyes filled with tears. Wu Jiong, you bitch! Goku roared in his heart. Sun Wukong quickly rushed into Skybound's original palace. After packing up, Sun Wukong led a group of people and quickly left. At this time, everyone's attention was on the Lotus Goddess and Fuxi. No one cared that Goku and the others had left. Along the way, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Benefactor, you are too kind. You did your best to assist Wu Jiong, but she schemed against you. Wukong is useless. Although I have a lot of hatred and want to vent it on the Lotus deity and that slut, I am powerless to avenge you. Benefactor, the Lotus Goddess killed you, so I must avenge you. Although I'm useless, there must be someone who can. Even if I have to suffer 3 tribulations and 9 disasters, I will find someone who can avenge you. Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with tears as he flew quickly. Master, where are we going? One of Sun Wukong's disciples shouted. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and said, Leave the great Zhou dynasty and go to Xianyang, the great celestial realm. Yin Xuan and Gigu Zi are good friends with Benefactor. I'll go beg him to avenge you. Sun Wukong sobbed as he flew quickly. Boom! The group quickly left. Great Benevolence World, Yang Realm. Zombie Yin Xuan's Black Dragon Great Dao emerged and merged with the Great Dao. He instantly transformed into a black dragon. True Dragon Great Dao? Looks like those who cultivate the bodies of generals and ministers are not willing to be inferior to others. I am the same. Great Venerable Utian roared. Boom! A jade green dragon Great Dao soared into the sky. Great Venerable Utian merged with the green dragon Great Dao and transformed into a green dragon in the blink of an eye. Roar! The 2 true dragons roared at the sky. Their roars soared into the sky and shook the world of the living in the Great Kindness World. In an instant, countless strong practitioners in the world of the living in the Great Kindness World paid attention. Although they were paying attention, no one interfered. Boom! The 2 dragons collided, and countless bolts of lightning shot out from the void. The lightning tore through the void and scattered all over the sky. The bodies of generals and ministers were incomparably sturdy, and the powerful collision shook heaven and earth. Boom! 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 The 2 true dragons, one black and one green, didn't give way to each other and fiercely collided with each other. Roar! Roar! As they roared, they didn't give way to each other. Zombie Yin Xuan was at the 15th heaven, but he had swallowed the bodies of 2 generals and ministers and had the sacrificial altar of the great emperor. His abilities had reached the 16th heaven, and he was on par with the green dragon. Neither of them gave way. Meanwhile, in the netherworld, Yin Xuan in human form and Emperor Huang Jindi stared at Jiangchen. They didn't necessarily want to fight to the death. Instead, Yin Xuan's main goal was to delay Jiangchen. He didn't want Emperor Jiangchen to interfere with the battle in the mortal realm. However, Jiangchen didn't seem to have any intention of interfering with Yin Xuan and Imperial's battle. Jiangchen's bearing, however, was difficult to fathom. At this moment, Yin Xuan no longer cared about his human form. He looked up at the sky. The Nether River Patriarch also looked up. Although they were in the netherworld, they could see what was happening in the world of the living. Yin Xuan in human form narrowed his eyes, but didn't clamor to attack. Jiangchen's body? As expected, it's extraordinary, praised the Nether River Patriarch. Jiangchen, on the other hand, stared at the sky with a satisfied smile. The Emperor's gaze couldn't penetrate the 2 realms. He could only look at Yin Xuan in human form with a complicated expression. Great Kindness World, the world of the living. Boom! The 2 dragons roared. In the midst of their battle, they shattered a huge territory, their voices shaking the world. World suppressing. The black dragon suddenly roared. Boom! A giant bronze coffin fell from the sky and smashed into the green dragon's body with a huge force. Boom! Green Dragon writhed wildly. The world-suppressing coffin's power was too strong. It pressed down on his body. Green Dragon struggled, but couldn't retreat. Roar! The Black Dragon roared and bit the Green Dragon's neck. Green Dragon struggled, but couldn't break free. Crack! 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 Black Dragon kept pressing down. Finally, his fangs sank into Green Dragon's skin. In the netherworld, this coffin, Jiangchen narrowed his eyes. Antimatter? The Nether River Patriarch's expression changed. It's not just antimatter. There's something else special, said Jiangchen in a low voice. In the mortal realm. Crack! Crack! Boom! Black Dragon tore off a chunk of Green Dragon's flesh. The invincible Green Dragon finally showed a weakness. Roar! Green Dragon roared in pain. It shook violently, causing the world-suppressing coffin to tremble as if it were about to break free. World-suppressing. Black Dragon roared again and slammed his tail against the coffin. Boom! Green Dragon was suppressed again. Roar! Black Dragon roared and tore at Green Dragon's body. Boom! 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 Before long, Green Dragon's body was covered in wounds. Why is this happening? Green Dragon cried out in grief and indignation. There's no why. I won. Black Dragon said in a low voice. Roar! Black Dragon opened his mouth. Green Dragon was sucked into Black Dragon's mouth by a powerful suction force. Boom! After swallowing Green Dragon, Black Dragon's body emitted billowing black smoke. Boom! The black smoke surrounded Black Dragon and the world-suppressing coffin. Victory! Yin Xuan's eyes lit up with joy, but he didn't dare be careless. Jiangchen's body was what Jiangchen wanted the most, wasn't it? He had to be on guard against Jiangchen. His body was at its peak, ready for battle at any moment. Ha 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 ha! Jiangchen suddenly burst into laughter. He didn't want to go to the mortal realm. Instead, he turned his head and headed for Nanwai. Yin Xuan paused. Jiangchen left? Why? The emperor looked at Jiangchen, then at Yin Xuan. His figure flickered, and he headed for the North Continent. On the other side, the Nether River Patriarch smiled and left. Yin Xuan, it seems Jiangchen's plan isn't as simple as it seems. Golden Emperor said in a low voice. Well, no matter what, I have to thank you, Golden Emperor. We're even now. Yin Xuan said in a low voice. Ah, good. I like your straightforwardness. Golden Emperor laughed. Great benevolence world, the mortal realm. Boom! With a loud bang, the black smoke suddenly scattered. Zombie Yin Xuan was exposed. Zombie Yin Xuan stood on the Great Emperor's altar. 4 pairs of dragon skeletal wings sprouted from his back. Black, red, purple, and green. Combine. Boom! The 4 pairs of dragon skeletal wings fused into one. In an instant, the dragon skeletal wings grew to 3 times their original size and emitted millions of rays of golden light. It was as if they had turned into a pair of golden dragon skeletal wings. Boom! Yin Xuan's body rumbled. 16th heaven. Yin Xuan's face lit up with joy. At the same time, rolling power surged into the dragon skeletal wings. Boom! The dragon skeletal wings turned pitch black again. They were even more ferocious and domineering than before, emitting a fierce aura. 16th heaven. Zombie Yin Xuan took a look at his own body. On his body, there were 19 colored rays of light, and it looked perfect. Crack, 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 crack. He clenched his fists, and golden energy overflowed from his body. Is this the perfect Jiangchen body? It's several times stronger than before. Yin Xuan exclaimed. On the other side, Darkaway Guzi was nowhere to be seen. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of figures flew over from all directions in the mortal realm, stirring up gusts of violent winds. Zombie Yin Xuan was instantly surrounded by 9 peerless experts from the great benevolence world. Chapter 1519. Great Kindness World, World of the Living. Zombie Yin Xuan swallowed Great Venerable Yu Tian and rushed to the 16th heaven. His strong corporeal body flowed with 19 colored light. Boom! In world of the living, 9 strong practitioners suddenly appeared and surrounded Yin Chuan. The 9 of them were aggressive, and each of them had prominent horns on their heads. Great kindness world, after 1,000,000 years, I didn't expect so many 16th heavens to be born, Yin Chuan said solemnly. You are Yin Chuan from the first world? No, he should be Ying from the boundless world. The 9 great strong practitioners stared at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan was naturally fearless, especially now that his abilities had skyrocketed. Yin Chuan, what are you doing in my great kindness world? You actually ate Ution? The 9 great strong practitioners were extremely puzzled. The 4 worlds have become one. The continents have merged, and the great kindness world, the netherworld, will belong to the first world from now on. Yin Chuan didn't hide anything. What? Everyone's expression changed. With a flick of his sleeve, Yin Chuan was about to fly away. Stop right there. A Buddha in a kasaya shouted. Yin Chuan ignored him. Boom! That Buddha instantly appeared in front of Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. I just slaughtered you, Tion. If you want to die, continue to stop me. This is my great kindness world. How can you come and go as you wish? That Buddha's eyes turned cold. Humph! Yin Chuan didn't talk nonsense and suddenly struck with his palm. Boom! With a single palm strike, the entire surrounding void was dyed black. That Buddha's expression changed. Buddha light illuminates all 100,000 feet golden body. Buddha shouted. Boom! Endless golden light burst out. Buddha's golden light subdued demons and devils. It was the nemesis of all dark and gloomy powers. Facing Yin Chuan's darking Qi, it was instantly purified. However, there was too much dark in Qi, so much so that it instantly drowned out the golden light. A towering golden statue stood in front of the Buddha. However, Yin Chuan's giant palm slapped down like the end of the world. Boom! An enormous sound that shook the heavens resounded. The enormous golden body of the Buddha was shattered with a bang by the palm, and it was even instantly swept away by the surging black Qi and dissipated into nothingness. Boom! The Buddhist ancestor was instantly sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at the zombie Yin Chuan in horror. The faces of the other 8 experts also darkened. Yin Chuan coldly looked at the crowd. Remember my words, don't court death. Don't court death? Everyone's face stiffened, and they all looked at Yin Chuan with unsightly expressions. Yin Chuan used his valiant strength to forcefully threaten everyone. Everyone saw how tyrannical Yin Chuan was, but no one stepped forward to argue with him. Yin Chuan flew quickly and left the crowd. Soon, he arrived at the Yellow Springs Road in the western outer continent of the Great Kindness World. Boom! The zombie Yin Chuan entered the Yellow Springs Road and entered the Great Kindness World's netherworld. Netherworld. The various experts had already left. They sent people to conquer their respective territories. After the zombie Yin Chuan left, the experts of the Great Kindness World were ashamed and angry. What happened in the netherworld? What happened? Imperial Sky was also devoured by Yin Chuan. Our Great Kindness World must not be tainted by others. The group of experts were ferocious, and they quickly formed an alliance with each other. Previously, they did not form an alliance and fought on their own. Therefore, when Yin Chuan bullied the Buddha, no one stepped forward. However, it was different now. They had formed an alliance. If it was just a moment ago, everyone could have besieged Yin Chuan with all their might. While the group of experts was investigating the matters of the netherworld, the netherworld also submitted to the various factions of the First World in the shortest time possible. After the Thunder Emperor and the Poison Dragon King submitted to great kindness, they quickly announced to the world that their subordinates would submit to Yin Chuan. Surging virtue, fate, influence, and fate gathered towards the great Qin city. Power of fate, power of virtue, power of influence, power of fate, power of fate. Listen to my command. Connect the continents of the 2 worlds. Combine. Yin Chuan shouted. With the surging power of fate, power of virtue, power of influence, and power of fate, the two worlds quickly merged. Rumble. The Great Kindness World rumbled. South Outer Continent, First World, Great Kindness World combine. Junction shouted. North Outer Continent, First World, Great Kindness World combine. The Nether River Patriarch shouted. Inner North Outer Continent, First World, Great Kindness World combine. The Emperor shouted. Boom. The four experts shouted at the same time. At almost the same time, they mobilized the power of the two worlds and quickly merged. From Wuji, one could see that almost half of the sphere of the Great Kindness World was suddenly fusing with the sphere of the First World. Boom! The worlds collided and merged. The First World and the entire Netherworld underwent earth-shattering changes. Countless dead spirits suddenly lost their center of gravity and fell into the sky. Under the powerful suction force, the entire Netherworld was in a mess. Rumble. The Netherworld was in chaos, and nothing could be seen clearly. Amidst the chaos, the various officials of the Outer East Continent and Inner South Continent had long since summoned their citizens into the cities to prevent any unexpected changes. Now that the chaos had struck, the various cities activated their formations and waited for the impact. Rumble. The worlds merged, and the heavenly Daos appeared. The First World's heavenly Daos and the Great Kindness World's heavenly Daos. The heavenly Daos of the two worlds wildly merged. First World's Netherworld, Great Sheen City. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan stood at the entrance of the central palace, looking up at the sky with his officials. Silver-eyed Gue Guzi stood beside him. The two of them stared at the countless Great Kindness World's heavenly Daos that were surging over. The two of them were quickly analyzing and arranging the heavenly Daos. The human Yin Chuan, the zombie Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi, and the others quickly traversed through the Netherworld and headed towards the Great Sheen City. Rumble. The world was in chaos. The fusion of the entire Netherworld was even more chaotic than the fusion of continents in the past, and it lasted for countless years. This was a grand occasion for the Netherworld's Great Jin Heaven Realm and the entire First World's Netherworld. Countless people were waiting for the final result. Time continued to pass as the Netherworld merged. First World, Yang Realm. 2 months later, Xianyang City. The Yellow Springs Road was temporarily sealed, and no one could enter the Netherworld. However, this was nothing to the citizens. At this moment, the citizens were most curious about a piece of flatland outside Xianyang City. In a Xianyang restaurant. Do you see that? 100 people are kneeling in the south of Xianyang City. Nonsense. I just want to take a look this morning. The leader is a big monkey. This group of people is really strange. They are all wearing mourning clothes. 100 people wearing mourning clothes kneeling there. I wonder who they are. I know someone about this. Oh, the Monkey King kneeling at the front with red eyes is the former subordinate of the Grand Master of Heaven, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, the former Great Chi Sage King of our territory, Grand Master of Heaven. In the past, when Xianyang was in danger, Grand Master of Heaven came to help. For a time, Xianyang City was abuzz with discussion. 100 people were kneeling in the south of the city, all of them wearing mourning clothes. Not only were the citizens curious, but the officials were also alarmed. Originally, it was nothing but the leader was Sun Wukong, so they had to be careful and report it to the higher-ups. Soon, Gue Guzi led some officials to the south of the city. Gue Guzi's face was gloomy as he clenched his fists. He walked to Sun Wukong. Great Chi Sage King, I already know about the Grand Master of Heaven, Gue Guzi said with a gloomy face. Sun Wukong knelt there with red eyes. Sir, you and my benefactor are best friends. Please avenge my benefactor by killing and sealing the Lotus God. Sealing the Lotus God? The officials around him had complicated expressions. The strength of the Lotus God was not as simple as a title. Seal him? That was too difficult. Great Chi Sage King, you should get up and come to Xianyang with me. We will wait for the Great Emperor to return before we make a decision. Gue Guzi stepped forward to help Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong shook his head and said with red eyes, I know you are in a difficult position. After all, The great heaven is under the control of the Yin Emperor. I will kneel here and beg the Yin Emperor. Even if I have to give up everything, I will ask the Yin Emperor to avenge my benefactor. But the great Emperor is dealing with an extremely important matter in the underworld. Let's wait for the great Emperor to return, Gue Guzi advised. Gue Guzi admired Sun Wukong very much. At least in terms of the Grandmaster of Heaven, he was loyal and loyal. No, thank you for your kindness, sir. I will kneel here and wait for the Yin Emperor to return. Sun Wukong bit his lips as tears welled up in his eyes. Sun Wukong did not get up, and the disciples behind him also knelt. Sigh. Gue Guzi looked at the group of people in front of him and let out a long sigh. Great Qin City, Netherworld. The three Yin Chuan gathered in front of the central palace. Looking at the world in front of them, the original chaos gradually cleared up. The first world, the great benevolence world, and the underworld were finally united. In the void, the heaven and earth primal chi increased by countless times, and the space seemed to become more solid. Good, Zombie Yin Chuan said with satisfaction. Outer South Continent, Jiangchun Celestial Realm. Outer North Continent, Tin Palace District. Inner North Continent, Undying Sect. Outer East Continent, Outer South Continent, Great Heaven. Although there were not as many overlaps as the Jiangchun Celestial Realm, the Great Heaven's territory did not lose to anyone. Just as the three Yin Chuan were satisfied with the world in front of them. Great Emperor, there's news from the Yang realm. Lu Gang walked to the three Yin Chuan with an ugly expression. What's wrong? Zombie Yin Chuan asked curiously. Sect leader Tong Tian has fallen. Lu Gang said in a low voice. What? Zombie Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yin Chuan in human form did not hesitate and rushed straight to the Yellow Springs Road. He rushed straight to the Yang realm. Tell me clearly, what happened to sect leader Tong Tian? Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with nervousness. Sect leader Tong Tian died at the hands of the Lotus Goddess. Impossible. Why would he make an enemy of the Lotus Goddess? Yin Chuan said with an ugly expression. It's true. This is what happened at that time. Also, Sun Wukong is kneeling outside Xianyang City, begging the great emperor to avenge sect leader Tong Tian. Lu Gang immediately handed over a jade slip. Yin Chuan immediately took it and quickly read the contents. As he read, his expression became uglier and uglier. Wu Jiao, you bitch. Smack! Yin Chuan angrily smashed the jade slip in his hand on the ground. Chapter 1520. Rumble. While the Great Benevolence World and the First World were fusing, the First World and the Upper-Class World were quickly fusing. The heroes rose together and tore the world apart. After the fusion, the world returned to peace. Xianyang, Outer East Continent. Sun Wukong had been kneeling outside Xianyang City with 100 disciples and Tong Tian followers. At the entrance of Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back. Gigu Zi stood beside him and looked at Sun Wukong kneeling outside Xianyang City. Emperor, I've already investigated the matter. Tong Tian should have died because of Master's kindness, but Wu Jiong used it and was eventually killed by the Lotus God. Gigu Zi said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan clenched his fists. Wu Jiong. Yin Chuan shouted softly. Boom! A sound wave rushed toward the west. The sound shook the world. Yin Chuan's voice was almost everywhere. For a moment, countless experts in the world of the living looked toward the east in confusion. Luoyang City, Outer West Continent. Boom! Taiji Palace was suddenly hit by a sound wave, and the main hall instantly rumbled. Wu Jiong sat on the dragon throne, and all the officials in the imperial court were surprised. Wu Jiong's face was gloomy. He slowly stepped down from the dragon throne and walked out of Taiji Palace with the officials. He stood in the square of Taiji Palace and looked toward the east. Yin Chuan and Wu Jiong looked at each other. Yin Chuan, Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. Bitch! Yin Chuan shouted angrily in the distance. Hmm. Wu Jiong's eyes widened, revealing a fierce gaze. In the square of Taiji Palace, the officials were shocked. The world was in an uproar, because many people had already recognized that it was Yin Chuan's voice. Was the Emperor Yin of Great Zhun insulting the Emperor of Great Zhou? Did they hear wrongly? How dare you? Wu Jiong shouted. Yin Chuan did not care. The two dynasties were separated by absolute territory and should not have interfered with each other. However, Yin Chuan seemed to be deliberately provoking the two dynasties. From today onward, you, Wu Jiong, are the enemy of Great Zhun. Oof. Yin Chuan snorted coldly. His angry voice spread throughout the world. Dongfang Bubi, Golden Great Monarch, Zhongshan, and Lotus God all looked surprised. After all, it was very rare for an emperor to resolutely take a stand. Sometimes, any hatred could be resolved by benefits. But now, Yin Chuan was actually going to fight to the death with Wu Jiong in front of the world. The Great Zhou domain was in an uproar. The officials of Great Zhou were instantly enraged. For a moment, they didn't know what to say, so they all looked at Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong's eyes were cold, but he didn't say a word. This was because Yin Chuan, who was at the entrance of the Skyward Hall, no longer paid attention to Wu Jiong. His gaze had already turned to the Lotus God of the southern outer continent's 10,000 Lotus Sea. Yin Chuan's eyes were cold and murderous. At the side, Gigu Zi explained, Great Monarch, that day, Wu Jiong crushed the Jade Talisman and summoned the heavenly demon world's Fuxi. The Lotus deity's army arrived at Luoyang City, and Fuxi attacked, severely injuring the Lotus deity. Severely injuring Lotus God? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, during the battle, he entered Wuji again. When he returned, Lotus God was in an extremely sorry state. There was even an 8 trigrams mark on his face, and he couldn't recover for a long time. In the end, he brought his subordinates back to the South Outer Continent. Giguzi said, Fuxi? If that bitch Wu Jiong had invited him out earlier, Tongtian wouldn't have died. Yin Chuan clenched his fists and said with a murderous look in his eyes, Yes, unfortunately, Wu Jiong is too gloomy. Great Monarch, Sun Wukong, and the others are still kneeling outside Xianying. Giguzi said, Lu Buwei, bring them here. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Lu Buwei immediately flew out with some officials. Outside the city, Sun Wukong and a group of people were wearing mourning clothes. They had waited for many days but didn't see Yin Chuan. They were already in despair, but when they suddenly heard Yin Chuan angrily shouting at Wu Jiong, they suddenly heard a voice from heaven. Everyone was immediately excited. Sun Wukong was in tears. Soon, Lu Buwei arrived in front of Sun Wukong. Everyone, the great monarch has returned. Please come to the square of the Chaotian Palace to meet the great monarch. Lu Buwei said politely, Thank you, Lord Lu. Sun Wukong wiped his tears and said. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of the Chaotian Palace. As soon as he entered the Chaotian Palace, Sun Wukong knelt down without hesitation. In the past, Sun Wukong only bowed to his master in heaven and earth. However, in the end, he realized that he had been schemed against by everyone. Only the Grand Master of Heaven admired his pride. When the heroes of the great wide world sacrificed him, it was the Grand Master of Heaven who turned the tide and saved him. It was the Grand Master of Heaven who brought him to this world. Here, because he was grateful to the Grand Master of Heaven, Sun Wukong only bowed to him. He did not bow to anyone else. Even in the Great Zhou realm, he did not bow to Wu Jiong. However, today, Sun Wukong once again put down his dignity. He would only take revenge for this. Yin Di, Sun Wukong kowtows to you to avenge my benefactor, the Grand Master of Heaven. Sun Wukong immediately kowtowed. Looking at Sun Wukong, Yin Chuan sighed slightly. You did not let the Grand Master of Heaven down in the end. I will never forget my benefactor's kindness of rebirth. As long as I can take revenge and seal the Lotus God, I am willing to kowtow to everyone who is willing to avenge my benefactor, Sun Wukong said through gritted teeth. In the past, my benefactor and the Yin Di were best friends. I was incompetent and could not avenge my benefactor. I only hope that the Yin Di can do his best for the sake of your friendship with my benefactor. I know that this is a little difficult for you. After all, the Lotus God's strength is monstrous, and it is difficult to find a match for him. However, I still want to surpass him once. Sun Wukong pleaded. Yin Di, please take action. The 100 people behind him kowtowed at the same time. The officials did not say anything. Yin Chuan put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. The sky was gloomy and surrounded by dark clouds. A handful of light shone down, making people feel slightly depressed. Bai Yi, my teacher is called Hong Jun. He is now discussing something with Bai Wang and has brought us 3 brothers to the Bai family to pay our respects. You are Bai Huang's grandson, and I am Hong Jun's disciple. Why don't we compete? Ha 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 ha, this is great. Bai Yi, last time, you blocked a sword for me. This time, I blocked a saber for you. We are even. This group of evil thieves has been wreaking havoc in the world for many years. Let's see who has killed more. Gue Guzi is a learned man, and you're not bad either. However, we can't travel the world together in the future. Teacher has a big plan to do. The 3 of us will do our best to cooperate with Teacher. Bai Yi, in order to cooperate with Teacher, my body may be separated from my divine soul. If one day, my body becomes your enemy, kill. Bai Yi, you may not see me in the future, but remember, you and I are brothers. Yin Chuan, your enemy is my enemy. So what if it is Emperor Qing Long? At worst, I will lose my aquamarine palace. I will fight with you. The past of Tong Tian flashed through Yin Chuan's mind. Gradually, Yin Chuan clenched his fists tighter, and his eyes became moist. Emperor Yin, Wukong, Kowtows. Wukong kowtowed again. Rise, the hatred of Tong Tian is my hatred, Yin Chuan said through gritted teeth. Huh? Wukong suddenly looked up. Lu Buwei sent an order to the world. Great Jun is to prepare for war. We will attack the great evil world, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. What? Great Emperor? Everyone shouted. Attack the great evil world? Now? Emperor, the Lotus God, is powerful. Although he was severely injured by Zhongshan and Fuxi, his strength is at the 17th heaven. Is Great Jun going to attack the great evil world now? Lu Buwei said in surprise. Yes. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and nodded. The officials were in an uproar. The scene of the Lotus God's projection coming to Xianying not long ago still lingered in their minds. Such a domineering expert was going to fight now? Fight! Yin Chuan shouted, instantly interrupting the clamor of the officials. Yes, Emperor, Lu Buwei said solemnly. Meng Wenrua, you will write the declaration of war and prepare to attack the great evil world, Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, Emperor. Send by Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Jin Diyu, and Shangyang to the world of the living. Yifeng will be the commander of the war against the great evil world. Immediately formulate a plan to attack the great evil world, Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, Emperor. The people behind him shouted. The Lotus God was powerful, so powerful that he was the master of a world. However, in Great Jun, the officials were not frightened by the Lotus God's name. It was fine if Yin Chuan did not give the order, but once he did, the officials were united. They were united against the outside world. Great Jun's national machinery quickly moved, attacking the great evil world. Over the past few days, it had always been the great evil world invading the first world. This was the first time Great Jun was preparing to invade the great evil world. The officials obeyed. Sun Wukong, who was in front of Yin Chuan, could no longer stop his tears. Sun Wukong was not a person who cried easily. In fact, this was the first time Sun Wukong had cried in this world for 1,000,000 years. However, he could not stop crying. No one around him would laugh at him. These were tears of gratitude. Many thanks, Yin Emperor. Many thanks, Yin Emperor. Sun Wukong immediately said. Thump, thump, thump. Sun Wukong desperately kowtowed to the ground to express his boundless gratitude. That was the Lotus God. Aside from peerless experts like Fuxi, Jiangshun, and Zhongshan, who dared to provoke him. Yet, Yin Chuan decided to risk his life for the sake of their old friendship. No need to kowtow. If you have a deep grudge, go find Yifeng. Go to the battlefield and kill the enemy together. Yin Chuan said. Yes, thank you, Yin Emperor. Sun Wukong immediately replied. Although he could not deal with the Lotus God, killing the Lotus God's subordinates was a way for him to vent his hatred. Yin Chuan gave the order. Soon, the news spread throughout the world. Meng Wenruo's declaration of war was published. Almost the entire world knew that the Great Jin realm had declared war on the Great Evil World. The world was in an uproar. Although everyone knew that the Great Jin realm was powerful, it was not powerful enough to shake the Lotus God, right? In the 10,000 Lotus Sea of the outer South Continent, the Lotus God was cultivating in seclusion. Tiangang and a group of demons gathered together to read a declaration of war. The Great Jin realm? Yin Chuan? How dare he? Tiangang said in surprise. What is Yin Chuan doing? Is he avenging sect master Tong Tian? Easter High Priest said in surprise. Is he courting death? He wants to deal with the Great Evil World with just the Great Jin realm? Southern High Priest asked in confusion. Almost everyone thought that Yin Chuan was crazy. Even if the Lotus God was severely injured, Yin Chuan could not compare to her. Moreover, Transcendence recovered extremely quickly. Chapter 1521. Great Jun's forces were gathered at the border, waiting for Yin Chuan's order to attack Great Evil World. Before the army arrived, the crusade had already spread throughout Great Evil World. Under the command of the evil demon leaders, a large number of evil demons gathered at the border. The crusade was also spread throughout the world. For a time, the eyes of all the heroes in the world were gathered here. Outside North Continent, Zhongshan study. Sector Lord, Yin Chuan has offended Wu Jiong and made Lotus Deity his enemy. A minister said in a low voice. Zhongshan nodded and said, although Tong Tian was killed by Lotus Deity, he died because of Wu Jiong. His hatred for Wu Jiong is even greater. But why did Yin Chuan send troops to Lotus Deity and not Wu Jiong? The minister was puzzled. After all, Wu Jiong was definitely not as powerful as Lotus Deity. That's because Tong Tian did not blame Wu Jiong in the end. He even passed his will of the 16 levels of heaven to Wu Jiong. Tong Tian did not want Wu Jiong to die. Yin Chuan respected Tong Tian's decision, so he directed his anger at Lotus Deity. Zhongshan said in a low voice. But Tong Tian is really strange. Can't he see that Wu Jiong is using him? According to the collected information, Tong Tian should know that Wu Jiong could ask Fuxi to attack. But he was used by Wu Jiong on purpose, and in the end, he passed on his will. Zhongshan said in a low voice. Why? The minister could not understand. It should be related to Hongjun. Zhongshan said in a low voice. Hongjun, do you still remember the fall of Grand Supreme and Primeval Supreme? They had already entered the big picture, and there was no turning back now. To Tong Tian, dying in battle is the best choice. Zhongshan said with a complicated expression. I don't understand the specific situation, but I can feel the big picture, a big picture set up by Hongjun. Hongjun's schemes are unparalleled. Not everyone can see through his schemes. Zhongshan said in a low voice. The ministers nodded. Then, Sector Lord, should we intervene when Yin Chuan attacks Great Evil World? The minister asked again. After a moment of silence, Zhongshan shook his head and said no. Oh, this is a chance for Yin Chuan. Since he dares to fight against Lotus God, he naturally has his own plans. Let's wait and see. Zhongshan said solemnly. The ministers were silent for a while. After a while, one of them asked curiously, Realm Lord, when Ing was in the Great Thousand Worlds and shook the world with his might, our dynasty was still weak. But Ing didn't seem to be around and helped our dynasty to soar. Realm Lord, are you trying to imitate the past and return the favor to Yin Chuan? Zhongshan remained silent for a while before answering. Not all of them. Oh. The lotus deity used the magical treasure of the first epoch to transcend, but I didn't. He has no hope of breaking through again in this lifetime, but I can. I need an opportunity, and this opportunity might fall on Yin Chuan. Zhongshan said solemnly. Oh. Everyone's eyes lit up. My transcendence in the past was ultimately due to Yin Chuan's help. It was ultimately due to someone else, and there's this flaw. And this flaw can only be removed when I fight Yin Chuan in the future. When Yin Chuan and I work together, it will be the time for me to fight him. Zhongshan said solemnly. Yes, the ministers answered. Since Great Jun has sent out their troops, I naturally can't do nothing. Yin Chuan has a grudge with Wu Jiong. I'm afraid that Wu Jiong will make a move when Yin Chuan fights Lotus God. Your mission is to block all of Wu Jiong's schemes for Great Jun. Zhongshan said solemnly. Yes. Also, I'm preparing to make a trip to the Netherworld. Mr. Sure, go and send me a visitation card. Zhongshan said solemnly. Visitation card? Send it to Nether River Patriarch? An official's expression changed. That's right. Nether River Patriarch has only taken 10 territories of the Netherworld's outer North Continent. There are still 26 territories without an owner. I wish to exchange 10 territories of the Greater Thousand Realms for 26 territories of the outer North Continent. Zhongshan said solemnly. The Greater Thousand Realms will merge with the outer North Continent of the Netherworld. The ministers asked solemnly. Zhongshan nodded. Yang Realm, Northeast Continent, Dongfang Sect. Jiangshan came to Dongfang Palace once again and sat down with Dongfang Bubi. The two of them looked into the distance. They could see the soldiers at the border between Great Evil Realm and Great Jun, ready to make a move. Jiangshan's body? Haha, Yin Chuan already has complete control over that zombie. Why haven't you made a move yet? Dongfang Bubi gently poured a cup of tea. Jiangshan drank as he shook his head. It's not the time yet. Oh, it's not the time yet? Dongfang Bubi asked in confusion. Jiangshan shook his head and didn't continue the topic. Whatever. Now that Yin Chuan's declaration of war is out, zombie Yin Chuan will definitely come out of the Netherworld. Let's see what's so special about this Jiangshan's body. It's still not enough to fight the Lotus Goddess. Dongfang Bubi said indifferently. Let's wait and see. Jiangshan smiled. However, it seems you've never cared about the Grand Emperor's altar. Jiangshan looked at Dongfang Bubi. Given Dongfang Bubi's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain an altar. Yet, he never made a move. It seems you've noticed as well. Dongfang Bubi looked at Jiangshan. Jiangshan smiled and took another sip of wine. He didn't say anything else. You've already made arrangement for the battle between Yin Chuan and the Lotus Goddess, haven't you? Dongfang Bubi asked indifferently. That's right. Jiangshan nodded affirmatively. Dongfang Bubi smiled and didn't say anything else. He looked to the south. Outer East Continent, Xianyang. Skyward Palace. Yin Chuan looked to the south, his eyes cold. Exterminate evil, Yin Chuan ordered. His voice instantly spread to the south. At the southern border, Bai Qi, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, Jin Diyu, and the other great Jin generals all wore dignified expressions. They commanded the three armies and quietly waited for orders. Suddenly, Yin Chuan's voice rang out. Yes, sir. The three armies shouted in unison. Rumble. With Yin Chuan's order, the generals officially charged into the Great Vile Realm. Outer South Continent, Myriad Lotuses Sea. A group of fiend leaders gathered at the entrance of a large hall. When will the Lord emerge from seclusion? The fiends asked anxiously. Without the Lotus Goddess presiding over the Great Jin invasion, something seemed to be missing. Astral Vault and the Nether King stood in front of the fiends. The Lord has already recovered from his injuries. The Nether King said in a low voice. Good. The fiends were instantly delighted. Since Lotus Deity had already recovered from her injuries, then Dejun's attack would be a joke. The Lord is refining the White Tiger Great Emperor and is trying to close the altar. He can't come out for now. The battle at the front lines will depend on you all. The Nether King said, refining the great Emperor's altar. Everyone's eyes lit up. When the Lord emerges, he'll be even stronger. Not to mention Yin Chuan. Even if he meets Zhongshan and the others again, he'll be able to defeat them. Tiangang said confidently. Good, everyone said happily. Chapter 1522. Xianyang City. Great Zhen's invasion of the great evil world began. Yin Chuan, zombie Yin Chuan, and silver-eyed Yin Chuan gathered in Heaven Pavilion. The three of them looked at a small box at the same time. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan said in a deep voice, "This is the box that Bai Huang gave us before he died. I've finally cracked the restrictions on it by using the Bai Huang family's 10300 restrictions." Grandpa, a trace of sadness flashed in Yin Chuan's eyes. "Open it," zombie Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan nodded. Crack, crack, crack. Gently, the small box opened. There was a green seed and a jade slip in a box. Jade slip? Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. Yin Chuan reached out and picked up the jade slip to read the information about Bai Wang that might be in it. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan and zombie Yin Chuan looked at the seed strangely. What a dense seed. I can't see through it, even with my silver eyes. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan said in surprise. On the other side, Yin Chuan had already read the jade slip. Little Bai Yi, did you see the seed I left for you? Remember, keep it by your side at all times. It's with me. Don't be sad. I don't regret my death. I've divined the secrets of heaven and touched fate. No one can save me. I've divined the future. There will be countless dangers in the future. I've also divined you. I'm very happy. There will be countless doubts in the future. Don't be confused by outsiders. Remember, believe in yourself. You must believe in yourself. Also, I've heard you say that there's a large amount of antimatter in Hongjuan's Purple Cloud Palace. Antimatter is a variable. If you enter it again, you must absorb it into your body and into your destiny to avoid fate's prying. There are countless living beings in the world. Although fate controls the world, it can't take care of everything. Only the peerless powerhouses will be the focus of fate. Fate seems to be awake. The sudden rise of a powerhouse can attract his prying. However, antimatter can weaken fate's prying. The more you absorb into your body, the better. Also, be careful of Hongjun. There wasn't much content in the jade slip, but every sentence was sincere. It was pointing out the way for Yin Chuan. Even at death's door, it was thinking about Yin Chuan's future. I will, Grandpa. Yin Chuan's eyes reddened. Quang. Zombie Yin Chuan took out the heaven-burying coffin. Rumble. Inside the coffin, countless antimatter formed a vortex. Yin Chuan in his human form and Yin Chuan in his zombie form instantly stepped into the vortex. Immediately, the billowing antimatter vortex surged into their bodies. Boom! The great Emperor's altar appeared again, and some of the antimatter that had just entered his body was pushed out again. The great Emperor's altar repels antimatter? Same as last time? Zombie Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Intong Yin Chuan looked at the two of them and said, "The last time we returned from Earth, it was for this reason that we stopped absorbing antimatter. Do you want to continue now?" "Continue, I believe in Grandpa," Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Boom! Yin Chuan in his human form and Yin Chuan in his zombie form forcefully absorbed antimatter into their bodies. Even if their bodies were repelling it, they still forcefully absorbed it. Underworld, North Outer Continent, Chu Jiang Palace entrance. Boom! Zhongshan suddenly descended. The entrance of Chu Jiang Palace opened, and Ice God was waiting with a group of subordinates. Realm Lord Zhong, Master is waiting in the palace. Please, Ice God said. Zhongshan nodded and stepped into Chu Jiang Palace. Chu Jiang Palace wasn't an ordinary palace. Once they entered, it was as if they had walked into a new world. It was vast and boundless. There was a space door behind him. Behind the space door, it was like two different worlds. There was a bright sun in the sky, shining down on the earth. Zhongshan looked at this scene with slight surprise and flew into the sky at the same time. The world was vast and boundless. However, Zhongshan's eyesight was extremely powerful. Soon, he saw the same space door. There were a total of 10. Yin Luo Palace, Chujiang Palace, City Palace. The 10 palaces of North Outer Continent all lead to this space? Zhongshan was surprised. Ice God nodded. Realm Lord Zhong, please. Zhongshan looked at the direction Ice God was pointing at. In a pavilion on a mountain peak in the distance, Ancestor Nether River was sitting in the pavilion, drinking tea and looking over with a smile. Ancestor Nether River, long time no see. Zhongshan said solemnly. In the past, he had met with Ying in the Great Thousand World. Transcending with strength? Not bad. Ancestor Nether River exclaimed in admiration. Yang Realm, South Outer Continent, 10,000 Lotus Sea. In a palace, Lotus God sat cross-legged on a white lotus. In front of her was White Tiger Emperor, who was imprisoned by Lotus God. Lotus God, what are you trying to do? If you want the Great Emperor altar, I will give it to you. White Tiger Emperor said with grief and indignation. Because I have transcended, I cannot refine the Great Emperor altar. Lotus God said lightly. If that's the case, then let me go. I will submit to you. White Tiger Emperor said. Lotus God shook his head. Although I cannot refine the Great Emperor altar, I can refine you. Lotus God said in a deep voice. No. White Tiger Emperor exclaimed. You have no choice. Lotus God's eyes turned cold. Boom! Billowing power rushed towards White Tiger Emperor. White Tiger Emperor suddenly screamed as his body started to distort violently. The coarse face of the White Tiger Great Emperor gradually transformed into the face of the Lotus Goddess. Outer South Continent. Bai Qi led an army and charged towards an evil demon camp. The evil demons in the camp had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse. Centaur race? Kill them. Bai Qi's army was built by killing. Use the blood of the enemy to refine my blood soul. Bai Qi shouted. Boom! The golden body of the path of slaughter appeared. Like a meat grinder, it charged towards the evil demons. Roar! The army charged forward. In other directions, Jin Diyu, Meng Tian, and Wang Jian all turned into killing gods as they led the army to kill. A group of war gods was like a sharp knife, piercing into the enemy. Yifeng was at the back, watching the battle at all times. Outside the Thousand Lotuses Sea, the evil demon leaders' faces were extremely ugly. Invading the great evil world? What a sinister Yin Chuan. Tian Gang said in a deep voice. Yes, Yin Chuan can mobilize the power of Great Evil World from the expansion of Great Evil World's territory. East High Priest said in a deep voice. It seems that Yin Chuan is really not going to find any more allies. South High Priest said with a trace of surprise. Everyone, follow me to destroy the Great Evil World generals. East High Priest said in a deep voice. Okay. The group of fiend leaders responded and quickly charged forward. Chapter 1523. Battle of the Southern Continent. Countless evil demons were gathered from the various tribes of the Great Evil World and entered the battlefield. A group of peerless experts also entered the battlefield. The East High Priest, South High Priest, West High Priest, and North High Priest. The appearance of the 4 High Priests immediately changed the atmosphere of the battlefield. Meng Tian and the others were immediately obstructed. However, there were also experts from the Foreign Affairs Department, Dongfang Jingji faction, and the other experts in the army, blocking a portion of the evil demons. However, there were too many experts in the Great Evil World. The ferocious Great Jin army was finally stopped, until Yin Chuan arrived. On Meng Tian's battlefield, the South High Priest held his scepter and led a large number of evil demons to attack. Meng Tian retreated in defeat. Roar! The evil demons roared wantonly, becoming fiercer as they fought. Boom! A strong wind blew, and Yin Chuan suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. It's the Emperor! The Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! The Emperor is here. Boys, follow me and kill. Roar. With just Yin Chuan's appearance, the soldiers of Dejun who had been defeated immediately roared and charged forward. What? Yin Chuan? Shouldn't you wait for the Lord to come out? The South High Priest's expression changed. According to the usual practice of a Yin dynasty, the Emperor usually did not make a move. He would only come out in the final duel between the kings. If Yin Chuan wanted to challenge the Lotus deity, he should have looked for the Lotus deity. He was just like Meng Tian, a general of two forces. How could Yin Chuan lower himself to participate in the battle? Wait for the Lotus god? Ha! This time it's just Zhen who wants to take revenge on him. Nen High Priest? Since you're here, warm up with me. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he drew the jade arch sword in his hand and shot it over. Immediately, sword lights filled the sky and surged towards the South High Priest. Boom! The South High Priest blocked, but Yin Chuan's sword energy was too strong. After one clash, the South High Priest flew back. Yin Chuan didn't go for the kill either. Instead, he ruthlessly suppressed the Southern High Priest, causing him to be battered and exhausted. For a time, the evil demon army lost their morale, and they retreated in panic. In the distance, when the Eastern High Priest saw Yin Chuan coming, he suddenly quivered. How could Yin Chuan participate in the battle? Kill! Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Shing! A sword light shot out, and High Priest Nan's right arm was immediately cut in two. High Priest Nan threw away his scepter and looked at Yin Chuan in horror. Boom! Turning around, High Priest Nan shot into the distance. Swish! Yin Chuan chased after him. Nan High Priest led Yin Chuan into the battlefield of the devil leaders. Yin Chuan didn't care. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. Kong Huangtian's will fight. Boom! With Yin Chuan taking action, the morale of Dejun's army soared like never before, and the army advanced even faster. The soldiers at the front were opening up new territories, while the civil officials at the back were in charge of cities. The army advanced. Yin Chuan didn't know exhaustion and kept fighting with the evil demons. The number of demon leaders increased. East High Priest, South High Priest, West High Priest, North High Priest, and all kinds of peerless experts. Yin Chuan's Jade Emperor's sword had already been dyed red. It was unstoppable as it fought against the crowd. Boom! 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 After a demon leader was killed, another demon took its place. But Yin Chuan's battles seemed to be getting fiercer and fiercer. Outside the myriad lotuses see, the Nether King and Tian Gang looked from afar. That's not right. Yin Chuan is practicing his sword. Tian Gang's expression changed. That seems to be the case. The Nether King nodded. An expert at the side asked in confusion, sword training? Just like the previous time around the southeast continent. The more he fought, the stronger Yin Chuan became. Previously, during the battle, Yin Chuan broke through to the 15th heavenly layer. The current Yin Chuan wants to imitate the previous time? Tian Gang's expression sank. But if this continues, Yin Chuan won't be able to take it. He has already fought against 15th heavenly layer experts. He won't be able to hold on any longer. No, Tian Gang was getting more and more worried. From afar, more and more peerless experts entered Yin Chuan's battlefield. Yin Chuan's sword danced faster and faster. However, the consumption of energy was also huge. Boom! Suddenly, the great Emperor sacrificial altar appeared beneath Yin Chuan's feet. The moment the great Emperor sacrificial altar appeared, energy surged into Yin Chuan's body. The great Emperor sacrificial altar had the ability to repair everything. Yin Chuan's consumption was rapidly recovering. Boom! Yin Chuan fought against 20 peerless experts. What should we do? Yin Chuan's sword is getting sharper and sharper. Yin Chuan seems to be born for battle. We can't stop. We can't hold on any longer. We have a hold on even if we can't. The Lord will come out of seclusion soon. The group of evil demon experts roared anxiously. Yin Chuan fought more and more bravely. The fighting heavenly meridian appeared behind him, which was inherited from Kong Huangtian. Yin Chuan was getting more and more proficient in using it. Occasionally, when he was in danger, the Xing heavenly meridian would appear. The heavenly meridian that he had robbed from the great emperor of Ziwei was getting more and more handy. Boom! With a single sword strike, 20 peerless experts were knocked away by Yin Chuan's sword. Yin Chuan crazily charged towards the southern high priest. With one sword, the high priest was split in half. However, at this moment, more peerless experts rushed in. Boom! The number of evil demon experts didn't decrease, but increased instead. Countless powerhouses followed Yin Chuan's battle and headed towards the myriad Lotus domain. With the help of countless civil officials, the army behind him quickly expanded the borders of the Great Zhun. Rumble. The battle continued for 2 months. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been exhausted to death. However, the great emperor's sacrificial altar kept replenishing all of Yin Chuan's exhaustion, including his energy. Countless evil demons were killed and were exhausted. However, Yin Chuan's energy was getting stronger. Yin Chuan even felt like he was about to break through again. The great evil world was dead for a moment. Countless evil demons had ugly expressions. In the past, the great evil world was the strongest world. However, now that Yin Chuan had killed his way in, it was like no one was there. Countless evil demons had ugly expressions on their faces. Kill, kill, kill. Yin Chuan continued to push into the battlefield. Countless evil demons gathered in the 10,000 Lotus Sea, looking anxious. Until 3 days later. Creak! The 10,000 Lotus Palace suddenly opened. The Lord has come out of seclusion. The Lord has come out of seclusion. Cheers erupted outside the 10,000 Lotus Sea. The evil demon experts fighting in the distance were overjoyed when they saw the 10,000 Lotus Palace open. All of them felt wronged. The Lord had finally come out of seclusion. Boom! The evil demons that were sent flying by Yin Chuan did not have any thoughts of revenge. Instead, they quickly fled toward the 10,000 Lotus Sea. The evil demons that were blocking Yin Chuan immediately scattered. Yin Chuan held his sword and suddenly stopped. He looked at the entrance of the 10,000 Lotus Palace in the distance. The Lotus Goddess, dressed in a white robe, slowly walked out of the 10,000 Lotus Palace. "Welcome back, Lord," countless evil demons said respectfully. The Lotus Goddess looked indifferent as she slowly walked to the square outside the palace. Her eyes were cold as she looked at Yin Chuan, who was full of fighting spirit. "Yin Chuan, how dare you?" the Lotus Goddess suddenly shouted. In the distance, Yin Chuan held the Jade Emperor sword in his hand and did not back down. "Lotus God, you have offended the great Zhun Empire many times and killed my close friend. Today, I will behead you and suppress your soul. I will avenge the great Zhun Empire's humiliation and comfort the spirit of Tong Tian." Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Chapter 1524. Lotus Goddess, you've offended the great Zhun sect many times and killed my close friend. Today, I'm here to behead you and suppress your divine soul. I'll avenge the great Zhun sect's humiliation and comfort the spirit of Tong Tian. In the distance, Lotus Deity stared coldly at Yin Chuan. Comfort the spirit of Tong Tian? Tong Tian is already dead. What can you do? This is not the Zhun celestial realm. How dare you make me your enemy? This is the Zhun celestial realm. People of the Zhun, listen up. Raise your right hand and borrow my power to suppress Lotus Deity. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! There was no need for the golden dragon. The loud sound instantly spread throughout the world. Within the Zhun celestial realm, Yin Chuan could instantly spread his voice across the world if he wanted to. Roar! In the sky above Xianyang, in the sea of Providence clouds, a golden dragon roared. It seemed to have crossed time and space and rushed towards Yin Chuan. Boom! 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 The rolling power followed the golden dragon and rushed towards Yin Chuan at the border of Dezhun. In just a short while, boom! The power of the people in the world rushed into Yin Chuan's body. Kaka! Stepping on the two great emperor altars, Yin Chuan's feet suddenly became a sea of blood. 3 heavenly veins were erected, and hundreds of heavenly Tao surrounded Yin Chuan. The rolling power spread, and the surrounding void trembled. Yin Chuan didn't dare to be careless in front of Lotus Deity. At the same time, in the netherworld, people of Dejun, raise your right hand and borrow my power to suppress Lotus Deity. Boom! The voice of the netherworld spread across the world. Countless people quickly raised their right hand, and the rolling power rushed towards Yin Chuan. In the world of the living, Yin Chuan's power surged, and his fighting spirit soared. Lotus Deity glared at him. Humph! A great emperor altar suddenly appeared under Lotus Deity's feet. A fierce aura spread out. At this moment, almost all the peerless elites in the world of the living looked over. Outside North Continent, Immortal Palace, Zhongshan and Jian Ao stood together. Great Emperor's altar? Isn't the great monarch's altar repelling transcendence? Zhongshan frowned. However, the great Emperor's altar beneath the feet of the southern continent's Lotus God overturned this fact. When the Lotus God stepped out of the great Emperor's altar, monstrous energy surged out from her body. Boom! The Lotus Deity charged straight at Yin Chuan. Suddenly, the Lotus Deity punched out. Roar! He punched out, and the fist aura formed the shape of a huge white tiger. The white tiger tore through the void and pounced on Yin Chuan from afar. Before the fist arrived, the fist aura had already reached the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea instantly churned up huge waves. The ferocious tiger roared into the sky. Yin Chuan, in his human form, did not dare to be careless. Suddenly, he used the Hand of Tao. Under the full power of the Hand of Tao, its might was incomparably domineering. A fist energy and a tiger energy collided fiercely. Boom! There was a violent explosion. The void for thousands of miles was shattered. A giant black hole sucked in everything around it. The territory below was immediately torn apart by the aftershock. The power of the Lotus God was too great. It was so great that even Yin Chuan, who was in human form, was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. Boom! Yin Chuan steadied himself. The Lotus Deity stood in the distance with a disdainful look on her face. That's all you got, the Lotus Deity said coldly. The Lotus Deity punched again. Her body was surrounded by dazzling starlight. The white tiger star and hundreds of stars in the western continent of the netherworld suddenly lit up. The power of the stars surged into the Lotus Deity's body. Again, the Lotus Deity shouted. She punched again. Roar, roar, roar. This time, it wasn't just one ferocious tiger fist, but hundreds of ferocious tiger fists surrounding it. The ferocious attack was like 100 tigers galloping. They roared and charged at Yin Chuan fiercely. The void was torn apart wherever the tigers passed. Under the fierce attack, almost all the overlords in the southern continent felt a chill in their hearts. With just a glance, one could feel the devastation of the boundless power. The void around Yin Chuan had been sealed. There was no way to escape. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold as a ferocious look flashed across his face. Break! Break! Yin Chuan's 2 thunderous roars came from heaven and earth. Boom! Yin Chuan's fist energy charged. This time it wasn't 1 but 2. In an instant, the zombie Yin Chuan was already in front of him. The 2 Yin Chuans were the same opponent for the first time. Yin Chuan's fist energy was powerful. The zombie Yin Chuan's dragon bone wings were spread out. They contained the power of the world and were even more powerful. Boom! The 2 punches were aimed at the 100 tigers. The collision was several times more powerful than before. The void in the surrounding thousands of miles exploded and swallowed everything. The territory below instantly cracked into countless pieces. The surrounding sea was filled with tsunamis. Rumble! As the void was mended, the scene of the attack was gradually revealed. It was blocked. The 2 Yin Chuans worked together to block the Lotus Goddess's powerful tiger attack. Countless experts in all directions revealed looks of shock and horror. How long had it been? And the Yin Chuan was already able to fight the Lotus Goddess. The overlord of the 10,000 lotus seas, Overlord was shocked by the ferocious power. The lotus goddess looked at the two opponents coldly. The human Yin Chuan and the zombie Yin Chuan looked at each other. Whoosh! The human Yin Chuan immediately flew away from the battlefield. The lotus goddess's eyes widened. Boom! The zombie Yin Chuan immediately stood in front of the lotus goddess. Let me deal with you, the zombie Yin Chuan said. Just you alone? You're not enough, the lotus goddess said coldly. Why don't you try? The zombie Yin Chuan said. Boom! The black dragon Great Path suddenly appeared. The zombie Yin Chuan did not hesitate and quickly merged with the Great Path. Roar! The zombie Yin Chuan turned into a huge black dragon carrying the world-suppressing bronze coffin. As it swam, it glared at the lotus goddess. The zombie Yin Chuan was originally a 16th-tier overlord, with the Great Emperor's altar, the Junction Body, and the Black Dragon Great Path, together with the power of the world. The Black Dragon's power was no weaker than that of Great Emperor's away. As the power surged, the lotus goddess had to be on guard and be careful. The human Yin Chuan held a long sword in his hand and rushed toward the 10,000 lotus sea. Boom! In the blink of an eye, he was above the 10,000 lotus sea. Yin Chuan's arrival immediately caused a group of abyss devils to panic. No, how is this possible? How can Yin Chuan be so powerful? He's here. The demons were panicking. They could still remember Yin Chuan's massacre. Now, Yin Chuan had mobilized the power of the world. Yin Chuan was even stronger. What should they do now? Everyone was panicking. Another series of footsteps could be heard coming from the Thousand Lotus Palace. The Nether King turned his head. Master? The Nether King said in surprise. All the demons looked over and were pleasantly surprised. The Lotus Goddess? Another Lotus Goddess? Another Lotus Goddess walked out from the 10,000 Lotus Palace. Could it be that the Lotus Goddess also had the power of a clone? I understand now. The Lord from before was refining the White Tiger Emperor's clone. The Nether King's expression changed as he analyzed the situation. In midair, the human Yin Chuan looked at the Lotus Goddess coldly. The Lotus Goddess also looked at Yin Chuan coldly. Yin Chuan, I didn't expect you to develop so quickly. Welcome, Master, the demons shouted happily. The Lotus Goddess looked at her subordinates. Finally, she saw the Nether King. Nether King, I will borrow the power of the world. You will fight Yin Chuan, the Lotus Goddess said coldly. Me? The Nether King's expression changed. The surrounding demons were shocked. Father and son fighting. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.